Ladies and jelly babies, how are we doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Seducer first. Welcome in, my friend. What is this? Some YouTube video from 2012? Welcome in. How are you doing, Haddock? Good morning to you. Woo, good to see you nice and early this morning. How's the sales going? Well, I suppose I've usually been starting a bit earlier than this. I know. Let's switch it over. Let's go. Boom. Magic. Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome in. Some hot overnight mailboxes. I tell you what, I almost don't need to sell anything today. Yesterday's sales, I think I did about 8 million gold yesterday. It's like people were definitely prepared for this. Simply because I think that this time around, people are very, very aware it's coming. I was looting my mailbox throughout the day yesterday, so I wasn't really keeping track perfectly. But on the basis that I was buying a bunch of stuff, selling it faster than I was buying it, without really putting any effort in, today could be explosive. It could be good. Good opportunity for me. We spoke about this a bit yesterday on stream. A good opportunity for me to reduce my inventory quite substantially, whilst hopefully doing it at a nice profit as well. So 2 mil just in mats. Left the Lego market on Friday. No better feeling than selling overpriced mats. What the legendary market will teach you going forward very clearly is how many materials are needed, when they're needed, what price you need to buy them at, what price you need to resell them at. The Lego market is going to have done really good stuff for teaching you how to flip things as well, without a doubt. K-Shack, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you. The campaign, I've heard through the grapevine, is pretty quick. It's pretty straightforward. It's like 20 minutes or something. It's really not a problem. So I might get that bashed out nice and quickly this morning. We'll get that done, and then we can focus on posting and selling. I've got my other accounts up and running right here. I've cleaned my mailbox out mostly. Let's maybe just do one update to the old post scan. Make sure that everything's in place before we get too deep into leveling. I gotta remember, it's really not important for me to get my second legendary. I don't need to unlock anything. I just need to make sure I'm selling everybody theirs, which is going to be the fun bit. I don't feel that, I mean, I've said this for a while, I don't think that today is going to be anywhere near as ridiculous as the first day that rank 7s became available. Not by a long shot. There's been way too much time for people to plan and prepare and buy up Pog Essences and sell Pog Essences and craft rank 7s in preparation. But it's good to see that people are interested still. Very good to see people are interested. I'm hoping for a rank 8 with Season 4. I bet most loves... Well, we'll talk about this in a bit of detail. I will give people the opportunity to filter in before we go too deep into that. But the Season 4 announcements, interesting. A lot of speculation that's already going on. It feels to me just kind of like what Blizzard had planned for patch 9.3. And they're just calling it Season 4 rather than calling it patch 9.3, and they'll call it patch 9.2.5. There's lots of weird stuff going on. Blizzard are not willing, they don't appear to be willing to admit the fact that they've sliced an entire patch from this expansion. And that 10.0 is probably a considerably long time away still. They're not willing to admit these things yet, so they're trying to distract us with a few shinies to keep us interesting. But we'll talk about that a little bit more in a while. I want to let people have the opportunity to filter in. We are selling already Shadowgast Ring, 82,000 gold. Umberhide Treads, 53,000 gold. Nice. Let's just do a cancel on 7s real quick. Get those in order before we begin. My volume on NA was 4 times what I had day 1 of rank 7s. Volume, I could imagine. Volume, I could imagine. depending on what type of server you're on and how much preparation you had in the first place. Volume doesn't necessarily obviously relate to profit, but I sold 3 times what I did 2 weeks ago. 5 mil up to 15. Okay. Oh, hang on. I need to move my camera. Today's going to be a day where people are going to... hang on. Let's move you there. There we go. Right, let me just block this dude real quickly. Otherwise, he's going to annoy me. Absolutely chaos on the ocean. Really? Hey, this is good. I like to hear that people are having good success. We want to see the love letters. Well, maybe. There's one dude that's got a real hard on for me at the moment that just won't shut up. Profit was about equal. 4 times the volume, but about equal profit. That's pretty good going. I'm hoping that even on my smaller little realm, the demand is still good. Let's get a... See, I don't particularly... On Taran Mill, I'm not actually even selling rank 7s. I exited the rank 7 market. I wanted... and it's not the day to get back into it. And I was never planning on getting back into it. But I wanted to keep an eye on what's going on market price-wise. 18,000 gold still for Progenitor Essentia. That's crazy. There's some big chunks here. This is very indicative of people buying out stock, trying to do resets. Over 1,300 Progenitor Essentia on the auction house. These are really not going to be the bottleneck. Not at all. Lithium at 110,000 gold. Well, that's your bottleneck for jewel crafters right there. Because if you haven't got the essences now, and you need the essences quickly, you don't really have much choice. Lithium's your... Look, somebody's blatantly bought it all out and relisted it. What's a lithium looking like over here? 90 something. I mean, I've got plenty of rings and necks to sell through already. I don't think there's going to be much of a problem with those. Hang on, did I even finish my cancel scan then? I genuinely don't think I finished the cancel scan. I know, hang on. Pre-coffee brain is not doing me any favours this morning. Pre-coffee brain is not helping.
Hello there.
Young Bone, welcome in. Hello, welcome. That's a good way to wake me up. I need to, I don't know how loud those alerts are for you. I need to go back over the VOD. So I think something's gone funky with the alerts. They all seem to be at different volumes for some reason. Right, maybe I should actually clean my mailbox out 100%. Just so we start off the day with an empty mailbox. Gather all the gold up. Get a good starting point. And then we'll go from there. Now I don't actually have many crafting materials left, which is a position that I wanted to be in. Because I'm still filtering through a lot of what I considered overstocked materials. To start doing a Mantis cancel scan and no post. Yeah. People are buying my Progenitor Essentias. Is somebody trying to reset the market on these things? I like days like today. Days like today are fun. People are literally buying them in 1s and 2s as well. A couple of Shadowgast rings, nice and quickly. I'm going to put money on... I almost know exactly who's going to be buying these. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. He's going to have terrible problems on his hands. Don't know why people are buying rank 6s today, but yeah.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Well, well, well. Time flies when you backquote R having a lot of gold, laughing face.
Hey, when you backquote R, yes, time does fly when you backquote R. It does indeed. So Dosa, thank you very much. Appreciate it, my man. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Auctions, auctioning, all Legos cancel over here. Let's utilize the accounts that we've got open. Draenor is just here for lols at the moment. It's not really doing much of anything. Cancel scans happening over here. That same guy again. There's a dude that is absolutely determined for the Shadowgast rings and necklace to be at like 4 times their cost, and I'm just like, no, not at this point. Not at this point. Today is about volume sales. Today is not about making a bajillion gold off a single sale. This guy is so all in on jewel crafting. It's not even funny. He told me he had 60 rank 6 rings cut yesterday. He's been buying all of my Shadowgast rings and necks all week. And I've been making like 30-40% profit off every single one that he's been buying, and he's been doing it all week. He's absolutely determined to reset the market. So I'm just going to bleed him dry. If he wants to buy all of my stock, I mean, sure, you go ahead. It's not like I'm short on items, so if he wishes to buy all of my stock all day long, then that's fine by me. Can you send him to me? He must have. I mean, he must have somewhere close to 100 Shadowgast rings and necklaces crafted right now. He said he had 60 the other day, and he's been buying more off me. Because he refuses to seem to allow the market to like be at a reasonable price. And of course he's been not happy about it in my DMs, which is quite funny. He's playing a very risky game trying to buy and flip crafted items. It's like, it should be it's the first rule you should learn very early on when you get into crafting. Goal making is one of those things that, sure, flipping is sometimes good, but you've really got to know when you're doing it. He's buying Shadowgast rings off me at like 60, 70, 80, 90,000 gold a piece when they cost like 40, 45 to make on my realm. Yeah. He's playing a stupid game. Well, he'll learn. He'll learn. If you try and buy people's crafted items for more than it costs them to craft them, they're going to craft more. It's only viable if you control the bottleneck or the whole supply chain. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You've got yourself a money printer there, dude. Cue some prints. I mean, I very easily could just list... If I listed all of these for, like... I don't know. What's my crafting cost on these? These are about 55,000 gold. Shadowgast rings, 291. By the looks of things, are about 55,000 gold crafting cost for me right now. I could almost guarantee if I listed them all at 85, he'd buy all of them. Which is very tempting to do. But I don't know at what point it just feels mean. Because, I don't know. He also told me he crafted... when he told me he crafted 60 of them, he also told me he crafted 60 of them when the Pog Essences were 20k a piece. I just instantly face-palmed. So in a time frame where you've been able to buy Pog Essences for 10k a piece all week, I don't know. I think he's panicking. He should have cut his losses a long time ago, but he's in too deep now. If he's sending you crappy messages, bleed him dry. I don't know why he's chosen to pick on me. I'm not the only one selling Shadowgast rings. I don't know why he's targeted... Well, in fact, I do know why he's targeted me. He's targeted me because he's trying to reset the price to 150k. And my maximum price I'll list these for is like 85. So, of course, you know, all he sees is me deep undercutting. And I'm like, well, you're just being too greedy, my friend. Just because you can sell 1 or 2 at 150k a piece, I'd rather sell 20 at 30k profit a piece. Thank you. Your normal's twice your max? Yes. If I happen to be the only one, then absolutely I'll take advantage if I'm the only one. Normal only kicks in when you're the only person listing it. Which, let's be honest, with legendaries never happens. Normal. This is one thing that it took me a long time to even realise was a thing within TSM. Is that your normal and your minimum and maximum is where your undercuts happen. Is where TSM focuses. The normal comes into play so infrequently, and if you are the only person listing something, you should absolutely be picking a big number and doubling it. But when you've got competition, you want to play within, you know, within a set sort of between two numbers. Barely started already, 1.9 million sales. GG. Good stuff. Sorry, I'm new to TSM. I'll fix it next expansion. I've still not decided what... we spoke about this a bit yesterday. I'm still not totally decided what we're going to do for next expansion. I need April the 19th to hurry up and turn around. Woo! Woo, posting the Pog Essences. Get in, my man. Sorry, I've just undercut you. I am only posting 2 at a time, you're fine. I've not totally decided what we're going to be doing next expansion. I really, really, really like the idea of just going over to the NA realms and starting afresh. Is he insta-buying them now? I think he's literally insta-buying mine. Is he 3 for 3? Is he 3 for 3 on 291 Shadowgast rings? Where are we? Yeah, he's 3 for 3 on 291 Shadowgast rings. 3 for 3. Are these all his? These are like mostly all his as well. Sure. I mean, I'd love to. I don't want to play the cancel scan war. I don't want to give him any sales. I feel bad for the other people on the realm. But maybe I'll make it up to them in some other way. See if he's willing to give me 1 million gold. Should we see if he's actually willing to give me 1 million gold? Should we see what happens? Let's see if he wants to give me 1 million gold. There we go. There we go. Let's wait for the whisper. Wait for the whisper. If you're doing it for series, then obviously you don't want help. But if you want a couple of mil to get you started in the US, give me a yell. I've got a US server. I've got a character over on the US, level 60 character over there. I can't remember how much gold he's got, but it's probably just less. It's probably slightly less than 1 million. Gold incoming. This is a sync error, right? Yeah, sync error. We'll worry about that in a minute. I did tell him the other day that I'll play this game all day long. And one more in at 82 just for the fun of it. What's Shadowgas necklaces looking like? Shadowgas necklaces are up to... Are these all his as well? Goblin War. There it is. There's the whisper. Did you hear it? Dude, you are really idiot. You are dumb. I'll play this game all day. How low do you want to go? What's the profit on the item? Oh, ludicrous. Actually ludicrous. Like, the rings are costing somewhere in the region of about 45,000 gold a piece to make. Why you undercut now if you want sold faster? You need to stay and last post. We was price fix. I sold at 150k. Congratulations, my friend. And you undercut 70k. Buy me out. I dare you. When you want to fuck your gold. Sure. It's gonna get bloody really soon. No, it won't. No, it won't. Tell him you farmed them so it's all profit. I farmed them so they're free. Shall I do it? Should we just go full meme wars? Should we just go full meme wars? Does he know you have 50 mil sat there? No, absolutely not. He was trying to brag to me the other day that he had 8 million gold. And I said, that's cool. I had 8 million gold once. I'm on a high pop EU realm. There's a guy who always posts the 291 rings at around 60, 70, 80k when people are buying them at 120k. He always undercuts with around 9 to 10 rings, so I asked him why he posts without profit. He says he's doing it for the community, for those who can't afford it, so in his community. I'm guessing small time crafters like me are not included. 70, 80, 90,000 gold is still profitable. I hate to I hate to tell you here, but you've got two ways you can play the game. You can play on price or you can play on time. I could either sit here and have to cancel scan against him all day, really rapidly keeping my one item at the front of the queue, or I could not, and it's really simple. Hello, the internet police. I'd like to report some quality streaming content's happening over on Twitch. Right, I'm going full meme mode on him now. I farmed the materials, so I have no cost. No, I can't say that. I can't even. I genuinely can't even go as far as to type that out. It kills me to the core to even try and type that out to him.
Hello there.
You really play like children. You undercut like this. He's gone off on one. I don't particularly want to show you the whispers, mainly because he got quite abusive the other day, saying very unsavory things. If you want 150k sales, then buy mine to flip. Be happy with a slice of the pie. Don't feel as if you should want all of the pie. How you doing, Koya? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. We sold 9 rings for 150k. Congratulations. Send him some salt. What, in the mail? Long time no see, indeed, indeed. You still playing WoW? You about? Essence was like 8 to 10k the first few days. People who stocked up are making bank, yeah. Without profit for you doesn't mean without profit for him. He's still going. He doesn't want to give up. Cod him a ring for 150k. Would you like a ring? Just use /2 and sell cheaper than auction house? Oh dear, he really does want the auction house all to himself, doesn't he? And they will whisper you more than the auction. Oh, this guy. I love getting schooled by some random dude on the internet. And surprise, surprise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people have instantly decided to undercut. Because guess what? It's still profitable for them to do it. Oh, it makes me giggle. Right. How are we doing over here, though? I need to. I can't play with that dude all day. Sold around 12 rings yesterday at 1,500 profit. I'm still glad. Not doing it for the community like him, though. There is solid reasons why I do this, right? And it's because you can very easily overprice things. Very easily overprice things. And with cancel scanning being as it is, I've got today. On an item like the Shadowgast ring, I have 2 options, right? I have 2 options. I can either spend all day cancel and reposting Shadowgast rings at 150k to fight for the sales. Now, every sale that I do fight for and do win, sure, it's a nice profitable sale. Or, alternatively, I could craft 10 rings. And I'm taking the second option just because this one guy's pissed me off. You could do the second option, which is craft 10 rings. If they cost you 50k to make, list them for 75. People can still undercut you and play the undercut game if they wish, but they're going to be less incentivized to do it. You know, it's all about just, do you want to spend all day cancel scanning, or do you want to sell a bunch of stuff still without having to do all the cancel scanning? I think I'll take the latter, please. I'll still do cancel scanning, but this is because Shadowgast rings are not my only market. This is the thing. If you're spread out wide, like I am, I have every single legendary available to me. I don't have the time to babysit one single item. I don't have the time to laser focus and babysit one specific item. This is why you set up TSM and why you have operations to do these things for you. And more importantly, if you can keep your crafting costs down, which I have done, I've put the time and the effort in ahead of time, so that I have the cheapest possible crafting price. Meaning that I can be as competitive as I need to be to limit the amount of cancel scanning I have to do on every single item, while still making sales and making profit. What will he say when your auction house drops to 5% profit sales? The thing is I know that he has to be selling, he needs to sell his at like 80k or something. He needs to sell them at 80k for one of two reasons. One, he told me that's what he was paying to craft his. Secondly, he's bought a mountain of my rings out for between 70 to 80k in the last few days. So he's absolutely got to sell them for more than that. He made the number one mistake of buying out a bunch of crafted gear and expecting to be able to flip it for more. You've got to be super confident with what you're doing to do that with crafted gear, especially expensive crafted gear. Crafted gear at what was already I was already making 100% profit on the price that he bought me out at. Madness. I can't, you know, I can't control other people's stupidity. I think today might get really crazy. My server's out of Pogs, Elysium, and Essences. All prices are going to the moon. I think we might run out of rings. Really? That's crazy. Shall I just make it, like, just put the nail in the coffin? Should we just go like this? What's that, 600k? Shall I just have all of the Elysium? If I just take all of the Elysium. If we just borrow all of the Elysium real quick. Should we see what happens when we borrow all of the Elysium? And we could I mean, this is the funny thing, right? I also have a huge amount of Phaedrum. So if they want to be recrafting using Phaedrum, they can buy my Phaedrum off me. That's not a problem. Somebody made a Reddit post the other day, which was very funny. It made me giggle. Titled something along the lines, in a gold rush, instead of farming for gold, sell the shovel, or something to those lines. And I was expecting them to be talking about, you know, Pog Essences. And then very quickly, out of nowhere, they started saying, well, if you buy and sell Arboreal Shards on the auction house. I was like, oh, so close. So close. You were so close, but you missed the real you missed the real shovel. I think my comment was something along the lines of, you reached for the shovel and picked up the toothpick, because they were so close. Right, well, if anybody wants to make rings today, I've got the Elysium ore. Let me know when you want it. The real shovel's not really the Pog Essences either. Well, no, of course not. But it's it was just like, I was very surprised to see the Arboreal Shard be the topic of conversation. There's no essences. There's no torment essences either. There's literally no torment essences. I'm tempted to buy these just so there really isn't. I have 32 torment essences. That's not even one ring's worth. That's legitimately not even one ring's worth. Sinvir is the shovel on most realms, for rings at least. Yeah, it's definitely going to be the shovel here. I mean, we could do something silly. I mean, I'm not scared of doing silly things just for the lols. Should we just delete the Sinvir ore? If we just borrow all of the Sinvir ore, just like real quick. Just borrow the Sinvir ore. I'm meant to be making gold, though, not spending it. But this is quite funny. I don't think I want all of it. This is come on buy me. Everybody has a come on buy me on their realm, right? It's not just every single realm that I happen to play on. There's a character named Come On Buy Me that posts like this. Loving it, you're turning into me, just doing it for the lols. Last week I was worried that I have way too much Torment and Rebirth. Just check the prices. I'm rich. I'm rich. Let him suffer with his stack of overpriced crafted stuff first. I'll still undercut him every time he posts something. That's really not a concern. I just want to. I can basically say, right, okay then, all right then. If you want the materials to do this, sure. Should we post the Elysium back on? Should we see if we can just get a biter on the Elysium all the same? Let's close those down. All bought. I'll just sell rings all day. All day. Was that a ring? Please tell me that was a ring. No, that was a Progenitor Essentia for 15,000 gold. Wow. Wow. Today's actually going to be mental. Today's actually going to be mental. Why are Pog Essences selling at 15,000 gold? Where have all the Pog Essences gone? Oh god, well I'm glad I've got a fair few. 141 Pog Essences in my bags currently. That's what's the conversion on that to rings? That's 70 rings, right? 600 rebirth on the server, 1,000 Elysium. It's going to be crazy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Get ready, set, go. Run, 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 run. Do you reckon people would buy Elysium for 1,000 gold apiece? Can we make 1 million gold off that Elysium, do you reckon? Is the ring popular for the Unity power? The ring's always popular. The ring's always popular because you got 2 rings. Even if you get like a monstrous drop of a ring from a raid or from your vault or something, you're super unlikely to have to instantly replace or recraft that legendary. I think it also, am I right in saying it guarantees a socket as well? Which is not necessarily the biggest thing, but... And I also imagine there'll be lots of people that will get the Unity, and because they can put it on anything, they'll go, I just put it on the ring. I don't know what it is. It's intuitive in some way for people to just put it on a ring. You know. If you like it, you should have put a ring on it. That's it. Just put a ring on it. Should we just straight up prospect all the Sinvir ore anyway? I'm not going to use the Sinvir ore for anything else. I should probably just send it over and get it prospected. How much did I buy that ore at? 37 a piece? 37 a piece. What does that make my essence price? Usually you should check your numbers first and then buy second, but nah, that's not fun. Sheets, we want to go... where's me prospecting sheet? There it is. If we go... Sinvir, what did we pay? I think I paid 37. 37 gold a piece. Gives me essences at 500 gold a piece. 506 by the time we vendor off the gems. So roughly 500 gold apiece for the torments. Let's clear some bag space real quick. Didn't check prices, just want to see the server burn. Sometimes you just got to have fun. Sometimes you just got to have fun. Is that postal you're using? Yeah, to instantly populate a full mail with loads of materials. You can shift click on an item if you're using postal, and it'll just boop, put all of the same, or if it's all of the same or all of something similar. Bought a few Pog Essences this morning at around 19k since I was out of stock. Should have waited for the price to go down. There's a good chance that Pog Essence price will go up and down like a yo-yo today. Everybody's going to be out there probably trying to do the patterns within Patterns quest, meaning they're picking up lots of treasures. They're killing rares. They're doing they're spending a lot of time in Zereth Mortis. So Wednesday is going to be a day similar to how you'd get a big spike in supply of Korthite crystals on a Wednesday. You'll see a big spike in Progenitor Essentia hitting the auction house today. But it might very well be counteracted by the fact that today is going to be a big day for selling legendaries as well. So what comes into the auction house may also very quickly go out. But we'll see. We'll see how it actually plays out. Right, there's me Sinvir ore. Let's get that prospected then real quick. Let's go. Oh, as real quick as prospecting goes. Pogor, 180 gold out of nowhere. Oh my word. Oh my word. And we wonder why goblins get, labelled as manipulators. He says as he buys out the entire supply of materials on his realm. Hey, I can put them to good use, it's fine. Oh, there's more Sinvit ore. Yoink. All bought. Let's just fill my bags. Reminds me I'll prep the last Pog update. Thank you, Woo. Greatly appreciate it. Think I can hit the gold cap in my mailbox today? Koya, today is the day to do it. Today is the day to do it for sure. If you have access to rank 7 legendaries, today is the day to do it. Even if you don't have access to the rank 7 legendaries, buying and selling materials today could probably gold cap you. There's gold in them, the near hills. DM me on Discord, Koya. I'm at 5 mil mailbox so far. Oh, well, there you go. You're halfway there. GG. Easy game. We're probably going to prospect all this Elysium anyway, so let's just send that over and all. Is that it? Have we got an empty mailbox yet? Oh, no, it's filling with expireds. Okay. No, it's not. Just open everything. Let's get this spreadsheet out of the way real quick. Ah, things are happening too fast. Things are happening too fast. Let's just get everything listed real quick. Already selling 775,000 gold from Enchanted Heavy Callous Hide in the last 30 minutes. Oh my word. Oh my word. Yeah, that's going to be one area that if I want to recraft many legendaries, these Progenitor Essentia that I've got, I'll either just flip them or I'll convert them into like jewel crafting stuff, I reckon, today, probably. Like I said, I am trying my best actually to reduce my overall inventory today rather than rebuilding it up. But I'm very aware that after today, tomorrow, after this weekend, the chances of everything starting to spiral downwards is pretty strong. So it's all about planning ahead. So thinking people prepared and got their second base item turned out to be false. Well, the thing is that people don't... One thing I've learned about goal making in this game over the years of doing it is that people don't prepare for anything. If you even take 1 minute out of your day to look at what might be happening in the next patch or at the next reset, you are in the 1% of players. Most people... The majority... Not even most people. The majority of people do not plan ahead for anything. They act 100% reactively. So they wait for something to happen. They'll wait until they are completely out of potions, and then they'll go buy some more potions. They won't wait and they won't go, oh, I'm going to a raid in a minute. I've only got 4 potions. Maybe I need more potions. No, they'll wait until they've used those 4 potions, and then they'll go, oh, I've got no potions left, and then they'll go and buy them. Nobody ever plans ahead for anything at all. Most people don't. Well, yeah, I was just about to say, most people are exactly like that in real life as well. So to expect people to be organised and plan ahead in a video game is bonkers. It just doesn't happen. So it's this is where you can capitalise on it. You can very much take, 5 minutes out of your day, a few days ahead of time, to plan ahead, and you can easily capitalize on that. Ingots, don't forget ingots. I should check Shadowgast ingots, actually. I should check those, you're right. I should check how many of those I've got. I think I've actually got some. Shadowgast ingots. Where are my Shadowgast ingots in here? I've got... Okay, I've not got a lot. I could probably do with more than that. There's equally not going to be many more Shadowgast ingots kicking about either, is there, if I've just hoovered up all of the ore? Maybe. It's like you know that your electricity bill is going to come at the end of the year. You know what it's going to be. How are people surprised when they get it and haven't put money aside for it? Taxes. Forget the electricity bill. How do people get to the end of the year knowing full well that they have a massive tax bill to pay? It's like, yeah. People don't plan for anything. Shadowgast ingots. Should we just have these as well? Yoink. Boy, I do hope people have... Boy, do I hope people... Look, another 3... Oh, no, I was going to say another 3,500 Sinvir ores turned up. It's not another 3,500. It's just this one dude with all his... He's going to have a good day, isn't he? Corthite crystals, 144 gold. My days. My days. These are going to be sub 100 gold again before long. Wow. Somebody reset these yesterday as well. Somebody reset the Corthite crystal price yesterday. They were up at 1,000 gold a piece again yesterday. Somebody's lost their absolute mind. Somebody has gone cuckoo crazy. Investing in those character transfer tokens paid off for me. Well, it's quite good now. I mean, it was 8 for $80. Now it's I mean, it's 6 for 80 bucks normally, so you kind of got 2 for free with that, and you know, that initial offer. I bought the pack of 8. I've not had a reason to use them for anything yet, but I know full well by the time we get closer to the next expansion, I'll all of a sudden have really good reason to start swapping characters about, so they'll definitely get put to use. It started snowing? Oh no. We've still got lots of snow here in Finland. We've had plus degrees for a few days though. We're still waiting for it to be plus degrees overnight though. That's the problem. If it still dips below 0 overnight, the progress of everything melting in the day just gets counteracted by all freezing up again overnight. I'm waiting for a level boost bundle or sale. Yeah, that would be good. I don't particularly enjoy paying 60 bucks for a max level character anymore. Oh, hang on. I probably shouldn't have been selling all of these Shadowgast ingots. Let's get rid of those real quick before we accidentally sell them all. God forbid we accidentally sell them all. That's not the plan. Am I now stuck in a vicious cycle of everything expiring faster than I can put it back on the auction house? How long is this going to go on for? This is going to go on for, oh my god, a long time. Okay. Yeah. Within 20 minutes, we're going to have lots of reposting to do. So I probably should get a quick rank 7 cancel scan out of the way before we get stuck in reposting everything. How are we doing so far this morning? A little under 900k already so far this morning. I mean, that doesn't obviously account for all the spending we've already done this morning, but in terms of actual sales, it's not bad. I mean, when I say not bad, I want to reiterate that it's only been very, very recently to where I've been able to surpass 1 million gold an hour on my realm. It took me most of the expansion to even surpass 1 million gold in an hour, and I've been able to do it pretty frequently on this realm recently. Goes to show just how batshit crazy it is right now. It's official. This is more crazy than the rank 7 launch day. See, today will be about volume. Today you'll be able to sell a lot of legendaries. This is the thing, right? This goes to show that actually when those prices are 150, 200k a piece, there are a lot of people, a huge amount of people that are put off by the price. That are very put off by the price. They don't want to have to buy a token to afford their legendary. They're more likely to wait. A couple of weeks in though, prices have been, you know, brought down. Prices are more competitive. I'm not selling a single legendary here for more than 100,000 gold, and I can bang them out. You know, today is about volume. Today is about giving everybody the rank 7 legendary that they want and doing it, you know, quickly. Rank 7 launch, I had 3 mil an hour at the moment with prices way down. I'm at 2.5 mil an hour already. See, this is it. Focus on turnover. I try to teach people this as much as possible. Big profits on things is really nice, but the bigger the profit, the less sales you'll make. You want to find that sweet spot. You want to find that point in time where you're making profit and it's very much worth you doing it, but you can also sell the things like candy, right? Like hot buns, they just fly out the doors. And this is, you know, this is how it works out. This is how it plays out. And this is on just a tiddly little realm. This is on nothing special. If I was actually, you know, going for it on Taran Mill right now, I'd be doing 3 million gold an hour. I don't even want to think about what the prices actually are over here. I closed down shop on Taran Mill, though. Deliberately so. I agree with today's craziness. It's allowed me to crack the 250 mil profit. Time to shut down shop. Hey, relax. You could sit on that pile of gold for a long time. Did a cancel scan first thing, went off, had breakfast, came back 10 minutes later, 2.1 million in sales. Go on. Go on. Torment, 1,300 gold apiece. Jesus. It's going to be raining legendaries today. Did I do my rank 7 cancel? I can't even remember now. I think I got halfway through it and got distracted. I'm even selling Pog Essence at 15k a piece. All cancelled first, please. I want to relist my cancels. Most of my sales are leatherworking and blacksmithing. I was doing bits with leatherworking yesterday. I agree. Leatherworking was popping off yesterday. There's also we're probably going to find that the demand for Legos is a lot more spread out today as well. People have had a couple of weeks to get a couple of pieces of tier set. If they're, you know, if they're there's going to be lots of people out there that have enough pieces of tier set for them to consider buying a high stat slot legendary for the Unity, and that will then be a breastplate, a shoulders, a legs, something like that. Which will help spread out the sales a little bit more. That said, half of Hickons' sales are rings. Well, yeah, true. Rings are always going to sell well, though. The majority will probably still want a ring, but there will be a lot more sort of spread out, hopefully. Progenitor or reset worked so good. Should we try a cheeky flip on Progenitor Ore? I don't know if... I mean, I shouldn't buy all of the materials, should I really? I shouldn't buy all of the materials. I need to, you know, be mindful of having something to do. I don't think... No, there's 30,000 Progenium Ore here. There's too many... I mean, we could take it from 16. 21 average sale... See, even if I flipped it at 50, which is going to very quickly get undercut, I mean, it's just another thing to be dealing with. It's more materials that I don't particularly need. And that's a smaller opportunity for somebody else. I don't think I need to take the risk on that. It's not even a risk. I mean, I'll probably come out of it fine, but I've got other things to be doing. Anybody remember when Quarthite crystals were called Progenium Essence or something? Yeah, what were they called initially? I can't remember. I've actually got... I've probably got videos on it with their original name. They were called something similar, yeah. Everything except the Shadowgas breastplate is selling. Have I sold any Shadowgas breastplates? I think I've sold a couple. How many do we have? Shadowgas breastplate. Oh, I do still have 3. I've not sold any recently. What is this dude on now? This dude's now shouting about it in /2. This dude is now complaining in trade chat. He's literally now complaining in trade chat. Because he's given up whispering me. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Hey, we surpassed 1 million gold in sales this last hour. I sold one Shadow Gas breastplate, 250k. Goes to show nobody's listing them. There we go. Helm might be a good slot. No high item level helm on the last 3 bosses of the raid. That was a lazy theory. See, Lazy Goalmaker's got a good perspective on this because he's quite an active raider. So he sees things from a slightly different perspective. I have to guesstimate what raiders will do because I don't really know, is the honest answer. Right, I need to put a bit of focus into burning through these burning through the expireds. Because my inventory is not very big because it's full of Legos. Hey, Shadow Gas necklace. We'll sell a few of those. Bang them out. Oh, snap! Heavy callous hide. I sold nearly 4,000 heavy callous hide on Taran Mill. Go on. My god, the only... I was buying heavy callous hide at like 100 gold a piece. Damn. Yoink. There's a nice healthy 700k out of nowhere. Well, 350,000 gold in profit, probably. Another token to the pile. I'll tell you what, I've actually done really well off the whole skinning craze. Everybody's skinning like an absolute madman at the beginning of the patch is really starting to pay off dividends. The amount of cheap materials I was able to buy because of that was just crazy. And this demand on Legos is causing things like this to happen quite frequently. Never am I usually a big fan of flipping materials, but it was hard to turn down the opportunity. So many materials were just being given away. And I knew that leatherworking is going to be crazy. People are going to need heavy callous hide for a long time still. And it was super cheap. The thing is you just needed the capital to buy it. That was the problem. And not everybody did. Ah, it's frustrating me now, Koya. What were Korthite crystals called before they were Korthite crystals? I almost need to look on my channel and find out. Because I have videos on it. If we go back 6 months. God, look how my thumbnails change over time. I've always thought that I had a relatively similar thumbnail style. Maybe I don't. Ultimate Korthite Crystal Farming Guide. Well, that must have been when it came out. What were they called previous to that? Oh, my top 3 scumbag goal making tactics. I thought that video was going to perform much better. Progenium fragments. Look, it's in the thumbnail. New legendary crafting material.
How are we doing there, boys and girls? Mantius here. And
Progenian fragments. Progenian fragments, and you needed 1 of them. Yeah, there we go. Progenian fragments. I knew they were called something similar. I'm doing a video like that. Hey, if you can get it to pop off in the YouTube algorithm, it's a really good video to have on your channel. Mine just didn't pop. Do you think rank 8's in Season 4? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. I don't, there's... Probably not. I mean, if it does become a thing, cool. But probably not. This is getting tasty. Some items are getting organically reset. See, that is something that shouldn't happen. That's madness. That means people are selling out. That means people are not only selling out, they're selling out, and there's still significant enough demand for them for the prices to still go up. Equip 3 Legos, hopefully, instead. Well, I've said for a while that I have a feeling that they'll just open the floodgate on legendaries. You know, today is about the Unity. This feels very much like Blizzard's midway point. You know, this is what Blizzard is stating that everybody has to do to have a second legendary. Well, you can have a second legendary, but it has to be the one that we tell you can have. And the reason they've done it that way is because it's 10 times easier for them to balance everything if they tell you which second legendary you have to be using, because they can balance around that. You know, when we get past that, once we get into silly mode, Season 4 looks like it could just be Blizzard's silly mode, you know, corruption gear style, just silly mode. What they tend to do at the end of the very, very last patch of an expansion, they tend to just be like, right, just do whatever the hell you want. That could be when they say, right, now you can either just use 2 legendaries, whichever 2 you want, even maybe 3 legendaries. Who knows what you could do. But I think that's more of a likely outcome than another rank of legendary. The player base will be pissed if they release a rank 8 legendary. Like, beyond pissed. Most people are super content buying rank. This is another factor to consider into this. People are happy to buy rank 7s now because they think that legendary is going to last them for the rest of the expansion. They think that, right, it's done. Okay, I didn't particularly like buying rank 6s. I definitely didn't like buying rank 5s. I'll buy the rank 7 because then I'm done. If they turn around and give a rank 8, the forums will explode. So, yeah, I really don't think so. I had to transfer for a lithium ore, literally sold out for about 10 minutes on my realm. Oh no. Don't need rank 8s, just new content will do the job itself. I've not gone through the details well, I've not gone through it, the Season 4 details in any detail yet. But just ever so quickly. I like the fact that Blizzard are trying to reuse and make past raids and dungeons relevant again. I like that. There's nothing wrong with that in my mind. There's a but, though. I'm guessing you sense there's a but. I'm absolutely 100% all for them finding ways to keep the past content that they've created relatively useful to people. Whether it be that, you know, that it scales, whether it be that they throw, like they're planning on throwing some of the past expansion dungeons into the Mythic Plus mix. I like that. But I don't like it when it appears to be at the expense of new content. Now, it's probably not. It's probably not. But if it's in addition to or alongside new content, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. But if the only thing that we're getting is rehashed content, it doesn't feel anywhere near as good. You know, yeah, sure, it's nice that you're gonna squeeze in one last season in Shadowlands, call it season 4, which in my opinion is just, I was talking to Zanzaful about this. In my opinion, is basically just the core of what was left from patch 9.3 after they cut stuff that they didn't want to do. I feel that they've cut all of the new stuff, or maybe moved all of the new stuff into 10.0. And they're just, you know, this is just the bonus features that was going to be in patch 9.3 that they're just kind of, you know, package it up in 9.2.5 and hope people don't notice. Bobby needs his token sales. I think 10.0 is a long way away. The only concern for me is that they're pushing a season 4 and they're doing this, yes, to distract people from the very strong possibility that 10.0 is still a long way away. It's an amazing idea to bridge what is usually a long gap between the last patch and the new expansion. Yeah, like I said, on its own merits, I think it's a great idea. I just don't want to feel as if it's, you know, rehashing something old instead of having something new. I would always prefer something new, but if, you know, if that's not an option, then okay, maybe what I would love to see, at least within the walls of an expansion, right? It seems to be now that literally every raid, when you move on from one raid to the next raid, the old raid is just deleted. You might as well get rid of it. You can't even find pug groups for the previous raid because nobody cares. That, like, the last raid, the second you leave one raid and go into a new one, the old one is donezo. Even within a same expansion. I would like them to try and work out a way to keep the raids that are released within, at least within an expansion, always relevant in some way, shape or form. Could this 9.2 overhaul be the first instance of Microsoft influence? Microsoft don't have any influence. They have zero influence. Absolutely none whatsoever. Because they, you know, Blizzard are legally required to maintain a steady, consistent plan of action. Blizzard are now legally obligated to keep things working as they should do without changing anything. They're legally obligated to do that because that's what's stated within the contract that they now have with Microsoft. Microsoft have agreed to buy them, but it is on, you know, on the presumption that for the next year, next 2 years, however long it takes for the actual acquisition to take place, that Blizzard have to maintain a steady progression forward. So Microsoft don't have any influence at all. Not until the signature's done, until it's signed on the dotted line. Microsoft have zero influence. Destiny 2 has been slowly re-releasing old content from Destiny 1 alongside new content. Yeah, see, I love that side of things. Especially in an MMO. The big advantage of an MMO is as time goes on, the world should grow. The world should feel even bigger. You should end up with an even better MMO. Because every time you add something in, there's something more for people to do. But if you add something new and take something away, you're not getting anywhere, you're just moving along. Where I think the big selling point of an MMO is its scale and its quantity of stuff you could do. So I really like the fact that they're at least attempting to bring back some of these old dungeons, make them relevant, keep the raids, you know, relevant still. But like I said, I would much prefer to see new content and, you know, some keeping the life on with the past content, you know, as a side project kind of thing. I mean, they're already slightly taking the piss. Like, you know, I mean, look at the Mage Tower. The Mage Tower, arguably, very good addition to the game again. It was nice to see the Mage Tower come back. But now they're double dipping on the positive news of the Mage Tower. You know, here's the Mage Tower, and everybody was like, yay, Mage Tower. And then they said, yeah, but we're going to take it away from you. And they took it away. Now they're just giving people the Mage Tower, and now everybody's like, yay, go Blizzard, well done Blizzard, you've given us the Mage Tower. They're just farming likes. They're straight up farming likes. There's a very strong argument to say that they probably should have given it to us and, you know, let us have it. I try to keep my eyes quite wide open to the tactics that Blizzard are using. I've played the game for long enough. I'm old enough and wise enough to see these things because I've seen other people and other companies do it before. Enchanted Elysium bars are sold out on Draenor? What? What? Oh dear. Oh dear. There's still plenty of enchanted heavy callous hide, luckily. Well, for how long though? Enchanted lightless silk is up to 100 gold apiece. That's a reset. That stinks of a reset. Who's that then? Shadowghast ingots, 90 gold apiece. 23,000 gold for Pog essences on Draenor. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. This is funny. What a day. What a day. What a day. I should probably post all of this, shouldn't I? I need to get more liberal with my posting. Scroll wheels go burr. Just transferred about 400 pogs to Draenor from a low pop. I'm not surprised. NVIDIA Studio driver available. Yeah, not today. Do that tomorrow. Not paying 24k a piece. Yeah, not when they've been 10k a piece for the last week, yeah. As much as I'd love to keep selling, I think I might call it with this last restock. Don't want to burn out. Yeah, don't, you know, be happy with your slice, like I tell everybody. Be happy with your slice of the pie. The more you feel obligated to run off with the whole pie, the harder things become. Let's grab out some more Sinvit ore. I need to be aware, actually, for as much Sinvit ore as I prospect, I need to be prospecting an equal quantity of brain. Phaedrum ore, that's the one. Your auction of heavy callous hide has sold. Oh my god, have I been selling more? Woohoo! Right, I really must keep up with my posting. Right, I think we're almost getting to the bottom of the expireds now. Today's paying off not only having the meta slots. Oh, it will. Oh, it will. It definitely will. Craft a bit of everything, sell a bit of everything. My lithium sold. I thought that wasn't going to happen as somebody walled 1 gold below me. People are thirsty. People are thirsty. How are we doing on sales? We are still a little over the mill. A rank 5? A rank 5 unberhide vest of all things. A rank 5. Okay. Okay then. Sure. Not quite sure how that works, but we'll take it. For my sanity, I'm going to cancel these off now. And that will mean that we don't have to deal with any auctions being cancelled anytime soon. Or expiring, I should say. Let's use the right word. I think I've never crafted a rank 5 apart from the first week it was out. I've got too many of them. I still have like multiple of some of the rank 5s. I feel like it's Christmas every time I sell one. To be honest, I can't give them away. It's a bit of a disappointment just how much of a meme the rank 5s ended up being. I think I'm glad that Blizzard learned though. You know, it's one of those scenarios where Blizzard looked at rank 5 and you know that they're like, okay, I see then, fine. I'm glad they kind of learned from rank 5s and didn't do it again. Nothing to move. What about over here? You get a 265 belt for free from the campaign, and then if you want another slot, you should buy the Unity Power and get any item level legendary slot, then craft a Lego. Correct, yes. So the Memory of Unity, assuming that you've hit Revered. Assuming you've hit Revered, you'll be able to buy the Memory of Unity, and then you can recraft it at whatever item level and in whatever slot you wish. Which, to a degree, opens the floodgates for people as well. Interesting part of goal making though, when mats become so scarce, maybe margin is the play. In theory, but it's a very, very, you know, it's a flash. It's maybe a one-day event kind of thing. I still very heavily prefer to focus on turnover. I would rather make a skinny mark, because on a day like today, what's has anybody posted any more Elythium? No, nobody bought my 1,000 gold Elythium. Boo! What a shame. But on a day like today, where there's no Elythium, there's no Sinvit ore, or there is. Oh, somebody's found. Oh, did I post that? Either or, whatever. The likelihood is today. Is that, yes, today is a good day potentially for margin, but then you have to deal with turnover forever in a day. I just want to sell everything today. Just sell everything. Stack it high, sell it cheap. It works for Walmart. It works for Amazon. Stack it high, sell it cheap. Soon as farmers see the pay rise, they'll replenish the market. Yeah, but the thing is, there won't be much of a reaction today, and this is where your point, you know, becomes valid. That today, you know, you can take advantage of it today, but tomorrow it's a totally different game again. Go full Amazon, have others sell and just take a cut. Well, yeah, all that, yeah. That could also work. Probably not quite as effectively as you'd like it to, but it's a good theory. Love the sales, but it's hard to keep up. Yeah, I probably should have played the game properly on Taran Mill. I should have gone for one last hurrah on Taran Mill, but I was quite happy that I was able to just completely liquidate my rank 7s on Taran Mill before, and I was able to liquidate everything at a profit as well. You rarely get the opportunity to do that, so I took it. And as you can see, I'm just slowly working through my 4s, 5s, and 6s as well now. Not that there's any profit in any of this anymore. I just don't want to get stuck with 10 million gold of legendaries. Don't forget to drive them out of the market with your own cheaper product once you figure out what sells. Yeah, Amazon is so cheeky though with that. What's it, the Amazon Basics range or something? What are people having success selling on our platform? Oh, people are having success selling HDMI cables on our platform. You know what? We'll speak to China and we'll make some HDMI cables and we'll sell them for $1 less than everybody else has been. And we'll steal that entire market. Yeah. Yeah, good old Amazon. They are absolutely the wizards of that. Come and sell your stuff on our platform so we get all of the data of what everybody actually wants and at what price. Google's done that too. They provide the flight information, song lyrics, etc. Just scrape websites for the info. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is why big data is a thing, right? If you know what's what, you can make a killing off that information. Can't believe Pogs are like this ludicrously priced on Draenor. 20k a piece now on Taran Mill. Damn. Damn, son. This is a good indicator though, you know. You don't even need to be in the legendary market. You could have just been buying and storing Pog essences for the last week at 10k a piece to sell them for double today with nearly no effort. You try and scrape their websites and you can bet your ass they'll be suing you quick. Well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The rules are not equal. We need to keep up with the prospecting. More importantly, we probably need to keep up with selling some gems. Let's get rid of these real quick. Don't need them in our bags. Let's prospect a couple of stacks of Phaedrum. Where's all my Phaedrum gone? Here we go. Move to bags. I think Genius sued Google at one point and Google lost. Really? I mean, I sound surprised, but I mean, they rightly should. It's just you don't necessarily always expect law to work the way you expect it to when you're dealing with companies that big. Lawyers will do lawyer things. Didn't Google win just last week since Genius didn't actually have the copyright to begin with? Oh. I don't know. I don't keep up with that sort of stuff. Regardless to the result, either way wouldn't surprise me. Is there anything we are out of that I feel the necessity to craft? Shadowgast Waste Guards is a good opportunity to burn through some materials. Umbrahide Treads is another one. Bone Shatter Treads. Umbrahide Waste Guard. Umbrahide Treads. Grim Veiled Belts? Really? Okay, that's not expected. Apparently we're down to 12 rings now. Is that the rings that I have in my bags? How many we got here? Oh no, hang on, that's not the right one. I don't want to change it for all. Okay, that's annoying. Message your new friend and ask why ring sales went down. I know. I'm just going to. I've quickly changed it to post 3 of them at a time. It's a second lawsuit. Oh, so they so they countersued. Oh, genius. All fun and games. All fun and games. I think my new friend has given up. I think he's realised he's fighting a fight he can't win, as he doesn't have a single one listed at the moment. Maybe he thinks that I might run out of materials. Oh dear. Oh dear. Sell out of material. Run out of materials. Let's craft a few things though if we can. Let's chill on the prospecting just for a minute. Let's go. Queue up a couple of things. I don't want to do full restocks, but I do want to queue up a few things. You know what's really annoying me? People are buying Pog Essences so frequently at the moment. I'm ludicrously tempted to just wipe the floor with the Pog Essences. Out of curiosity, who keeps buying my Pog Essence? Oh, I can't. They're materials. I can't see who buys them. I can't see who buys them until they're being bought up frequently enough at 15k a piece. I'm super tempted just to hoover them all up. Very tempted to hoover them all up. I'm quite sure demand has doubled, but supply didn't. I don't want to buy the ones at 20k though. They're too expensive. They're going to bump my average. Fuck it. Should we just hoover them all up? Should we just reset Pogs? I go to work, you're streaming. I come back, you're still streaming. Hey, I'm not the one doing 24-hour shifts, Dirt. I hope you had fun with that. I hope you had fun with that. I've streamed. I've stopped streaming. I've been out the house. I've eaten. I've slept. I've done lots of things. I don't envy you in your 24-hour shifts. I really don't. Ah, YOLO. YOLO. If it's going to be a crazy day, I guess we should. I guess we should probably, if we're going to YOLO, we should do this. We should probably cancel off hours. Somebody's going to be very happy because they've now just made some ludicrous amount of gold off their pogs, but let's have fun. Let's have fun. That's still, interestingly, that's still, even with buying all of those, that still means my average price is reasonable. Reasonable. Your Sylvanas prices are way lower in general than full pot prices. You see, this is it. Like, I'm kind of looking, I'm kind of taking an indicator from, I mean, Taran Mill right now is 20k a piece. Draenor is broken. I've been phased. There we go.
Looking for something special?
Draenor is 22. Yeah. Those prices are very cheap. So there seems to be plenty enough people that are willing to buy Pog Essences 2 at a time to recraft stuff they're selling. So if they want to do that, they're welcome to it. Yeah, I wanted to queue up a few things. I wanted to queue up, what are we, hang on, where's my account gone? Hang on, let's get this cancel scan done first. Yeah, I wanted to queue up a few things that are looking to pop off. I really, really, really wanted to use today to just cash out a bit, but I mean, the inner goblin in me is not letting that happen, is it? Right, we've hit the throttle there. That's not a problem. Let's keep these at the front of the queue. Then stop buying stuff. You can't help. No, I can't. I'm a sucker for a deal. I'm a sucker for a good flip. Can't help it. Yeah, actually, let's think about it. I've bought a lot of Elythium, a lot of Sinvit ore, and I've reset the Pog Essence prices. Oh, and I bought all the Shadowgast ingots. Yeah, I think I've got a bit of a problem. I think I've got a bit of a spending problem. We need to curb that. We need to curb that problem real quick. We need to put a slow the fuck down sign on that one. If you spent all your gold, there's no problem. Well, that's true. But like any addiction, you know, you get the itch again. You get the itch again. It comes back. It comes back to haunt you. Yeah, let's get these relisted and then we can have a look at what we might want to craft a few of. Can I borrow 100k? I'll do whatever you want. Cool, man, I just need a pog. You got a pog? Do me a pog. Do me half a pog. Give me saves on that pog. What is it? Lee Evans, I think, has a... Lee Evans has one of his sketches is about people. Wow, I can't remember what it is. It's like people on holiday with all of the inflatables. He links them to drug addicts in some way, shape, or form. I can't remember what it is. I can't remember the exact thing, but it's hysterically funny. I think it's because he talks about how you're blowing up all of the inflatable toys that you buy for like the beach and pool holidays, and you just get so lightheaded and completely blasted off, like basically hyperventilating. I've probably completely butchered it. Google it, you'll find it on YouTube. It's very funny. Somebody's asking, can you get tier from the weekly quest? No, you can't get tier from the weekly quest. Crazy. How do some people come up with these ideas? Wow, there's somebody on Draenor with the character name Message for Legos. I wonder what they sell. Message for Legos, that's genius. I tell you what, now all the boosting spam's gone. It's actually quite funny to just watch trade chat and see what goes. Amazingly, they don't have all Legos. Really? They have a character called Message for Legos, yet they don't actually have all the Legos. Wow. Message for disappointment. Haha, touche. It'd be really nice if tier sets just randomly appeared in my bags, wouldn't it? It would be nice. No different to me calling my bank character K-Chak YouTube, I guess. Oh, true. I overslept and it seems my entire server did. 31 Legos sold in the last hour. So it's going to be a good day for sales. Or people advertising in trade their Twitch channel. That's just ridiculous. Okay, next restock. My poor mouse wheel is going to be on fire. Draenor's popping off, having to ration my pogs. Ration them? Stack it high, sell it cheap. Stack it high, sell it cheap. Do it again. TTV and character names always funny. Yeah. Okay, we're still selling stuff slowly but surely. We probably do need to look at doing a bit of a restock on a few key items. Shadowgast waste. Let's do leather stuff first. Umberhide treads and Umberhide waistguard. We need a few of those. Umberhide treads. Umberhide waistguard for some reason seems to be doing well. Umberhide treads, Umberhide waistguard, anything from bone shatter. We seem to have blitzed through bone shatter treads and waistguard as well. Interesting. Bone shatter treads, bone shatter waistguard. Hang on. It's queuing these things up as rank 4. Fuck, I hate this. Umberhide treads, Umberhide... What did I say? Fuck, back to the beginning. This is why I don't like doing shit manually. Umberhide treads, Umberhide waistguard. Bone shatter treads. Bone shatter waistguard. That's our leatherworking stuff that I care about. Shadowgast gauntlets sold. First one and the only one I'll sell this patch. Luckily I only crafted one. Damn. After rings it's belt, feet, head today it seems. Yeah, it does look that way. It does look that way. Right, what do we need for all of this then? 280... Hang on. Shopping list. What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Telling me to craft heavy desolate leather? Are you mad? No, that's not happening. Not happening anytime soon. Enchanted heavy... Do we not have any enchanted heavy? Oh no, do we not have any enchanted heavy callous hide? That could be a bit of a boo-boo. Uh, 32 pogs. 10, 20, 30, 40. Progenium ore? Really? What do we need progenium ore for? Alright, well I'll put trust in Progenium ore, arboreal shards. How many shards do I need? A bunch of them. Heavy callous hide and some pallid bones. Let's make my vestiges first. That's enough scroll wheeling for today. Competitors can take the reins. So at some point you got to do it, right? At some point you got to say, right, I'm done now. Let's close up shop. It's been fun while it lasted. I bet we don't have inventory space for this, or do we? Heavy callus, some of that. Pallid bones, some of that. And then a bunch of desolate leather. Tell you what though, getting a tier piece and trading it to liquid/echo would have been the easiest gold cap. That's also true. That's also true. That would have been money in the bank. Money in the bank right there. Let's get these crafted real quick. Hopefully we won't run out of inventory. My bags, man. What I would pay for just like unlimited bag space. I mean, you could, Blizzard, you could take a gold cap. Give me unlimited bag space or an unlimited, you know, reagent bank, and you can just have a gold cap off me. I mean, I wouldn't even hesitate. Just imagine the migrations with unlimited regular bank. That's true, actually. My inventory value plus raw gold is about what I had before, 9.2. You broke even then, right? Few new faces in the auction house today. Let's see what they're made of. See, this is the thing. This is why I preemptively tried to keep the profit margins in check, because I was already getting the feeling that there was too many people for my little server. There is not space for so many people. I mean, there is if everybody wants to cancel scan like a moron on every single slot. But I don't particularly enjoy doing that. $5 mil in the last hour and it's only 11 AM. Go on. There'll be a lot of early birds though. There'll be a lot of early birds and then it'll chill out a little bit in the afternoon. I reckon. Umberhide treads above max, posting at max. What's that? What are they currently listed for? Who am I going to annoy? Umberhide treads. Somebody got a reset on Umberhide treads. Wow, there's literally only 3 of us selling these things. Alright, sure. Umberhide waistguard, insta sale. Insta sale. What else might we want? Should we look at blacksmithing real quick? Anything from blacksmithing? Shadowgast Wasteguard. I need a few Shadowgast Wasteguards. Let's burn some materials in Shadowgast Wasteguards. Why did I put all 3 crafters on the same account? There is not enough prospecting time! There is just not enough time to be prospecting. You watch, you try and migrate them to another account, and then it'll just get stuck in the system. So not only will you not have access to 3 Drawn Crafters, you just won't have access to it at all, because it will get stuck in Blizzard's servers. Guess who just sucked up all the cheap ore on my realm? Go on. Right, what did I say we were missing out on over here? Shadowgast Wasteguards. Let's make a bunch of those. Shadowgast Wasteguard. Doing the big things. What do we need? We need boil shards, probably. Enchanted Aletheian bars. We might as well put all of these in our bags now. Coming to a close on the quantity of those that we have. I don't know why have I got so much per number of threat? That doesn't make sense. I'm sure I did that for a reason. Not one that I can remember though. Pogs. Let's send over some pogs. What else do we need? Pogs. More Pagenium ore. You know what? If I'm using Pagenium ore so liberally, does that mean other people are as well?
Hello there.
Zin Pow, welcome in. How we doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a bit of a ridiculous day like other people are. Ridiculous in a good way. Oh, hang on. Let's send that to the right character. Oh, I need Shadowgast ingots on this dude. Where did I send all my Shadowgast ingots? I sent them all to my hunter, didn't I? For Drawn crafting. We could do with a few over here. Quick switcheroo then. Azeroth, we have a problem running out of pogs way too fast. There's plenty in people's bags, don't you worry. Pogs I don't think are the problem. Pogs are expensive. We're running out of cheap pogs. Cheap pogs is a different story. Cheap pogs is a very different story. I'm quite sure there's plenty of pogs. Month into the patch, I've still not really managed to make any profit off it apparently, so no. You just need to cash out, my friend. Dip your prices, sell it off cheap, take your win. Did double Lego day pop, or was it too early to tell? Are you almost eating your hat? No, my hat is firmly on my head. There is no eating of hats. There's no eating of hats. It is still a reasonably good day in the office. I'm still, I mean, I'm not being as competitive as I could be on other realms. But at least the way that it appears on from what I can see from an outsider perspective, I mean, Pog Essences going back up to 20k, I'm going to be honest, is not something I really expected. Although, there's a lot of them sat here. There's like 700 Pog Essences sat at this price. So this is the doing of just a few people trying to flip them, who might get a little bit itchy to sell them later today. I don't think Pog Essence is actually the bottleneck. Weirdly, I actually think some of the core materials and just crafting time might be the problem for some people. You know, the fact that you have to, you know, if you're selling Shadowgast rings like they're hotcakes, it very quickly becomes, well, how quickly can I prospect to get 40 essences, which is going to become a bit of is going to be the limiting factor, I think, for some people. Why was I over here? I was sending some Shadowgast ingots to the right place, wasn't I? I've got more than I probably need. Here. A rank 6 for 10k. You're selling a rank 6 for 10k? A Grimvel belt? Minimum, normal, maximum, 23. How did that ever sell for 10k? How did it even post at 10k? That's an odd one. File a reimbursement claim with gumdrops. Gumdrops, I'd appreciate if you could fix this, please. I'm gonna buy some flux. Yes, I'm buying flux at a premium, I know. I'm a scumbag. Let's get those listed. And let's take a quick look at tailoring. Capes, I think, is going to be a mad one today. Are we selling many capes? Grimveld cape, Grimveld cape. Grimveld, yeah, capes are a thing. Let's see if we can sell some capes. Now, actually, all that said, capes may become a problem when I don't have any enchanted lightless silk. I don't particularly want to be making these. Maybe I just don't bother. Well, let's see. Let's make what we can with what we've got. Make what we can with what we've got. And we definitely need some tailoring stuff. I do not own a single Grimveld cape, apparently. Kind of need to get to that point quickly, though. Just sell through stuff. Sell it out. Get it gone. Today's a good day that I might be able to shift a lot of stock to another seller. Make it their problem. Post it, you know, at a very almost posted at a price that's almost too good for them to leave it there. Wasting time on this stuff though is totally pointless. I hate to see a bag full of items without having them listed.
Be careful.
Oh my god, 125 legendaries to cancel. Selling some Phaedrum, or jewel crafters are getting desperate. How much Phaedrum ore did we sell? Tiddly. Tiddly amounts. Tiddly amount. 33. What's the point? That's somebody buying it for Shadowgast ingots then. Most likely. Alright, cancel throttle there. Let's see what we can do with the materials we got. Cape. Big boy cape. Big boy capes. 50 enchanted lightless silk piece. I got 400 left. That's what, 8 capes? 8 capes, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Queue them up. Bunch of rebirth, servitude, torment, arboreal shards, progenitor ascent. Okay, that's not too bad at all. We got the arboreal shards here. Got the shrouded cloth here. We need. Do we have a bit of? We've got a bit of a lithium to prospect for the essences. Because our tailor's paired up with a jewel crafter. Because tailoring's just too expensive. Prospect of lithium, go. Did you queue low rank? No, it's got the vestige of eternal on it. I've almost been caught by that though. Even in the early days of TSM looking to build in their support for the optional reagents, I did give them feedback to say that you actually have to, it's actually more difficult to craft. It takes more clicks and more effort to craft a high level legendary manually through Trade Skill Master than it does through the default UI. So how is it any better? Because you not only have to select the legendary, you have to select the legendary, then you have to click a button. You know, if anybody that's ever tried to queue something, so a Grimveld robe, you have to first make sure that you've got the right base rank selected. You then have to click the optional reagent button. You then have to click the only option for it, which is to add rank. Then you have to look, at least these have tooltips now. These didn't even always have more tooltip. These didn't always have tooltips. You just had to know what they were. You then have to click on that to add it. Then it puts it in here. Then you can queue them up. Which is considerably lengthier a process than if I go Grimveld robe. I go, my rank is up here, so that's the same. But I go increase rank, that one, bang. And if I had it, it would just do it. You know, it's actually quicker and easier with the default UI. We need some pogs. We need 12 pogs. Hang on, I'm halfway through a cancel scan. We're getting throttled anyway. Playing whack-a-mole here, can't keep up. Goblin problems. Goblin problems. Keep whacking them moles. 10 and 3. There's some pogs. What else do we need? Progenium ore. I seem to be buying a lot of progenium ore. Right, these are probably going to be my last tailoring crafts for a while. Bedtime, night, EU friends. Good luck on sales. Good to see you again, Koya. Hope you had a cracking day. Catch up soon. Excuse me. I can probably just sell the silken protofiber actually. I don't really have much use for this right now. In fact, I don't think I've really ever had this. Why did I buy 2,000 silken protofiber? Oh, I know why. Because it was cheap. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, there's a bunch of capes. Send those over. Along with a bunch of silken protofiber. We might as well just flip that. Get that out there. Get that gone. We're probably not going to need it. Whoa! Is this really 170 odd gold a piece? Silken protofiber on my realm now? There is some madness going on. Some actual madness. Is it really? Or is it just a... Oh my god. Oh my god, it actually is. Wow. Okay. Did we finish that cancel scan? I don't think we did. Ran out of that and proto pelt on my server today. The only new material that I use for crafting legendaries is the progenium ore. I don't use the pelt. I don't use the pelt. I don't use the silken protofiber. Sold some protofiber today as well. A little bit of a problem though, because now I don't have any anymore. Oh no. Hey, as long as you made profit on it the first time, it's all good though, right? A 117 quick lace stripe band of the Fever Flare for 440 gold. We're in the big leagues now, boys and girls. Competing in the big leagues. Right, get those listed. We'll come back to that in a minute. Right, I think, if I remember rightly, I think I had about 52 million on this realm before I went into today. So we're down to 49.6. So I've spent a couple of million on materials by the sounds of things. We should recuperate that almost instantly. What have we got in the mailbox? We got 1.4 in the mailbox already this morning, and I think we've got another 1 million on the order. So we've broken out. We've broken even for the day now. It took us like 2 hours to spend a bunch of gold and make a bunch of it back again. So now we just need to sell everything. Sell everything. Any chance of resetting the Bone Shatter Waistguard to 150k? Is this people looking to look? Hang on. Bone Shatter Waistguard. I'm going to disappoint this dude when I'm going to turn around and tell him that, well, I'm going to sell him for 62k all day. I hate it when people ask nicely. Oh, I really hate it when people ask nicely, because then I feel obliged to do it. And alright. He'll tell you he's crafted 60 and then have 8 million to burn. Well, yeah, you see. Now I need to make sure I actually change my operation on that. Otherwise, I'm just going to deep undercut him again. And he's going to be right pissed. Auctioning ops. Mail. Waistguard is a T2, right? Mail T2. Was it the waistguard? I think it was. Oh god, this is going to screw up another bunch of stuff. God, it annoys me when people ask politely. Is it a T2? It is. 125. Okay, that's fair. Hope he doesn't feel like I'm debating him now. 125 is my max on those. Don't want to be too greedy. That chair or bed you'll collapse on halfway through your shift was actually a portal to the alternate dimension. So bad at keeping the gold, I always spend stupid things to spend it on. Yeah. Yeah. Bone Shatter Waistguard's up to 300k on Kazakh. The what? The what now? The who's and what's now? Sure. Alright, fine. Bone Shatter Waistguard. Did I actually sell any today? I didn't. Well, he asked nicely. He bought the others out. It's not on me anymore. Right, last cancel scan, then I'm going to go grab a drink. Take a little break for 2 minutes. Maybe grab a snack. I know something was weird, different. My girlfriend had coffee when I got home. Manthias is being nice. I like this way more. Don't get used to it. Cancel those off. Pogs are down to 19 again. Fine by me. Fine by me. All day. All day. Was doing so well on rank 6 last week until Sunday. Bunch of people saw that I was getting good profits and all came into the cancel scan meta on them. Perfect example of why you want to not be too greedy with your prices. Soon as people start to take a sniff that something is profitable to do, they will try and dive in on it. People have almost ignored rank 6s completely. Almost entirely ignored rank 6s because they assumed that the only things that people were buying were rank 7s. Yet rank 6s, still consistent sellers. Still really consistent sellers. Simply because not everybody has the ability to, or the gold to, or the desire to buy the rank 7s still. The only problem for some people is that there's a lot of liquidating of stock of rank 6s. There's lots of people like myself that had a big inventory of rank 6s, which are now willing to sell them at a remarkably good price, just to drop their overall inventory on them. But once that has been churned through, there's still a good. And it will churn through. That's the good point, because there's still some reasonable sales on the rank 6s. People will still buy them. Some of my rank 6s are selling for higher than the rank 7s. Well, this is the worry. This is why people need to reduce their inventory on rank 6s, because when pogs do eventually dip to below 10k a piece consistently, then we start to get into a period of time where you'll probably be able to make rank 6s using the new pog essence. You take the rank 3 pattern and you apply a +3, and you'll be able to do that cheaper than making the rank 6s with Corthite crystals. And you want to make sure that you're not holding on to too much stock when it kind of crosses that threshold. Don't know about rank 6s though, there's profit there, but I could also end up with stock that doesn't sell. But this is the thing, this is why you want to keep like a skeleton supply of rank 6s. I'll still try and keep one of every rank 6, but I'm not stocking like 3, 4, 5 like I was up until recently. There's not enough demand for them to facilitate stocking that highly, but there's still definitely reason to be posting and cancel scanning against them and listing them and all that good stuff, at least short term. That's the button I meant to press. There we go. we still above 1 mil? Oh, we've dropped below 1 million. We've dropped below 1 million gold in the hour. That'll be fine. We've churned through a bunch of our... expired, so we can actually focus on selling a few bits and pieces now. Rank 6s though, you can see that, I mean, I'm not selling obviously mountains of them, but the lower rank stuff is all of that I still have available on Taran Mill. But I've got too many is my point. I've got too many at the moment, so I'm trying to slim them down a bit. I absolutely have way too many rank 5s, but there's basically nothing I can do about that because they are an absolute meme. Right. I think I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. I think I'm going to... Oh my god, was that literally 3? That was 3 legendaries I sold in about a second. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break after I've relisted some more of those legendaries. Quick 2-minute break. I'm going to stretch my legs, go grab a drink, maybe a quick snack. We'll see if I can find anything interesting in the kitchen. And then we'll continue on. I'll be back. I'm going to throw up some ads for a couple of minutes, boys and girls, so feel free to mute or, you know, tab out or do something for a couple of minutes. I'm going to play some ads while I'm away, and then we'll continue on in a few minutes. Or just hit the sub button, you know, never see an ad on the channel again. Up to you. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alrighty, boys and girls. Are we selling stuff? Are we selling? Let's get some juice on the go. Keep hydrated. Okay. Right. Oh! Bone Shatter Arm Guards. Did we just craft a bunch of those? No, that wasn't one we crafted. No. Let's, in fact, always post first. Post first, cancel second. Post first, cancel second. That way you're not left without stuff. Probably should go do the campaign, to be fair. Probably should actually go and do the campaign. But I'm having way too much fun selling legendaries. Way too much fun selling legendaries. I need a creative way to burn through 200 Progenitor Essentia. What can be my creative way to burn through 200 Progenitor Essentia? That's the equivalent of a little over 100 rank 7s. Now I'm struggling on base materials for most rank 7s now. Which was my intention, but entirely by design. But I don't want to get lumbered with too many of these if I can help it. I mean, just straight up flipping them is definitely an option. Free Lego for all of chat. That is an option. Shadowgas breastplate, 70k. Hello, 54 gold apiece. 50 silver, sorry, for Shrouded Cloth. Kill 2 birds, 1 stone. Also means server transfer them to each server for each one of us on. This gives you a how to spend 100 mil. I mean, it definitely does. Sinvir is not bouncing back anytime soon, is it? There's less than 2 Shadowgast rings worth of Essence of Torment on the auction house. There's 79 torments on the auction house. 79 torments with a kicker of Sinvir or at 50 gold apiece. Damn. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Received a whisper and almost fell off my chair. Sell for higher prices, dude. You'll get more gold. This guy made my brain explode. I mean, the logic is there. You can't deny the logic is there. But the, Already burnt through 400 Essentia. Yeah, I'm not really too concerned. I will burn through these. I'm just trying to work out where's the strategic place to put them. I think it's rings, you know. I think it's just all about going monstrously ridiculous with rings. Because I reckon if I push, I could do a just silly amount of sales on those today. Do we... Where's the Shadowgust necklace at? Listed 30 rings on Kazakh last night. They'd all sold by logging in today. There's lots of jewel crafters that seem to have it into their head. Seem to have it in their head that buying them out to flip them is a good idea. I must have sold close to 20 Shadowgast rings and necklaces just to one guy over the last couple of days. But on the flip side, yeah, like Wu said, there is just a boatload of people buying them right now. Although, I've only sold one of the rings in the last hour. One ring, one neck. Kazakh's a bit of a side project for me. Can't spend that much time. I'm sure somebody's making a lot more with them. Yeah. This is it. Be happy with your slice of the pie. You try and run off with a whole pie, there's a good chance you'll trip up. 63 rings in 3 days on Kazakh. That's not bad at all, is it really? It's not bad at all. Three all sold? 3? Big leagues. Big league. Who buys 3 Sinvit or? Yeah, I don't know. Why has my game crashed? No, it's back again. No. Is it dead? Is it dead? Is my game deaded? My game's deaded. Hang on, let me reload the account. Back in a second. Let me. I really need an AFK screen, don't I? That's not the AFK screen I need. I need that. I need that one. No. Okay. Okay. Sure. Just live with that for a minute. Hang on. Hang on. Let me. I really need to make an AFK screen. I'm just killing the screen just purely because I have to type in passwords. And I've seen too many streamers get burnt by typing in passwords. not only do I need passwords, it also displays my email, so... Hang on. Authenticator. Authentications. Are we in? Are we in? What's your mother's maiden name again? Asking for a friend, right? Asking for a friend. I buy 3 ore if I'm missing someone crafting and can't be bothered to change character to get 3 ore. Well, that's true. Convenience wins, right? Convenience wins a lot of time. 24k a piece for Pog Essences on Draenor. On Draenor! There's 162 Pog Essence available on Draenor. Probably the biggest EU realm. And there's 162 Pog Essences available. Ouchistus. There's 1,000 available on Kazakh. Taran Mill, sorry. Where did I get Kazakh from? Cool story about that. I had to enter it in for something and it let me put it in, but when it asked me for it again on the next screen, it complained it was too short. I had to get that. Oh god. See, this is why I have zero trust in like password systems, because they're so dumb. So dumb. Please enter your mother's maiden name. Must contain at least 3 digits. It's like, what? Who has 3 digits? Must start with a capital letter and end with 2 numbers. Huh? How does that work? Bone Shatter arm guards, Grimvale capes, more Umberhide waist guards. Stack it high, sell it cheap. Stack it high, sell it cheap. Let's get it out there. That's 27 in the last hour. It's pretty common in Asian countries to have family names to be only 2 letters. That's true. Yeah, you're right. Very true. I can imagine that being quite a problem. Paste in a password 5 times. Password is wrong. Recover password, set a new one. Paste in the same text that's still on the clipboard. Password has to be different from a previous password. It's funny because that's also true. I've had that happen to me. What are you doing, doggos? You're hooping up my biscuit crumbs. Do we think it's possible for me to sell 291 legendaries today? Across ranks 4s, 5s, 6s and 7s? What do you reckon I'd have to do to sell all 291 of these today? Can we exchange channel points for doggo treats? This isn't the duck stream. This isn't Dash Ducks. My doggo's already too fat. She's already on a diet. If you lot start giving her treats, I'm fucked. I'm gonna be walking the dog like 18 hours a day. Manthy treats then. Well, I also need to go on a diet. I've put on a little bit too much winter weight. Need to get shredded for the summer. 50k, Manthy has a Dorito. That's you know, legally that's called attempted murder. We got to be careful with things like that. Gonna do somebody some damage. They started doing fashion tests on those captures a few months ago. Fuck, am I supposed to recognise a 3/4 pant versus a regular one? Just gave up when they asked me to recognise women's clothing. Oh no. Didn't Google buy capture as well? Doesn't Google own that now? I mean, Google's bought everything. Let's be real here, but those systems are just AI training on the cheap. They are. They are indeed. I also found out a while ago that those captures, you can basically pay some Chinese kid to just answer them for you automatically. I realised that there's like companies out there that will sell you automatic completion of captures, which they claim to be, you know, done by a real human. Somebody's job is to sit there and to correctly answer those captures all day. Like, I thought working in a call center was bad. That must be horrendous. You're going to go home and you're just going to see 9 squares wherever you look. You're going to see 9 squares and you're going to see, you know, you're going to start spotting boats. Oh, there's a boat in square 6. Ugh. Your brain would melt. Don't know if it's still the case, but you can actually intentionally get them wrong and it'll still pass you. It's just training AI to identify particular objects. Yeah, it's humans, what's the word? I don't know. It's like a human confirmation that the AI is either getting it right or getting it wrong. There was a fancy word I looked for then, and it failed me. Used to mistype the text captures on purpose just to confuse the AI training. Some people just want to see the world burn. Pagbees out there. Absolute anarchist. You mad lad. You absolute mad lad. Thug life ain't got nothing on you. I usually just select one square that is not a bus. Grandma crossing the side street. Yep, she's the size of a bus. Oh, did I accidentally fat shame Grandma in a hypothetical picture? Cancel me. I love how we can talk about something so random as captures for so long. It's like, how is that a thing? How have we done this now? Wow, Grandma's 80 today, right? Is she really? Ah, it annoys me. Wow, Grandma's got more of a... Wow, Grandma's got more of a social following than I do. God damn. Is she streaming? Wasn't that a few days ago? I mean, every day for a few days, right? Because, you know, maybe dementia's kicking in. She forgot she had a birthday. She does it again. For the Twitch primes, you know. she's on top of her game. She's had an 80th birthday 5 times this year. I remember when I worked at a shitty job, my grandma died about four times that year. Conveniently, every time, like my grandma seemed to pass away every day after I'd conveniently been out the night before. It was incredible. Day 6 of her 80th birthday subathon, 114 hours deep. Go on. Going in with the slogan, sleep when you're dead. Yep. You could legitimately have 4 grandmas though. Oh, you could, I suppose, in theory. Somebody in trade chat want to buy Grimveld Cape 291, 40k. Now, they're 46k on the auction house because that's what I'm selling them at. I mean, there's being cheeky and then there's being real cheeky. Some people just can't live without a discount, can they? I've had 1.6 million gold in the last hour. Holy shit. This realm is not meant to support this kind of profit margins. It's on your 5th you start having problems. Hey, my grandma's part of a throplet. She's got 4 husbands. Mormon families? How about a Mormon family? Don't Mormons have like 7 wives? So that means you could have 1 granddad and like 7 grandmas. I guess then it becomes possible, right? Are we telling grandma stories now? Apparently. Apparently. Even if the discount is so minor, like 500 gold, they'll spend hours chasing it. You gotta wonder how they value their time. They don't. That's the thing. They just straight up don't. Valuing your time? Are you mad? They are also the I farmed it so it's free bunch. So 1 wife is too much. I want a 1/4 wife. That starts getting into weird territory. Having a 1/4 of a wife is far more weird than having 4 of them. Having a 1/4 wife usually leads to jail time. Yeah. With some solid questions like, where's the other 3/4? Yeah. Who's got the other 3/4? Exactly. Exactly. Good morning, sales going good, I see. Sales are doing pretty well today. No complaints here. No complaints at all. 2 million in the mailbox already. Another 1.5 currently sat on the auction house on a realm that should not be able to support this kind of throughput, but hey ho, we'll take it. Stack it high, sell it cheap. Tends to be doing its job pretty well for me today. I need to squeeze in at some point. I need to squeeze in half an hour to actually go do the campaign. Because maybe I should unlock the second legendary myself. Maybe. We'll see. A lad from school's grandma gave handies on the side. It was your grandma, wasn't it, Pashas? Nothing wrong with a side hustle. Nope. Nothing wrong at all. Got to respect the hustle. Respect the grind. No judgments here. No judgments here. I still remember one of my favourite programs of all time, The In-Betweeners. One of the sketches is where Jay goes. They go on school trip. And when Jay goes to the ice cream stand and asks the ice cream lady if she would like a lick of his cornetto. Still one of the funniest programs ever made. A rank 5! We sold a rank 5! Grimvale sandals! The meme is real! The meme is real! I need to get a new side hustle, preferably one that doesn't require any dicks though. I know you said preferably. That means you're at least slightly open to it, if the money's right. What's your price? My grandma had teeth like jaws and hands like Edward Scissorhands. Yeah, yeah. Not good for business, that. Not good for business at all. Somebody bought the rank 7 cape I made myself and that I put up for the lols at 200k. Now I've got to craft a new one. Oh, boo-hoo. Congrats, though. It's big. It's big. Have you seen the video where a guy paid one of the lads from the In-Betweeners to do a thank you message to his guild in WoW Classic for his legendary staff? Absolute quality. I haven't, no, but that sounds fun. It's got to be Jay, right? A cameo. You can pay for cameos, can't you? We sold an item level 262 shade bound vest. We'll take that one. Somebody's buying up some of this silken proto fiber. An Umbrahide helm to go with it. Jay's a gamer through and through. Yeah, he's got his YouTube channel, hasn't he? Completed it. Completed it, mate. Championship manager? Completed it, mate. His gaming den is quite impressive. Now he's got bags of money. Post everything on an alt account whilst messing about on the main. Do you ever worry about getting banned for transferring large amounts of gold between multiple accounts? No. No, there's no issues with that. It was rumored to be a bit of a thing like previously, but Blizzard actually have some serious amounts of technology that tracks all of this stuff. Technology that tracks anomalies. Blizzard can very easily know that your accounts, are connected and that they're all your accounts. So it doesn't flag as an anomaly. It's when one random person transfers a lump sum to another random person to which they have never interacted with previously before. That's when it, shines a red flag at Blizzard's end. But the technology they got to track this, I think, is pretty sophisticated nowadays. Your account should be the same name anyway. You're also logging in from the same machine. Yeah, you're playing off the same IP. There's so many ways to make it very blatantly apparent that there's nothing dodgy going on. Did once get a warning letter for transferring gold between two of my own battle nets. Talked to a GM and had a right go about getting accused like that. They whitelisted the link between the two accounts. That was a few years back though. Yeah, there was a little report not so long ago that detailed a little bit of how Blizzard go about doing this, and it's pretty sophisticated what they do. It's a lot of it is based on like machine learning and stuff as well, so it doesn't require much input from them. Because obviously you got to remember that even if you've, you know, this is how the boosting community have got away with it for ages, because the technology behind it was pretty solid. You know, if a large sum of gold was transferred from one character to another, there's usually not too much of a problem with that, because Blizzard would also have seen that, oh, well, you both did a dungeon together, or you both you both have the same lockout for the same raid or something. It becomes, you know, there's things there that highlight that something happened between those two accounts and those two characters, and so it's probably all above board. It's if a random character that has never interacted with somebody else at all just randomly transfers a huge sum of gold, then they're like, sus, mad level sus. And they might then look into it, but I think you're pretty safe nowadays. How's the sales looking on Grimvale belts? I've not sold any, nor do I have any listed, so that will be why. Could either be very good or could be tragic. I couldn't tell you because I don't have any. It's the reason I don't do giveaways, because you don't know what Blizzard are thinking. Well, yes, this is also something I have considered. This is something I have considered, that to do giveaways, either of gold or of items in game, or, you know, even items out of game, gets a bit sketchy in that regard. No, unless your name's Magicus and you basically know half of the developers anyway, and your account is basically whitelisted from anything, you can't. Yeah, there are some scenarios where it's a bit dodgy, but the new characters created on a new account gets 5 million in the mailbox, then trades it over to a level 60 in Goldshire. That's going to get Blizzard's attention. Exactly, that sort of scenario is going to set the alarm bells off. That being said, Magicus gave away like 40 Brutosaurs. Yeah, but it was also Magicus has also had his account, you know, locked. His account has been, you know, he's also had to speak to GMs to say, "Oi, stop it." There's But a lot of what his giveaways and stuff are obviously very public. He's not just, you know, randomly giving somebody 5 million gold or a Brutosaur. If he's dealing with the world first raiding guilds, you know, there's a paper trail. There's you know, there's ways to explain what's going on. Does Magicus even play anymore? I'm not sure how much he plays, but he's still relatively active. I think he's affiliated with Echo. I'm sure he helps. He does a lot of the... Because he's got just dirty amounts of gold on so many different realms. I think he works directly with Echo to, you know, buy BOEs and stuff. Or at least I've been aware of him doing something similar to that. Did I just do a cancel scan then, or did I do a post scan? I'm not paying attention. It looks very much like I did a cancel scan. Can you get another player banned by sending them 1 million gold out of the blue? No, you're more likely to get you banned. They are far more likely to ban the trader than the receiver. So yeah, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. That's a very expensive way to get your account banned. Yeah, don't do that unless you want to send it to me. Yeah. insert, insert battle tag here. Yeah. Right, so far, things are going more swimmingly than planned. We are burning through our inventory at a remarkable rate today, which is exactly what I wanted. I'm not selling as many lower ranks as I would have liked, but we are definitely doing bits on the rank 7s. Our inventory is just being depleted at an incredible rate on rank 7s. Which is what I really wanted, because they're the ones that are at risk more so than... Oh, what's going on here? Is this a sync error? Yeah, always a sync error. Feels like the morning madness is over a bit. We can do some ZM stuff for a few hours. I'd agree to disagree. I've done over 2 million gold in sales on the last hour. In the last 10 minutes, I've sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rank 7s. I'm selling a legendary a minute at the moment. I don't think the madness is quite done. And this is on my tiddly little realm. This isn't even on a big realm. The boys on the big realms must be doing absolutely mad things today. My sales are going to slow down though, because I'm going to start running out of the stuff that everybody really wants, and I'm going to end up just trying to push the price on the rest of my inventory that doesn't sell as frequently. But if I can continue to sell a legendary every minute or two, we'll be done in about 40 minutes. One stray rank 5 in the mix here. One rank 5 and one rank 4. The rest of it, all rank 7s. Might stop crafting halfway through the day just to have mats for prime time. Sell it all, craft it again. Pag B, you know the score. Just recraft it all. Take your profits, recraft it all. Somebody reset rings on Draenor, that's why it's up to 113. Somebody tried that for a while on my realm. I genuinely think at these prices that I'm selling these for now, the reason sales are just flooding in is quite literally because I think my posting prices for these are below what most people's crafting cost is. This is also why I'm not having many issues with cancel scans. Volume, baby. All about the volume. On Draenor, though, it wouldn't surprise me if something like the rings do just get reset naturally. Shadowgaster rings. I mean, there's 13 of them. There's 13 rank 7 rings on Draenor. 13. That's like 10 minutes of sales today. 13. There should be 130. They're just getting obliterated. Shadowgaster ring. See, there's 80 on Taran Mill. That's a more, you know, that's a number that I would have expected to see more so. There'll be 113 there in a minute. Yoink. What are the prices on the materials like for 110 gold a piece on a lithium? Ouch. Over on Draenor. Torment's up at 740 gold a piece. The hell is Progenic Pelt on Draenor doing over 500 gold? Hello? Where did... What? What? Hello? Why is this not 50 gold a piece? I'll tell you what. If, like I said, I'm in two minds what to do for the new expansion. But I genuinely do think I am going to have to move. As much as I love this situation, I absolutely love being in this situation where I'm the big fish in the small pond. The big fish in the small pond is fun, right? But this 2.3 million gold, if I was doing exactly what I was doing here, but I was doing it on Draenor or on Kazakh or on another big realm, it could potentially be double. Easily. I'm sure there's people out there right now that are doing like 4, 5, 6 million gold in an hour. Not made a single vestige via leatherworking this patch. Somebody's sitting on the Pog Pelt price permanently. Yeah, that's crazy. It's those skinners, right? The skinners are trying to keep it bouncy. Keep it buoyant. Keep the price high. Hey, up Pog Essences down to 14k. Somebody's pushing. Sold some more silken proto fiber. Another Shadowgast ring. Kazakh started quite late into the expansion with 12 recipes, done 3 million in sales this last hour. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. 8 million in sales in about 2 to 3 hours. Entirely possible to do. Took my gold and logged. You see, this is it. 8 million gold, like that's enough gold to comfortably live off for an entire expansion and some. These days, they don't happen too often, but when they do, if you can capitalize on them, it's literally bonkers. It's actually wild. I'm interested to see just how long these last. 900 Pog Essence. 900 Pog Essence is what? 900 Pog Essence is 450 legendaries. There's probably 200, 300, maybe 400 legendary sales an hour on Taran Mill today. This could very easily get hoovered up. I'm not saying somebody hoovered it up, like hoovering it up in one go kind of thing, but it'll be used. This is my point. It'll get utilized. This is safely the best hour I think I've ever had on this realm, though. Like I said, up until before before 9.2, I don't even think I'd ever broken 1,000,000 gold in an hour on this realm. And we've just surpassed 2.5 in the last hour. Which is just monstrously crazy. A new rank 7s were going to be big. This has actually even surpassed my expectations for them as well. Prices are in constant flux. They are up and down a lot. There's no denying they are up and down a lot, yeah. But like I said, volume, when the volume is there to be had, turnover is always my highest priority. I would much rather sell something for half as much profit, but to sell it twice as fast. Or twice as frequently is maybe the better way to phrase it. I don't get the mentality of people that roll in and drop the price by 50 to 100k. I'm that player. I am that player. And there's very good reason to do it. Very good reasons to do it. You eliminate half your competition almost instantly. The thing is you have to be doing it properly. You can't just dumpster the price of something. You have to be doing it properly. If you're going to drop the price of something, you need to drop it to a price point where it's profitable for you, but not for a bunch of other people. Then you can get rid of half of your cancel scan competition almost instantly. I always assumed it was someone looking to sell their items faster. In many cases it is. In many cases it is, and they're doing it for the wrong reasons. In many cases it is. But what often will be the case, for example, I was buying Pog Essences all week for 10k a piece. They're now 20k a piece on most realms, meaning that my crafting cost is significantly less than anybody trying to craft to sell today. Meaning I can dumpster the price on an item to a point where it's not profitable for somebody to craft and make that item. It's more profitable for somebody to just buy mine, which is the situation you want. And that also restricts the part-time crafters, because, sorry, those who put more effort in should get more rewards. And it works. Exactly what I'm doing right now. Sunday, was it? No, Monday. Monday I started dropping the prices on a lot of the rank 7s. Knowing that full well today I could have this situation happen. Because most of my competition can't easily compete with these prices. They'll be doing their cancel scans, and there'll be a lot of not cancelling item below minimum price on their screens. Whereas I'm still crafting and selling this at a profit. And it's far more casual, far more relaxed, far more almost risk-free. Not completely, but less risky. The token price has dropped. People buying tokens to buy more Legos. It's funny when somebody resets your reset. That's always a fun day. Is that rosé? No, it's just some blackcurrant squash. In my realm, it's like 5 to 8k per sale on many items. yeah, if you look at the profit margins on my rank 7s here, the profit per item is not outrageous. It's not outrageous at all. But if you're stacking it high and selling it cheap, it doesn't matter. You can just burn through all of it in a day. And then you've got the choice, right? If you take a bunch of gold, buy a bunch of materials, and then sell a bunch of items, and you can do that in a shorter period of time, you give yourself way more choice, and you minimize the risk of doing it in the first place dramatically. If you buy a bunch of stuff, craft with it, sell it nice and cheap, take your profits, get your gold back out again, it's a really quick little investment. And because it's crafting, there's nothing to say that you can't then take the gold that you've made and recraft it again. I see people like waiting, you know, just taking weeks to sell a single item. They'll craft it, they'll buy the materials, they'll craft it, and then they'll try to sell it for a high price for weeks. When, don't bother, sell it nice and cheap. Nice and cheap, make it attractive to the person that's actually buying it, you know, that other human that sat on the other side of the screen actually going to the auction house, searching for that item and buying it. They're far more likely to buy it if they see it at a reasonable price to them. 4 weeks into the patch or whatever it is now, if prices are still 150, 200k a piece, people will probably buy those legendaries, but they're far less happy about it. And they're certainly not, you're blatantly advertising a lot of competition. Phaedrum's up to 500 gold on Kazakh. Oh, I love what the big realms do today. I love the way the big realms end up playing out. Is it really? Oxanor 10. Oh, it's not quite. It's not. Oh, Kazakh, sorry. This is Draenor. There's room for somebody to hoover this up, even. There's room for somebody to hoover this up. There's a remarkable amount of Phaedrum ore there for 370,000 gold that could probably be turned around pretty quickly. Sinvir ore at 37. Elithium's at 110. There's not that many rebirths either. And it's already considerably above. This is a reset price already. There'll be people out there with mountains of this in their bags though. Be right back, logging on my alt ore. Yeah, quick. Cash out. Sell. 1 gold desolate leather, bait price. I'm just trying to keep my eyes on the Pog Essence prices. Oh, there we go. Another few hundred have appeared. It's now a bit of a cluster of them at around 23. What were our expectations on Pog Essences? Realistically, this is the last big day in terms of price, I'd say. It depends just how many are consumed, though, today. If people burn through them all today, it'll take a little while for the stocks to replenish. Either it's my my slight slowdown on relisting, or maybe things are slightly starting to slow down a little bit over here now. Only marginally though. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. They're still coming in thick and fast. How are we doing on rings? Apparently we're down to 7 rings left. 7 rings left and 15 shadow gas necklaces. Is our good friend is on. What are the ring prices right now? Plenty of them still. People have still got plenty of them. Didn't I set my operations to post 3 of these at a time? I think I did. Picking up free shrouded cloth literally all day. Money in the bank. Wondering if I should be making more rings. Wondering if I should be making more rings. I probably should do. If we're down to 7. We've sold 4 in the last hour. I'm going through them pretty quickly. Might not be the worst idea to craft some more. Back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Hang on. Right, sorry. Had to fix the wife's computer problems. We're good. Right, where did we get to? Are we millionaires yet? Multi billionaires. Hey! Flipping some silk and proto fiber. Go on then. Hacker man. Not really. Not really. She's got a MacBook Pro. And I don't know my ass from my elbow with a Mac. But it definitely crashed and was stuck in some feedback loop, so the good old turn it off, turn it on again fixes everything. Underestimated sales for today. I started to get a bit of a sniff that sales could be ridiculous yesterday, because I did about 8 million gold in sales yesterday, which was not expected for a Tuesday afternoon. Usually you can't give shit away the day before reset, but some people at least were planning ahead yesterday. What did you say is the prospecting rate for Pogor? Is it as low as Leystrite? For essences, you get about 50% more essences, I think, than you do with Leystrite. But you get 4 times as many gems. So it's very, very gem heavy. Most people, you know, if your Leystrite is about 5 to 6 gold a piece, you can probably pay 10 gold a piece for your Pogor. It's hard to say exactly, but info's in the cheat sheet. Check the cheat sheet. Calculator's updated for the new essences in there, new Pogor. Can't believe I'm actually going to prospect Pogor, not because the Pogor price is too low, but because Leystrite and the lithium is too high. Yep. Path of least resistance to your essences. Can you suggest flipping anything today? Materials. Materials is a good option. Keep an eye on the materials and choose to dive in when you think that there's good opportunity, maybe. Every day is a good day for flipping. The main trick with flipping is, you know, actually finding the cheap thing. That thing could be literally any item in the game, though. It's always very difficult to suggest what you could be flipping, because the answer is basically anything that's cheap. If it's cheap, you can buy it and you can sell it for more, and you can do it quickly. Then get on it. Tokens reach a low of 255. Damn! Damn, son. Should we max out our Blizzard balance again? No, I don't need to. What is my Blizzard balance right now? 150 euros. $3.6 mil in the last hour on Draenor. Go on. Big numbers. Imagine how much money Blizzard are making from tokens today. Why is it so busy today? Double Legos. Double Legos kick in today. Last chapter of the campaign is available, which unlocks everybody's access to double Legos. If you happen to also have been revered with the Enlightened, you can recraft that second legendary somewhere else. Got 92 euros on Battle.net, thought about buying the 8-pack character transfer, but I've got no idea which characters I would even transfer, so 10.0 I guess is free. It's a good way to look at it. Let's get some more rings crafted, I think. I think we need some more rings, don't we? We're selling a good few rings every hour. Let's get a few more rings. Where's it gone on my list? Shadow, where's it gone? Hello? Aha, Shadowgast ring. Probably 10 of them. We need some rebirth, we need some Pog essences. Rebirth and Pog essences. That means we need to do some prospecting of some Phaedrum ore then. We got a bunch of Phaedrum in our bags. Let's get some more. Phaedrum, where you be? There we go. $5.6 mil on one realm, 4.1 on the other. Damn. Basically gold cap in an hour in sales. That'll do. That'll do. Right, let's get that prospecting. Yeah, I think we've got plenty of room for rings, some more rings today. Plenty of room for those. Let's go. 17 currently listed. Still got 15 necks. Could do with burning through the necklaces a little bit faster. Have we sold many necks in this last hour? Whoa, 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 whoa. Relax, game. What's going on here? Only one 291 neck in the last hour. Just need to focus on actually listing it a little bit quicker, I think. I mean, in theory, I could just sit here and repost. It's the advantage of having lots of them pre-crafted. This is chunking through. We still need a bunch of rebirth over here. Some Pog essences. Anything else? Nope, we got everything else we need. Right. We got not too many rank 7s still to sell. We're doing alright. My plans of liquidating my inventory on rank 7s is going incredibly well. I just need to get rid of some of these rank 6s. How do we facilitate getting rid of some more rank 6s quickly today? Because there's people out there that will buy them. Maybe we focus on that another day. Stro said they sold well at 10k. You're right, they do. They'll put. Yeah, you're probably right. They will sell very well at 10k. Especially when your minimum price is 20 plus. Yeah. Yeah, very true. It's one stupid precursor plastoderm. Get out of my bags. Hey, there's a token in my bags. I forgot about the token in my bags. I keep the token in my bags just in case one of my other accounts runs out of game time. And it will automatically use a token. Takes up an inventory slot though. Some more proto fiber. Flipping that proto fiber was a good call. People are hoovering this stuff up. Hoovering it up. Think Corthite crystals might be in demand today? Probably not. Anybody that's seriously active about selling legendaries is going to have their entire focus on rank 7s today. People will, yeah, the likelihood is most people probably won't even be cancel scanning rank 6s today. There'll be people out there that will buy them, but I don't think the Corthite crystals themselves, I don't think there'll be people wasting too much time recrafting rank 6s today. They'll sell them, and if they sell out, they sell out. Want to sell Spectral Tiger Cub 825k. This dude was trying to sell his Spectral Tiger Cub for 1 million gold yesterday. And I offered him 500k and he turned it down. Now he's trying to sell it for 825. He's really desperate to sell that thing. Screw it, we're feeling good. Want to sell Spectral Tiger Cub 799. I actually offered him 550k for his Spectral Tiger yesterday. I offered him 550 because he openly turned around and said the only reason he's selling it is because he wants to buy some tokens for some Blizzard balance. And I was like, well, 550k is enough for 2 tokens. And he still didn't take me up on the offer. Now he's still desperately trying to get rid of it. I'll leave it until tomorrow. Then he'll sell it me again at 550. I used to buy the Cubs to transfer chunks of gold between servers. Yeah, they're really good pets for that, because, you know, and their value is only going up as well, which is why I was kind of, you know, willing to just throw 500,000 gold at one, because why not? Still 2 mil in the last hour. I'll take it. What did we actually spend earlier today? It's a bit hard to keep track with TSM. But we should probably... I've probably not got the stock actually to even... Have I got the stock to do gold cap today? LST, where you at? No, probably not. Even if I sold through all of my rank 7s right now, I've probably only got about 4 million gold worth of rank 7s to sell. I've got 200 Pog Essences, that's another 100. Okay, I probably could. If I burnt through all my Pog Essence today, we recraft a couple of things, use any materials we can use. I want to get through as many materials and as much of my stock as possible today. That's my goal. Sell, sell, sell. Got given my first cub for fixing somebody's PC. Damn. That's a fair deal, I suppose. That's a fair deal. Somebody selling a Spectral Tiger Cub for 725 on my server. I think their average sale is up to about 600k. I think those Spectral Tiger Cubs now. .9 and 5.1 over a gold cap in an hour. Go on, good effort. That's literally ridiculous. To be able to sell enough stuff that you can't physically hold all of the gold on a single character in just an hour. That is madness. That is actually madness. Already disregarding low price Legos until they go up. I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. Another necklace sold. Good, good, good. We need to churn through a bunch of those if we can. Need to increase the gold cap. I wonder what the Bruto would sell for then. Well, see, this is it. If in the black market auction house, if you could... The problem is you can't bid more than 10 million gold because you can't physically carry more than 10 million gold. They'd have to do a lot to increase. But I do think people would spend silly money on the Brutosaur. I think nowadays, you know, the Spectral Tiger, for example, goes for 120 mil. I know there'd be people out there that would spend more than that on the Long Boy. Surely. Because technically, the Long Boy is rarer than a Spectral Tiger. Because you can still jump onto a Discord and find somebody selling a Spectral Tiger. You physically cannot get the Long Boy. Like it's by definition unobtainable unless you happen to be, you know, the most lucky person on the planet to get it on the black market auction house once a year. Just reached my Shadowlands liquid gold target. Thank you, Manthius, for your spreadsheet. Let me know when you come back to NA. Congratulations, my man. Big congrats. We will be... I don't know if you heard. I'm contemplating spending the next expansion on the NA realms. like 100%. Main focus. Contemplating it. Thinking about it. But we'll see. Who cares about the Spectral Tiger or the Bruto anyway? They're the two most common mounts you see people on. But yeah, one of them is actually probably the most useful mount you can get your hands on. Just tell us where so we avoid those realms. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. The NA realms appear to be crazy. Are we done prospecting over here? How many? Oh, we're good. Okay. We need arboreal shards. We need shadow ghast ingots. Let's get these little scrappy stacks out of the way. Now, if I actually want to use double Legos myself today, I need a little under 2,000 reputation with the Enlightened to hit Revered. I might spend an hour or so flying around, gathering some treasures, get patterns done, do the campaign, and kill the world boss. That'll do it, I think. That'll do it for me. I just need to decide when I want to do that. It's very, very difficult to step out of the auction house when you're doing 2 million gold as sales an hour. Very difficult to step out the auction house. I should probably just cheese the auction house as much as I possibly can until I run out of stock and then go do something else. He says as he crafts 10 more Shadow Ghast strings, which will keep me in the auction house for another hour. Just did the campaign, nice enough story. Genuinely can't remember what the last chapter is. $2 million gold an hour, never seen 1 mil yet. You'll get there, you'll get there. We were up to 2.5 earlier. We're up to 2.5. Slowed down a little bit. Auction sold total peaked at 2.6 mil for me, which is a ridiculous amount per hour. Yes. Yeah, the numbers are just silly. On days like today's, the numbers are silly. You gotta be careful you don't get too starstruck by days like this though. Because days like this come maybe 2 or 3 times an expansion. If that. Happy with my 800k in the last couple of days from flipping materials had stored from 9.1. Yeah, mat flips are good right now. Material flips are good. On days like today when the materials just dry out, they just get stripped. The auction house gets stripped dry of them as everybody frantically tries to recraft stuff that they've sold. You can get some good material sales in. We've been flipping some, where are they? Silk and proto fiber today. We sold a bunch of that. We sold some, like nearly 4,000 heavy callus hide on another realm as well. Material flips can be good. I'm actually not flipping a lot of the materials simply because I'm using them. I'm literally using them to craft with almost instantly, but... Bought lots of Elysium for 45 gold the week before rank 7s. Today I'm selling it for 120. Yeah, double your money's more than possible on materials if you buy it the cheapest and sell it at its prime. I wonder if I should switch off my Progenitor Essentia listing. Do I think now at this point I'd be better off to just utilize the ones I've got? I've got 188 left. Less than 200, which means that's less than 100. Less than 100 rank 7s. Now at this pace, excluding a few sales here. 1, 2, 3. I think I'm selling about 30 rank 7s an hour. Literally one every couple of minutes. Means I could probably craft with these, burn through them. What's my smart buy on these? Yeah, see, I can sell these like all day long. I wonder if I wonder if I just remove all of mine. Any chance tokens get lower than they currently are? 255 on EU. Want to stock up for future shop purchases? Very unlikely. Very unlikely to get much cheaper than they are today. When you look at it from the perspective of what causes the token price to dip, the token price dips because more people are taking their credit card out their back pocket and buying tokens from Blizzard. At what point do you foresee where people will be more likely to do that than they are today? The only other option... Yeah, I can't see any. They might go slightly lower this evening, but I mean... Can we just buy the tokens and then resell them? No, because don't forget, you get 13 euros of Blizzard balance, but it's 20 euros to buy one. So there's Blizzard take a €7 cut off every token, every time a token gets bought and sold. Yeah, if you buy a token using gold, you can either turn it into 30 days of game time, or you can turn it into 13 euros of Blizzard balance. But if you use Blizzard balance to buy a token, it's going to cost you the same as what it would do if you did it on a credit card. So there's that €7 or $7 difference between them. Right, I think on the basis that my what I have available to sell is now pretty limited. There's a bunch of stuff I just don't have any of, which is the likely reason to why my sales have slowed a little bit right now. The question is do I burn these pogs into just recrafting these stuff? Or do I just straight up go ham just flipping them? Because I'm making a profit flipping them. I might just cancel all of mine off. I'll leave a few up there at high prices. Let's... I really do need to do a reload, actually. How many high value materials do I still have on this character? I've got a bunch of lithium, bunch of heavy callus hide, and then the rest of it is just guff and a bunch of Phaedron. So I probably want to use this heavy callus hide to make as many leatherworking Legos as I can. Sell through those. As I seem to have had very little problem selling most leatherworking legendaries today. Imagine capes being bought out, reposted for 250k, and people having taken the price back down to 60, all in 20 minutes on a medium pop server. Yeah, that sort of stuff will happen. That sort of stuff will definitely happen. So we can burn through over 50 pogs just doing a restock on leatherworking. That sounds good to me. That sounds pretty good to me. Heavy desolate leather, we need 1,200 heavy desolate leather. I think I still have loads of the stuff in the guild. Oh, not as loads as I thought. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I think I've got enough Phaedrum though. Ah, there we go. I knew I had more heavy desolate leather. I knew I had more heavy desolate leather. I knew there was no problems with heavy desolate leather. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Send those over. We need 400 enchanted heavy callus hide and 400 additional okay, hang on. Hang on. Oh, was that pallid bones? Oops, that wasn't the one I was meant to press. I need 428 enchanted heavy callus hide, so that's 4, 8, let's just say 900 heavy callus. Let's send that back to be turned into what we need. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Let's turn that real quick. While we're doing some cancel scans, we can be turning that into the enchanted we need. Assuming I have... Oh no! Where's all my soul dust? It's all on the auction house. How's your Unity reset day? I guess you're in it now. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. There's over 4 mil in the mailbox already, with 1.5 still on the auction house, and I'm just doing some recrafting. Doing a little bit of recrafting. $500, good, beautiful. Weirdly, my best seller was the Nex. I've got a fair few of those I need to burn through. I'd be happy to get some good sales on the necks. I'm not gonna lie. I've got a fair few of those I could chunk through. Although I've sold a fair few of them. I might have to take a bit of a break just to go and eat some food at some point. I don't want to sit here and burn myself out all day. Second place was the rings. Yeah, jewel crafting's going a bit crazy. Jewel crafting's going crazy. This is why I've stocked up on jewel crafting ones. Stock up a little bit. Make sure that I don't run out too quickly, too easily. Boots and belts have been doing really well as well. It's very surprising to see how well the belt has done. I think there might be some people that have seen that it's a Unity belt and maybe thought, now this is all speculative, but maybe some people thought that the free belt that you get, you could upgrade. And when they realize that you can't, they've then bought a rank 7 belt. Or they're just buying the rank 7 belt thinking they can upgrade the existing one and having to actually craft it. And you know, I don't know. But belts have been surprisingly good. Belts have been surprisingly good. Boots have been popping off. Belt is suggested as it's one of the highest stated non-tier slots. Oh, well, there we go then. Decent stat budget and a socket. Well, shows what I know. But either way, yeah, belts have been doing remarkably well. Boots, belts, jewellery is best for most PvPers, so that's probably also why they're selling. Woo! Yeah, it's safe to say it's been a pretty interesting day so far. Decent run yesterday for an amateur. How are you doing, Gertie? Welcome in. I mean, you're hardly an amateur. If you're proactive enough to keep your eyes on what's going on, you're hardly an amateur. I don't think there's anybody that lingers in and around the goal making community that's really an amateur. Belts and boots are being recommended for second Legos because you have the 4 set pieces in the first Lego on the 5th set slot. So they're suggesting belts and boots all over the place. Belts and boots it is then. We'll stack the belts and boots to the hills and we'll sell the belts and the boots. We're waiting on a few bits and pieces over here. We need... Let's stack up on some of the other stuff we need. Our heavy callus, our enchanted is being made. We need some more pog ore. Of course we do. 250 more pog ore. $250 more pog ore. Couple of valor. 7 valor. 7 essence of valor. I'll just buy those. Because they're the cheap ones. I'm not sure why I need those of all things. Where are they? Essence of Valor. Ah! That's genius. I love it. Somebody's reset all of the essences. Somebody's literally reset all of the essences. Oh, genius. Oh, that's genius. I need to find out who's done this. That's hysterical. Oh, I love this sort of stuff. This is why I love reset days. Okay. Okay. I think somebody's just straight up bought them out then. Oh, that's funny. Is prospecting profitable at current essence prices? Oh, I don't know. Hey, look! There's some very dodgy looking names there. Some very dodgy looking names. But the same 3 names are listed for all the 3 essences. That's hysterical. Make a quick video, 5 billion gold an hour prospecting, yeah. That's hysterical. Oh, I love it when stuff like that happens. Somebody's just gone balls to the wall and is like, right. Right then. Probably an amateur at goal making, if I'm honest. I attempt to make goal and do it for a few weeks, but then stop. Never make more than a few 100k. Hey, if you're happy with the amount, if you're happy with your results, though, it's all good. It's all good. Essence of Rebirth is like literally 1,000 gold cheaper than a Pog Essence. Oh, it's so funny. I love days like today. Well then, okay, sure. We'll get our Valor from somewhere else. Not a problem. We need a bunch of Desolate Leather, bunch of Heavy Desolate Leather, bunch of Aborage. Okay, all of that's in the mailbox. Not happy with that. Wish I could make more. Just too slow to the trends of things. Biggest tip I can give you is just keep your eyes on what's coming. Keep your eyes on what's about to happen, and you'll accidentally fall upon gold. Let's go jewel crafting real quick. My UI is broken. Let's do a quick reload. Things are breaking. Why did this stop making? You continue making. Today's crazier than the rank 7 launch. Do we think? Do we think? In my opinion, nowhere in volume, yeah. Oh, volumes, yes. Profit, not even close. I literally made 20 million gold profit in a day. There's no, there's literally no amount of craziness from today is going to facilitate that sort of ridiculousness. But in terms of volume, you could probably do more in total sales today. Hey now, I made 15 mil profit yesterday on the NA. It's probably not too far off then, I guess then. That's good effort. Kind of helps when your smart average buy on Essentia is 11k and they're selling for 22. I mean, that definitely helps. Yeah, there's no denying that definitely helps. I did better yesterday than the rank 7 launch. Margins were better, but the guy who crashed the market on the rank 7 launch is gone. When you've got multiple gold caps, it's easy to reset markets for fun. But then I hate it when others do it on realms where I'm a small fish again. And the cycle continues. Yeah. I made 1 million gold off 8 pairs of unbehind leggings within 4 hours on the rank 7 launch. See, this is it, right? It was more about just massive, ridiculous sales. Today's about volume. Today's about just selling lots. Everybody wants their second legendary, and they're a fraction. In some cases, they're literally, you know, a tenth of the price they were only 2 weeks ago. So nobody's really got any concerns with buying their second legendary today. To the point where I bet there's people buying 3 or 4 today because they're like, oh, I paid 400,000 gold for my first rank 7. Oh, I can actually afford to buy 3 of these. Great, I'll get one for my ult and my off spec and my best friend and my grandma. There's probably a lot of that going on today. What did I need? I needed some Valor, which primarily comes from Solanum, I think. Yes. There we go. One more. There's the Valor. We need... What do we need? What do we need? We need Desolate Leather. We need Heavy Desolate Leather. We need Arboreal Shards. We need Pog Essence. There's our Pog Essences. I need the things that I need to make the Vestiges. We can make the Vestiges. No, we're going to need the Pog Ore for that. Didn't I just buy a bunch of Pog Ore? Did I never send it anywhere? Or did I relist it? What did I do with it? Did I just instantly relist it? I might have done. It might have got caught in a post scan. At least you didn't buy 140 tokens a piece when the price was 20k higher last week. Yeah, but it will also be it'll be 40,000 gold higher next week. So, you know, it balances out. You win some, you lose some. Crafted a whole guild's Legos, although one guy, all through one guy, I bet I've made 80 to 100 for a 20k tip each. It's not bad going, not bad going. If you can find yourself a supplier, it's all good. Find that guy in the raiding guild that's responsible for getting hold of everybody's legendaries. One token equals a rank 7 for a main and 2 alts, or both the Legos on one alt. Yeah, at the moment it's not bad. Generally, the price of them I think is very competitive compared to what rank 6s were at the same sort of price point, at the same time I should say. How many of these have we got? 385. We're getting there. Where's me Pog Essence gone? Pog Ore. There we go. Leatherworking. Nope, we're going to be making the junk crafting. Right. Quick bathroom break. Back in 2. No sales in an hour, start cancel scanning auctions, something sells mid cancel scan. One thing I've noticed as well, I don't quite know how it's a thing, but it definitely is that I've noticed a lot of the time, the very second I log into a character, I make a sale. And it can be the only sale I've made in that last hour. And it happens the very second I log in. And it's almost felt like, what's going on here? This doesn't feel right. How is that a thing? How have I managed to log in at the exact time I make a sale? I've always wondered how that works. Does it work if you keep logging out and in? If only, right? If only. Yes, that's a thing. Sounds like an idea for video. 10 million gold an hour relogging. Hey. Who knows? What I do get when I log in is like 2 to 3 whispers asking for crafts. Well, that's because they've got you on the friends list. That's because they're waiting for you to log on and it pings them when you do. Last login, first out, the new auction house system? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe there's some sort of maybe your auctions get boosted, or even worse, maybe your auctions get blacklisted when you log out. That's the real cancel scan meta. You actually have to be logged in 24 hours a day. Imagine that. If you weren't logged in, your auctions didn't appear. Oh my lord. Could you imagine? The chaos. The actual chaos. You have to be logged in 24/7. Sounds a lot like Path of Exile trading. Yeah. I'm amazed Path of Exile have not done something better to allow trading. But then again, I like the way that they have a super duper hands-off approach. Am I out of shards on this dude as well? My god. I'm out of shards. I need another 500 shards. Sure, okay. I need some desolate leather as well. Oh, this is my shard buying dude as well. Oh, it means I've actually got to move. I've actually got to move. Okay, well, let's craft what we can off the list. And then we'll move. Oh. Well, we didn't get very far with that, did we? Oh, it's because we're actually out of heavy desolate leather. No, I don't want to juggle things too much. Send. I'm going to have to go over to Ardenwell to buy some arboreal shards unless I happen to have some somewhere else. Oh my god, I've got less than 3,000 arboreal shards. Oh my days, I've got less than 3,000 arboreal shards. What are we going to do? It claims I've got 625 in my bags, which feels off, because I don't. Oh, I do. Lies. I log into a crafter, get somebody babbling in a foreign language, something about materials and 3.5k. Don't you play a lot on the German realms? Or you on those? Or you on those dodgy Russian servers? You've built yourself a reputation for doing face-to-face trades. It's entirely your own fault. You brought it upon yourself. You've only got yourself to blame. NA peeps in chat, how's the day after reset going? A lot slower, I assume. It's still super early over there, though. Super early. Is it super early or super late? I don't know. Either or. I'm no good with time zones. My brain hurts when I think about time zones. Right, to Ardenweld we go. We need more shards. Russian servers are a nuisance to create characters on. I have to turn on the Google Translate app on my phone and scan the screen for text. Yeah, that sounds like a lot like hard work. Too much like hard work. Where's the flight master gone? He's all the way over there, isn't he? Nope, where's he gone? Hey, Spectral Tiger Club. Quick cancel scan. You should try deleting characters on Russian Realms, as you can't copy and paste the word delete. You have to type it to confirm deleting. Oh god. Oh no. Can't you just bring up an on-screen keyboard? Bring up the Windows on-screen keyboard and set it to Russian. If you can touch type, you should, you should still kind of be able to do it, right? Is that a thing? Is that possible? Because at least it shows you the word delete on the screen. You just copy the characters. Type Blatz to confirm. God.
How may I aid you?
Oh, there's a few more pogs on Draenor now. There's a few more pogs appearing. Wanna buy 291 Shadowlands Tailoring Grimveld Cape, have mats. Good luck with that. I genuinely think they just bought one.
Is that your wallet?
Ah,
Are you just
I
glad to
think
see
somebody
me?
just bought.
Both, I hope.
Oh, I need to see if that's the same person. Oh, how the hell am I meant to work out which one it is, the one I've just sold? This button. No, because that button doesn't work. Oh no, it was a different person buying the cape. Natty with a tier 1 sub. Oh, you're gifting subs. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Kahani, make sure you get your thank yous in order. Appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you. Hey, we're in Ardenweld, right. Buy some shards. Buy some shards. Grab some desolate leather. Take all of that one. What do we need? A stack of heavy. A stack of heavy. Oh, no, more desolate leather, of course. Just migrate the character to a non-Russian server, then delete it. Follow me for more life hacks. It's gonna cost you 10. It's gonna cost you $10 just to delete a character off a Russian server. Oh, it's like 12. It's like 12. 30. It's basically a token, isn't it? It's gonna cost you an entire token just to delete a Russian character. That's the how-to basic approach. On-screen keyboard. Yeah, see. Always thinking. Some people are cheapskates, selling off rank 2s and 3s today. I don't really understand quite so much why you'd buy anything lower than a rank 6, though. Because your freebie belt, right? Your belt's item level 265, right? So you realistically, you arguably shouldn't even be buying a... I suppose unless you're recrafting on a different slot that's not the belt. Maybe. I don't know. I don't get some people. Some people don't get themselves, though. So... There's definite logic to having nothing more than the power. But the thing is, if you're that not... Oh, I suppose you don't even need to do the campaign on your alts then if you're recrafting something new. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, people buy stuff. People buy stuff good. People buy stuff, goblins win. That's all we care about. People buy stuff, goblins win. It's the way the world goes around. No socket on the welfare belt. It's also true. No free dinners on charity. No free dinners on the charity. There we go. There's 3 of every leatherworking thing again. Let's see how many people we can annoy now. Unbehind vest above max price, posting at max price. Unbehind waistguard above max price, posting at max price. It's because my max price is remarkably tight, margin-wise, because I don't want to be pissing about cancel scanning. Just found out that you can just direct upgrade a rank 4 to a rank 7 without crafting it new. No. Oh my lord. Well, that was an easy way to quickly sell 3 legendaries. Yeah, I should probably go and do the campaign. I should probably go get my welfare belt. I should probably look at recrafting a second legendary. The problem is it's so hard to step. I mean, I took 10 minutes out of my day. I took 10 minutes out of my day to go and recraft some more leatherworking legendaries. And in that time, we nearly went 20 minutes without selling a legendary. Which is unheard of. Broken. Skipped rank 5 and 6s. I reckon there's a lot of people that skipped rank 5 and rank 6s. Rank 5s and 6s were just too expensive for too long for too many people. Too much like hard work. Get the belt tomorrow, no stress. You're probably right. You're probably right. We should cancel scan like our life depends on it today. I'm slowly chunking through my Pog essences. I've got 126 left. That's enough for 60 more legendaries. We've got room for another restock today. Arguably, I should probably restock tailoring because tailoring seems to be popping. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on with Grimvale belts? What's going on with Grimvale belts? Did I just see that right? Grim... What's going on with Grimvale belts? Okay, nothing's going on with Grimvale belts. LST's having a heart attack. Oh no, that's bid. What's going on over here? Okay, no, that's sensible. Oh, my auction house status way out. Minimum buyout 231,000 gold an hour and a half ago on a Grimvale belt. Yeah, safe to say the market the market crashed on those again pretty quickly. Remember that time I said sales had slowed down? It's time to go do Zereth Mortis. I'm still in the auction house. Can't leave. It's gotcha. It's gotcha. That's the problem with min buyout, of course. Yeah. I wish Blizzard just took it out of the game, you know. There's not Blizzard, sorry. I wish TSM just got rid of it. The min buyout causes... It's there for one reason and one reason alone. The problem is that because it is there, everybody tries to use it for stuff. Min buyout is the biggest bait price source in the entire game. But TSM can't easily get rid of it because the one thing it's very good for, and the only thing it's good for, there's no alternative way to, you know, do it. They could just make it hidden. They could just make it so that you can't reference it, I suppose. And for those that aren't quite sure what I'm talking about, when you're looking at crafting within Trade School Master, your default craft value method takes into consideration what the DB min buyout is of the item. So if the item you're looking to queue up to craft is already being listed on the auction house for a certain value, that's the only time you should ever even remotely consider what the DB min buyout is. Is when speculating whether you should queue up something to craft. Even then, it's not a great indicator. So it's, yeah. It has its place, but it's not really great. Did I just say double bone shatter waist guard? Why do I get the feeling that some people are choosing to I get the feeling that some people are choosing to buy out my stock right now. They're choosing to buy my legendaries to try and flip them, I reckon. Who bought 2 bone shatter waist guards off me in the space of about 3 seconds? Bone shatter waist guard, bone shatter waist guard. No, they were legitimately different people. Well, there we go. Fine. I think I've still actually got quite a few... I think I've still got quite a lot of enchanted Elythium bars. Maybe I do a restock on blacksmithing next. Just to, you know, try and fairly share the wealth of materials out. Or to burn through as many materials as I can. Let's do a quick cancel on everything before we do, though. Let's log out to... blacksmith. The quantity of names on that is frequently appearing on my list is a lot smaller than what it was just a couple of days ago, which is the effect that I kind of wanted. This is why I started, you know, chunking away at some of those ridiculously high value legendaries that were being listed a few days ago. Is our see our annoying jewel crafting friend is now not even online. Goes to show that the system works. Finally sold my rank 6. Good effort. Another ring. Another pair of bone shatter arm guards. Right, let's go TSM rank 7s. Bunch of waist guards, bunch of arm guards, bunch of sabotage, bunch of everything. Alright. Bunch of everything. Another 26 Pog Essence. $10, $20, $30. Oh, hang on. There's actually exactly a 6 stack there. 26 Pog Essence. Shitting me, another 300 Pagenia more. And another 800 Shadowgast ingots. How many Pagenia more did I say? 310. These Shadowgast ingots, I'm less excited about getting these. I need to go in fact, I've got 1,500 Shadowgast ingots on the auction house. No, not today. Not today. Get off the auction house. Not running the risk of selling those. That should be it, right? Open the mail. Yep, that should be it. Bunch of Pagenia more, bunch of Shadowgast ingots, bunch of Pog Essence, bunch of shards. And then a bunch of flux. Bunch of flux. Beautiful. Huh? What was that we sold? Veiled Augment runes? Sure. Of all things. Is there any enchant to speed up crafting in Shadowlands? No. No, it's just slow. Or let me put it, it's not slow, it was just faster in BFA. Yeah, sad face, unfortunately. Who would have thought it, right? To look back on BFA and go, If only we had BFA again. That's a sentence you don't hear people say very often. Wow, good times in BFA. Good times. If only we had the scrapper. What I'd do to farm oh my god, Expulsum. Think I overinvested into Shrouded Cloth? No, not possible. I want BFA flying to be free next expansion so I can fly around gathering materials and make mounts. What? You didn't unlock flying in BFA? How dare you? Good times in BFA with the Psycho buying out all of my enchants and glyphs to repost at his ideal price. Guess he's still got about 4 million worth of glyphs. My lord. My lord. People be crazy. People be crazy. It makes you wonder how those people ended up with so much gold in the first place. Because if you're that bad at, you know, if you're that bad at investing into things, beggars believe how they made gold in the first place. Alright, there's another hour's worth of legendaries. Maybe. Ish. We haven't restocked tailoring. But I know for a fact that I'm short on silk for tailoring. Now while I could just buy a bunch I can't even buy a bunch, look, there's not even any there. I mean there's enough there for not a lot. We'll probably run out of capes. Have we already run out of capes? We've probably already run out of capes. I might buy those just for the lols, just so I don't have to make the damn things myself. It's literally the only bottleneck, isn't it, really? Do you want to buy any lightless silk just to maybe craft a few? If I do 3,000 lightless silk, that's 1,500 enchanted. Yeah, sure, go on then. Give us something to be doing on this character in between cancel scans. We got a bit of dust still. Oh no, I'm accidentally spending gold again. This is against the plan. This was not the plan. The plan was not to spend. Do a cancel on all the Legos. You're right, Annie managed to get the Bruto in time just because that bug in Kazakh which delayed the patch. Wow, okay. Spolsum was balanced around the scrapper, not versus having the scrapper, so they would have rebalanced it much better, I think, without the scrapper. Yeah, sure. Alright. There's an unnecessary amount of faith in that somewhere. Cloth belts on the auction house for 148k. I think they were about 50 on my realm. If Expulsum was bind on account, it would have been fine. Now I've got 2,000 Expulsum on a non-crafter. Yeah, I definitely put my multi-box accounts to good use in BFA with Expulsum, not going to lie. I definitely took advantage of having 8 accounts running simultaneously. Made the scrapping process a lot more manageable. Obviously it meant all of those characters had to have a use for it, but that wasn't too much of an issue. I've just realised I've done over 100 sales now. Until tomorrow, from this point onwards, I've got no idea how much gold we've made. Because we're only ever going to be able to see the first page of the mailbox. We're into unknown territories now, boys and girls. So we got 1.3 still on the auction house. 1.3 on the auction house with 112 in the mailbox already. Of which, maybe we just take this one. We won't count that one. We won't count that one. We won't count that one. Okay, that didn't make much difference. Anything that doesn't directly give player power should be account-wide, not character-wide. And then even some player power account-wide is fine. Reps, expansion, progress trees, etc. Anything that requires the actual physical player behind the character to have had to put reasonable amount of effort into, I don't think it's justified really to make that character do the same thing again. Account wide reps is massively abusable. Is there really much that would facilitate abuse with that though? I'm not sure. Pandaria trick to get reputation was fine. What did they do in Pandaria? Was it that if you were exalted on one character you could buy the... Was it Pandaria where you bought the tokens to get 50% rep gain on your alts? How much gold would I have made in 24 hours if I had Crafter's Marks first on 20 realms rather than just one? Oh, I suppose that's the point. At Revered you could buy 50% extra for the account. Yeah, there we go. I knew it was something like that. I knew there was some sort of 50% bonus somewhere. I couldn't remember exactly how it worked. That's one person one day. They don't need to balance a game for 10 million people around that. The thing is it probably wouldn't be one person for one day. Because if accounts were truly account wide, one person hits Honoured in 6 days and has the market to themselves. And if that one same player could then replicate their ability across all of the different... How many people do you reckon actually hit Honoured? Basically within minutes of each other. And would have all attempted to do the same thing. Actually, what it does more so than anything is not necessarily directly benefit those individuals, but massively just nullify the results for literally anybody else. Which, yeah, you would argue that one person getting rich on one day is a thing, but nullifying the effect of a rep gain for the other 9.999 million people is actually the knock-on effect. Because within 24 hours, but then again, you could argue that within 24 hours, every single realm had multiple crafters honored, and the cancel scan kicked in anyway. I don't know. You'd have to look at it at an individual level, but yes, there is. I definitely agree. There is definitely. Yeah, there's pros and cons to that for sure. Give me all professions on one character. Yeah, amen. Amen. I really want my perfect scenario is to allow me to play this game as much as I want, allow me to have multiple ults if I want, but equally at the same time, if I want to do everything on one character, allow me to. Hello, wife. What's up? Hang on, hang on. Migrating toons with hundreds of 262s was already bad enough. No to the account-wide rep, but the boost is nice. Yeah, I would like a system that if you want to just play one character and you want to theoretically do everything on that one character, you should be able to. But it then should be made simpler that if you do want to swap between a hunter to a mage to a paladin, if you want to change your class about, sure. But you know, you shouldn't have to 100% replicate something you have already done, because you're only one person. You are a player. You can have multiple characters in the game. That shouldn't be the problem. But you are still one player. If there's enough to do in the game, it should be fine. I'd be okay if they allowed us to learn all secondary professions on one toon. What? Cooking, fishing, archaeology. You already can. Do you mean like the gathering ones? That makes more sense. Yeah, I'm also of an opinion that gathering, I think, should just be baseline almost. Gathering makes sense being baseline to me, in a way, or at least they need to balance it a little bit. They need to balance it. I mean, because everybody is technically a cloth gatherer. Literally every single character is a cloth gatherer, but you have to spec into being able to pick up a flower. It doesn't really make as much sense to me that everybody can gather cloth, but you have to be being an enchanter to get enchanted materials is fair. Maybe they could just make it so that if you're a miner, you know, if they made the gathering professions baseline, but if you were also spec'd into a profession that was like blacksmithing, for example, maybe everybody can mine at a basic level, but if you happen to be a blacksmith or a jewel crafter, you get a bonus to your mining. That kind of makes sense to me. If you're a leather worker, you get a bonus to skinning. But picking flowers is very complicated. Hey. Well, yeah, you asked the wife. If I buy her the wrong flowers, whew, might as well have not bothered. You buy your loved one a flower, and it's got a bumblebee in the end of it, and it stings their nose, and they're allergic to bumblebees. Yeah, it's a tough game, that flower picking. You walk through that graveyard on your way home, and you get some flowers. You give them to your wife. All of a sudden, you're an asshole. Can't win. Actually, can't win. So yeah, maybe I take it all back. Maybe picking flowers is too difficult. Maybe it should be a primary profession. You're right. Want to trade? Mine doesn't like flowers. Grave moss sells great. It actually does. It's really quite rare as well. Oh god. It's funny because it's true. But yeah, minus the memes, I kind of think that gathering should be baseline. It makes sense for gathering to be baseline. Fishing is baseline. How is fishing any different to mining? Are you using a fishing rod or are you using a mining pick? Fishing, mining, you know, I think they should be baseline. But just give a perk to if you happen to be of the profession that has a use for it, then your expertise maybe at mining is increased or something. Coming home with yellow carnations, big no-no. I have no idea what a carnation is, but I'll nod politely. There's no way to see if you've been undercut on materials at the same price. No, I don't think there is. This is why I still use 1 copper undercuts on materials. I'm still old school in that regard. I'm a big advocate for undercutting. I know people don't like it, and it's often very frowned upon. But I'm a huge advocate for undercutting. I'm sorry. If I come home with flowers, my girlfriend would be asking if you... Yeah, that's it. It's a big fat, what have you done? Hang on. What have you done? 1 copper, liar, liar, pants on fire. Or, in my case, it's probably 1 gold. Pog Essence, I undercut 100 gold, and that really annoys people. Default UI auctions tab, select your item on the left. I'm sure there's ways. We've gone 7 minutes and we've not sold anything. Is my auction house broken? Am I being DDoSed here? What's going on? $1 silver is the minimum undercut you can do. You know they're removing copper in the next update of TSM. Big news there. TSM 4.12, they're going to remove copper. Just gold and silver. Good fuck copper and silver. They need a goblin currency. We need platinum. Give us platinum. 1,000 gold is equal to 1 platinum or something. We need more Blizzard, you love yourself a good currency. Give us a proper goblin currency. This gold business is too much like, you know. Then you can have 10 million platinum. That becomes the new gold cap. Progenium? Maybe. Copper, silver, gold, platinum, progenium. Diamonds? No, diamonds are for girls. What's wrong with 123.45 gold? Why do we even need silver? Platinum will allow us to get our own Uncle Scrooge gold coin pool. Butt coin? No, nobody's about that butt coin life. Hard no on Buckcoin. Pog Bucks, though. Oh, now we're talking. we could talk Pog Bucks. DSM defaulting to silver unless you must add the G. Must have tripped up quite a few. Oh, it definitely has. It definitely has. A lot of the time you'll see, you know, accidental listings be because somebody's not pressed G. Yeah, that's definitely caught a few people. TSM coin, Manthy coin. I am not starting a cryptocurrency. Let the people know. I am not starting a crypto. The rug is going to stay firmly beneath your feet. But support on Patreon. Get access to the latest and greatest TSM groups and operations. If we're going to throw a shameless plug in there somewhere. Let the people know Manthius is... No. You missed a word in there, Derp. You missed a crucial word in that. $50% off Pogcoin with code Manthius. Good old student. What are we selling? What are we selling? A bunch of stuff. The rings have started to sell again. We've started to sell some jewel crafting stuff again. We're up to... Whoa, why does it do that every time? Can you stop doing that, please, game? 1, 2, 3. We're up to 5 rings now this hour. Fine, if you don't, I'll make a Manthy coin. And I won't make an emote for it. How about that? It's a deal. Cheap shrouded. Go on then. I'm now selling my own shrouded cloth at prices that I normally would buy it for. I've been able to get it that easily, that cheaply, that frequently. Yeah, missives are still probably pretty good today. Yeah, that's probably a pretty solid shout, you know. Missives are probably still pretty good. Pretty good. Hold on, we're not getting past the emotes topic quite like that. Yeah, I'm not so good on the emote front. One day in the near 23rd century. Is inscription good for goal making? I mean, outside of missives, probably not great relative to other things right now. Yet I'm sure there's still tomes, I imagine, are still pretty hot commodities. Believe it or not, Dark Moon cards and Dark Moon decks for the Dark Moon trinkets, probably. The new Shaman glyph, possibly. Yeah, although I would imagine the market is pretty saturated on those at this point. Vansis runes, there's an opportunity there. I would equally imagine, though, it's one of those things that is so easy to come by from a raider anyway. I'm not too sure. I don't particularly pay much attention to inscription outside of literally the very first hour of the expansion. Maybe the first week. When Dark Moon cards are really just like popping off, that's where Inscription's at its best. Ooh, loads of undercuts. People are switching their attention from rank 7s apparently. Maybe they're frustrated at my incredibly low prices. Pog Essence at 30k on Twisting Nether, doubling my gold selling them at the moment. 30k. What's it like on 20k on Taran Mill? Draenor is at 20k a piece as well. People love this 20k price point on these. People love the 20k. It's settled down a bit on Draenor. There's always a lull in the afternoon. There's that morning rush. I'm not sure how many remember it quite as vividly, but the rank 7 day. Rank 7 day, there was a couple of hours in the morning where it was just madness. 7 levels of chaos. But then it's really slowed down again in the middle of the day. And then towards the evening it picks up again. The low pops, the glyphs are a steady goal maker for me. 8k and up per Mage Tower shoulder enchants. Yeah, there's lots of little... This is the thing about crafting that attracted me to it very heavily to begin with. Once you see your senses and realize that farming is just a sucker's game, if you really want to actually make a solid amount of gold, you need to... I'm still, there are times where farming is worth your time, but for the majority of the time it's not. When you first start switching into crafting and buying and selling and that sort of stuff, you quickly find that there's lots of professions that have lots of little things, and all of those little things together add up to be a nice amount of stuff. This is why the past expansion crafting for lots of people is still very lucrative. Simply because there's no competition on it for the most part. If you get those rare patterns, you basically have the market to yourself. It's usually quite low in terms of an investment. Most of your time or your investment time is front loaded. But once you've got the pattern, you've got the pattern, Once you've done the rep grind to get that rare pattern, you've got it. And you've got it forever. There are patterns that people did a rep grind for 10 years ago that they're still selling and profiting from today. And that's how you scale. Now there also comes a point with crafting where you are actually able to just make too much stuff, which is a problem that I struggle with. This is why I don't really do much past expansion crafting anymore, because there's usually enough current expansion stuff to keep me more than busy. And I don't like realistically dealing with too many stuff. I'd rather be competitive in a smaller market than super widespread, which is what you could do in theory with crafting, but I've got a hunter with a lot of old leatherworking patterns that I made that made a lot of gold, I found, but I no longer play the server and don't want to fork out the money to bring it over. I mean, server transfers are much cheaper now, but they're only cheaper if you buy them in bulk. That's the problem. They're still 25 bucks a piece, which I think is, outrageous. You can get them less than half that price, but you need to buy like 8 of them, which is the problem. I think a lot of people were hoping that when they did the bulk character transfer option that was also going to bring down the cost of the regular transfer, but Bobby likes his boats, yo, so that was never going to happen really. This is why I'm still so very heavily attached to the Sylvanas realm, because my main character, or my main characters, because I've always played a couple of different characters, are fully loaded. Like my hunter, for example, has been my main character for so long at this point that the thought of not playing that hunter makes me feel ill. Honestly, that character is literally my character. I've done everything on that character for the last 3 or 4 expansions in a row. So much progress and time and effort has gone into that one character. If I move to another server and I move home somewhere else, that character's going to have to come with me. I flip-flop from Horde to Alliance and vice versa from expansion to expansion, so I have 2 servers, but never really play on both at the same time. I've pretty much historically only ever really played Alliance. I've had a few Horde characters in the past, and I've technically got more Horde level 60s now than I do Alliance, I think. But I still primarily play Alliance, just because I kind of always have, and because I'm not heavy into raiding, there's never really been a really solid good decision for me to switch everything over. I just, you know, for the most part, it's all much of a muchness. You planning on getting the Brutus Sword now that it's resurfaced? I'm keeping my eyes open on it. I'm keeping my eyes open for it. The problem is I still don't think that... I mean, it appeared once. It appeared once on Hyjal in the EU. And since that's happened, I've not had a single report of it appearing anywhere else. So, the fact that to say it's resurfaced is kind of... I mean, it appeared once. It's not really a resurfacing. I'll keep my eyes open for it, but I'm not actively going out of my way to try and get it. If I happen to be up at the time of day when the black market auction house resets, I might, you know, take a look, but maybe this is just how rare it'll be. I mean, if it turns up on one realm once a year, it might as well just not bother. I mean, at that point, like, literally, what is the point? Bruto was on the black market auction house or a box? In the black market auction house. It sold for gold cap on Hyjal a couple of weeks ago. Bunch of people made videos on it, apart from me, because didn't think it was newsworthy because it happened once, but apparently it was. With 2 bids though, sucks to be the first guy. Yeah, sucks to be the guy that didn't max bid it instantly. I was like, oh my lord. The fact that it didn't appear between the change and 9.2, but it has surfaced since, gives a bit of hope. Yeah, well, we'll see. Luckily, I know that Trade Skill Master does track black market auction house info. So, I will, I can always quiz TSM. Has the Brutus Sword been seen anywhere? I also got some very interesting information a while ago about the average sale price of things like the black market auction house containers. There's some very interesting info regarding that. The TLDR is quite simple, that if you play on a high population realm, if you play on, you know, one of the big servers now in the EU, you're paying 1million gold a box. If you play on one of the big servers, 1million gold a box. You can, in the EU, you can get the boxes ever so slightly cheaper than that. If you happen to be on the right server at the right time. But the big servers, Taran Mill, Twisted Nether, Kazakh, Draenor, those sorts of places, you're paying 1million gold a box on the black market auction house now. Buy mine on for the videos on a low pop at around 400k each. Yeah, if that's the case, you were buying them as close to the minimum price that they sell for. The reason I wanted to spread out some wealth was for cheaper boxes, but people still pay stupid prices on any realm now because of the Bruto. And I don't need the Bruto. Yeah. Yeah, there was some very interesting... The boxes, though, I shit you not, are basically free on the NA realms. Basically free. If you have an NA account and you want something cool out of those boxes, and you're on the right realm, or you can transfer gold to the right realm, the boxes are like literally less than half the price on the US. Literally less than half the price. Mental. Actually crazy. All adds into the theory for me that the EU is just far more competitive from a gold making and collecting sort of point of view. And I would imagine it probably has something to do with the fact that there is far more players in the EU. The EU servers, I think if you add up the total population of all of the EU servers, it probably doubles, if not triples, that of who play on the NA. Which, you know, goes to reason why everything is, you know, people will spend more on everything. Isn't the token also literally half? I mean, not far off, yeah. Woke up to a 5 million mailbox with overnight sales. Twice as high as the last I've ever seen. Damn. Go on, PKB. Big stuff. I'm tempted to put a main character on NA as well. Yeah. Yeah, this is what's this is some of the information that's swaying me to go play over on the NA servers. Problem is you can't do anything with the balance on NA if you don't live there. What do you mean? Oh, don't you have to provide proof of address or something to even convert it to Blizzard balance? You can't redeem balance on the NA, only game time. You can't use Battle.net balance if you're EU over on NA. I find it difficult to believe that the word can't sits in there. Surely there's a way, right? You can buy time, but you can't store any balance. Why is that a thing? Do you have to prove that you have an American address or something? When you use a token in the game, you only get the option to add game time. The balance is grayed out. So what's the protocol then for? It's like a geo lock. Because your Battle.net balance is stored to a single currency, so if you want accounts in multiple regions, you should first create a new Battle.net for each region. Oh. Ah. I think I might be alright then. Because I have a separate Battle.net account. I have a separate Battle.net for my NA realm. It's not paired to my EU one at all. It's a totally separate account with only one thing on it, which is my one NA account. I don't know. One day, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not at that point yet. When you registered that Battle.net, I bet you registered it as EU. I probably didn't. I even could be down to IP geolock. Say hello to my VPN. I'll look into that. I kind of knew there was some shenanigans with that, but I'll look into it at some point. Hang on. I should probably do a cancel scan. Where's all my Legos gone? Oh, we made a bunch of this enchanted lightless silk. Good. We should probably do a little bit of a restock on tailoring then. I was kind of waiting for that to just finish. A few days ago, I was bored, bought a black market container for 842k on Silver Moon. Got extremely lucky. Yeah. 842 is a good price, believe it or not, nowadays in the EU, if you play on a big server. Especially with legendaries, you know, printing money for people as well. The competition to buy those boxes on the big servers is going to be even higher. You want to know something really interesting as well? The day... I don't know how much of this information I should be giving out. The day the Wowhead article went out, and all of the videos went out saying that the black market, that the Brutosaur was back. You know, the Brutosaur is back day. That day, where Student made his video, Wowhead had the article about it. That same day, black market auction house containers went for upwards of 4 million gold on that one day. And then they spiked and then they dipped right off again. There was definitely some people out there that took it to believe that, oh my god, if I buy a black market auction house box, I might get the Bruto today. Some people totally misinterpreted it. Yeah, there was some recorded sales of... I wonder... I'm not sure I can actually show you all of the data, but I will quiz TSM at some point. Maybe I can... where's the graph? EU container sell price data graph. Sorry, I got it slightly wrong. 2.8 million gold was the highest recorded price for a black market auction house container, which conveniently landed on the same day that all of the information went out about the Brutosaurs being back. 2.8 million gold was a recorded sale price for one of the containers in the EU. And you want to know the funny thing as well? Is it didn't just happen in the EU. Somebody paid 1.7 million gold for one over on the US realms as well. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. 2.8 million for a mop pattern. Yeah, GG. Yeah, for a black tabby cat. Great. Excellent. I mean, I can't tell you what was in the box, obviously, because I don't know, but the highest recorded sale of recently for the container, 2.8 million. What professions would you say looking into when starting out? My answer is very generic and very boring. Herbalism and mining. If you're starting off, you need liquid. You need liquid gold. You need actual gold before you can get really deep into crafting. Because crafting is about rotation. You need to buy a bunch of materials, craft a bunch of things, sell a bunch of things, take the small amount of profit that you made by doing that process, and do it all again. That's how the crafting works. You need, if your server is got really competitive prices on crafted gear, you need maybe 1 million gold, 1 million liquid gold. You need to spend 1 million gold to craft a bunch of things that you then sell for like 1.2 million gold. So you actually need like 1 million gold to quickly and easily make 200,000 gold to increase the amount that you have. Now, 200,000 gold through farming, you can do that in a few hours. This is my point, right? So if you start crafting if you've only got 100,000, 200,000 gold to start crafting, you're gonna spend all of that gold, you're gonna craft a bunch of things, and you might make 20, 40,000 gold from doing it, and it might take you a few days to buy those materials, to craft all of the things, a good few hours to spend on the auction house selling it all for like 20 to 40k. It's just not worth it. You can do that in an hour farming. This is the thing, right? Farming is one of those things that it's a means to generate gold. Once you've got a bunch of gold, you can use all of the other professions and all of the other crafting professions to take the gold you already have and turn it into more. But you need a sizable amount of it to begin with, which is the thing that most people don't sort of, pay too much attention to. And then eventually it gets to the point where, well, how quickly can I spend the gold? Because the quicker I can spend it, the quicker I can turn it into more. So yeah, it's a really generic and it's a really boring answer, but it's the right one. And it's herbalism and mining. Go out and gather stuff that the big crafters on your realm need and aren't willing to go out and get themselves. Sell it to them, and then once you've got a reasonable amount of gold, you can start looking at crafting and selling stuff yourself as well. Now, when I say herbalism and mining, I'm basically talking about trading your time for gold. So that could be a bunch of things. Like even alchemy technically is basically the same, right? You buy a bunch of material. Alchemy is kind of the middle ground, because you have to buy a bunch of the herbs in the first place, but then it takes you hours to craft all the pissing things. They take ages to craft. Same with enchants. They take ages to craft. You're milling herbs, making inks, making glyphs, making missives. They take lots of time to do it. That's basically the middle ground, right? Instead of actually going out and getting the materials, you buy the materials and then you spend the time that you would have spent going and getting them to do something, and then eventually you get into the crafting side of things where you start focusing on gear, you start focusing on people's power upgrades, people's leveling gear, and eventually you get to this silly stage where you just start creating people's best in-slot gear and you start posting and selling for millions of gold every hour, and it just snowballs out of control eventually. But there are steps you have to take to get there. But if you do them in the right order, you can do it quite quick. Xananthid has disappeared. I'm late to the party. Yes. Oh, God, yeah, Xananthid. Xananthid's going to go up in price again, isn't it, with the Mage Tower? Is that, like, literally next week now? Yeah, it is. Yeah, either I'm running out of stuff again. Oh, we need to do a restock on tailoring. We've got like literally nothing as far as tailoring is concerned. Let's restock tailoring then. TSM groups, rank 7 cloth, restock. Wow, hang on. Why is it telling us we need literally 3 of everything? Does it not think that we have anything? I mean, that's a lie. Grimveld hoods, we've got 2 of. I don't want to craft 3 of them if I've already got 2 of them. Did I just do a cancel scan? Have I got to put... No? Maybe I do not have any. Hang on. Hang on. Hood. Grimveld hood. No. Apparent. Hang on. Hang on. We've got 1. What's going on here? What's going on next week? Mage Tower's back again. Mage Tower's not only back, but Mage Tower is going to be permanent as of March 29th. Mage Tower is coming back and it will stay. It's going to be a permanent thing. I might put this into... I'll let this legendary craziness get out of the way, and I might put it into a little informative video for people, but... there's obviously going to be gold making opportunities with the Mage Tower coming back and it's staying around, but they will be very top heavy. They'll start off, there'll be a big demand for it, but it'll trail off and it'll eventually just end up being another side hustle for people. There won't be this big every time Legion time walking is a thing, it'll all pop off. It'll just be a constant casual thing. But yeah, the Mage Tower becoming permanent. There's some opportunities, the same opportunities that were there previously, just maybe not to the same level as they were once. But there were some people that made millions off the Mage Tower last time, so we'll see how it goes this time. Cancel scan game is the most boring thing I've ever done. Even selling the Legos isn't satisfying enough to cancel the boredom of it. Yeah, I can't disagree. It's not particularly fun. It's not particularly fun in any way, shape or form, but often doing whatever the meta is usually the least fun way you can do the most optimal way to do something is often the least fun at the same time. Because if it was fun, more people would do it and it wouldn't then be the most optimal. It's kind of a it's a catch-22 situation. It sort of has to be frustrating and annoying to do to naturally put most people off wanting to do it, to give the advantage to those that then are willing to do it. Hearing the dings go burr, I mean, that's always fun. That's always fun. There are markets out there that you can do that without cancel scanning. At the right time, anyway. There's 1,000 exotic leather on Tower and Mill at the weekend. The Mage Tower's back in everybody's mind. 50,000 of the stuff has appeared. That's funny, yeah. Yeah, don't forget there'll be people with guild banks full of stock from last time. The whole thing may not end up being as wildly profitable as it once was. There'll still be money to be made. Anytime there's a new thing is always an interesting time for many people, so What do I need? I need a lot more enchanted lightless silk. A lot more. Let's get working on that. Let's fix that problem. I've noticed a few weird things that are unintuitive about the LST restock window, by the way. Probably try and fix those soon to make it a bit more intuitive, smoother. I know I don't use LST for restocking as much as I should. But I think I've had this same discussion previously, that I'm a man of comfort. I've used Trade School Master for so long. Even when I know Trade School Master's not super optimal at doing what it is I want to be doing, I just can basically do it in my sleep, and I just know how it works inside out, which is worth quite a lot to me. And in this scenario where I'm only dealing with rank 7s, I mean, it's neither here nor there which I use. I need to do a bit of prospecting. I need all 4 essences by the looks of things. I should have some lithium, I think. Or I did. Oh, I don't have that much. I don't have enough for those essences. TSM needs way too many clicks and thinking. Yeah, you're probably right. It does need way too many clicks, and you do have to think about it way more. But when you've done it as much as I have, and I can do it without most of the thinking. Started making gold making hammers because I had to pay back a friend's loan to buy the Brute. My repayment was 100k a week. Took me 8 months to pay it off. Hey, well, I'm glad you did. Glad you kept your word. Some people would have just bounced and said no more. Fair play. Oh, I need a little bit more ore. A little bit more ore. And then 1,000 more enchanted silk. 46 pog essences. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Hey, this is going to burn through most of our pog essences, look. This might be our last major restock. Our last major restock, maybe. Let's just send a little bit of lithium over there. Where did all my lithium go? Where did all my lithium go? I bought out a lot of lithium earlier. What did I do with it? I think I sent it all to... Oh, it's back to 90 gold a piece. Oh, well, I'll just buy 400 of it. I don't care. I'd rather just spend 40k than try and work out where the rest of it's gone. Two, 4, 6, nearly 800 of those are on their way as well. What do we need? 3,500 shrouded cloth. 3,500. Buy. There we go. What else did we need? We needed pog ores. Another stack of pog ore. I wonder how much of this stuff I've actually bought today. I've bought a lot of this today. I should have stocked up on some of this. Though my goal has been to burn through materials, not stock up on them, so it was probably wise to not have done. Huh? What's going on? Oh, there we go. Just cleared last mats from stocking character and guild bank. What a day. Yeah, that's my plan. I'm very slowly but surely getting there. This is probably... This restocking of tailoring now is probably going to be my last major restock. Then I will just turn most of my focus on just burning through all of the items that I've crafted. If we can then get down to like, I want to try and hopefully by the end of the day get down to like less than 20 rank 7s in stock overall. Because obviously there's going to be some sticky slots that I just can't sell the stuff. And that gives me the option then to sit back and relax for a little bit. Which was entirely my plan. My plan was to go pretty aggressive for a couple of weeks. Cash in, cash out. Bish, bash, bosh. And we're slowly but surely working towards that goal. And with this stack of legendaries here, we should be nearly close to completion. Yo, there's 100 people in here. Welcome in, boys and girls. Good to see you. Loads of people kicking about. Guess it's a busy day. Guess that's probably why. SGT. Stro Goblin Tools. What's SGT? You nailed it. There we go. Goblin Toolkit. Oh, there we go. Okay, close. SGT. Smart. LST, TSM, DBM. Yeah. All the best add-ons are acronyms, right? What's the floor price for Pogor? 10 gold? Ish. I don't think the floor price is quite as solid. But at around that sort of price point, it starts to be more valuable to prospect it than Leystrite. But the answer is hidden in the maths, which you can get access to in the cheat sheet. Jump in, the cheat sheet link for this is in the Discord. The calculators to work stuff out is here. Hop in Discord, the free tools, free resources section is the link to the cheat sheet. SGT feature request, remote disconnect players. Yes, this person, I would like them to no longer be online, please. Oh, it's the fully modular one I've talked about? Ah, okay. I see, I see. You're a programmer or just a spreadsheet enthusiast? Oh, definitely the latter. I don't know my ass from my elbow when it comes to programming. Not a clue. I've dabbled in web design in my time. A bit of HTML, a bit of a bit of that sort of stuff, but nothing really that would attain the programmer title. No, just a bit of a spreadsheet fan. Love me some Excel. Right, we're doing all right. We're still holding strong at 1 million plus an hour, which is where I want to try and keep it at. If I can keep it at this sort of speed, it's a manageable speed for the stock. It's a manageable speed for cancel scanning. We're not hitting the throttle too aggressively. It's all going to plan swimmingly, as they say. I just need to get these last few bits and pieces crafted. Yeah, sure, sync errors, of course, every time. I need a little bit more enchanted, which we now have. Cool. You can stop making enchanted lightless silk. Chillax, relax, go away. Send that over. Do a reload here because that's probably about to crash. Do a reload here because this has crashed. If you just do / get auction info bracket 0 bracket, you get disconnected because auctions start counting from index 1. Hang on. That sounds almost abusable. Sold another ring. 1, 2. Still selling three rings. Some bone shattered gauntlets. Bunch of stuff. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Get this prospected. This should be enough ore. I think I've calculated this to be enough ore to get all the essences I need. You watch, I'll be like short 1 essence or something stupid. Oh god, the torments are not going down fast enough. Torments need to go down faster. Please don't make me buy torments. Why is Torment historically just straight up worse for prospecting than anything else? And at this point, I sort of failed to believe that it's even just, you know, RNG. I genuinely think that Torment just prospects way less. Heard you mention the spreadsheet, saw an article about Rose, which is supposed to be trying to replace Google Sheets. Microsoft Excel has better support for APIs. Thought it might be worth taking a look. The number one reason why I use Google Sheets is for compatibility. There's not a single person on the planet that can't open a Google Sheet, which is the reason I use it. Out of choice, I would do Excel. But of course, to have Excel, it means you've got to have Microsoft Office, which not everybody does. So I will continue to use shit. Now, obviously, this Rose thing might be something, but yeah. Let me. I've got to go grab some food real quick, boys and girls. My wife has made some food, so I'm going to go grab some. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Have an ad. You love you some ads, right? Have an ad. Alrighty, boys and girls. Let's quickly do a switcheroonies with the old that one. Boom. Doing some foods and that. Let's catch up with the chat real quick. What's going on here? Actually still can't make a copy of the latest version. It's complaining at me. There's a second version or an alternative. I can send you a link to the direct copy. Yeah, you make a spreadsheet public, you'll be amazed how many people can't figure that out. Yeah. It would almost be easier, in my eyes, it would almost be easier if instead of it being like a publicly visible document, that they just had to straight download it. Because then that problem would disappear. In the farming versus crafting, you recommend starting out with farming until you build up a gold base. How much would that be? Well, the more the better. Now this is a situation where if you play in the EU, you want to shoot for an absolute minimum of 10% profit on everything that you craft and sell. You never want to dip below that, but preferably you want 20, 30, 40% profit. So the more you can spend on materials and crafted things in the first place, the more money you'll make once you sell it all. So technically, you could start with nothing, but it becomes more optimal to do it once you've the more you can invest into it. My recommendation to most is you probably can't make crafting more worthwhile farming until you're able to spend about 1 million gold on crafting things. So however much gold you feel you need to be able to make more from crafting than you could by farming, that's your answer. If you're making 50,000 gold an hour farming, to do the same with crafting, you probably have to spend about 500,000 gold on making items that you then know that you can very quickly sell. And at that 10-20% profit, then you'll make more money in the same time as you would have. You'll make more than you would have been going out farming. But of course, it's riskier. So, you know, it's you got to balance it. There's no exact answer. I've somewhat thought about trying to make the spreadsheet into a web-based platform. But I also think it's maybe too much like hard work when a spreadsheet, for the most part, just works. I kind of feel it's one of those situations where if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I see so many websites try to do similar thing, and they have to do it in such a basic fashion because of probably their limiting knowledge of web design, that a spreadsheet just works better. Why are we busted up again? Sync errors. Always sync errors. Pog Essence, I've managed to get 2 on my new level 60s from boxes farming in Zereth Mortis. Would it be best to sell them? Sell them today, now. Yeah, today is literally the chance where you'll get most for them. Please don't do that. Keep it as a spreadsheet. Then people can do their own analysis off the back of it too. Well, yeah, that's also a thing that people can download their copy and they can convert it and adjust it however they wish. It's an idea that I had that I quite quickly dismissed, mainly because I'd have to pay somebody else to do it. I don't have the... like I said, I've dabbled in web design, but I'm not good enough to set something like that up. Hang on, I'm not going to frantically click. That's child's play. Yeah, if you have Pog Essences and you don't have any direct ability to use them, sell them today. Get rid of them today. Today is the day. I just forgot. I was meant to be making these Legos. There's me sat there just twiddling my thumbs, eating some food, doing some casual cancel scanning. No, I haven't got half my legendaries crafted. You can make a site, by the way, without any programming knowledge. Oh no, I've dabbled in web design for years. I'm just not overly good at it. And I quite definitely know that I could either spend 20 hours working out how to do it myself, or I could pay somebody who knows how to do it in 2. This stream sponsored by Squarespace. Yeah, that's not my intentions, by the way. They sold 1 second. Probably, yeah. There you go. Welcome to lots of money. Right, there we go. There's finally, I say finally, it's not taken us that long, but there's probably what's going to be my last, that's probably my last hurrah into rank 7s for a little while. We now have 92 rank 7s to burn through as quick as possible. Shit the bed, those umberhide treads, that leatherworking stuff that I crafted literally 10 minutes ago, I've already sold through most of it. Christ. Let's get a post first. What do you tend to do with shrouded cloth? Just sell it. I burn through disgusting amounts of it crafting legendaries, but for the most part just sell it. You can sell it for like 1 gold 70 a piece quite easily. $18k is pretty good. Yeah, 18k will probably be half that tomorrow. You're probably not far wrong. We're almost fully fooded up. Nearly fully fooded. Hang on, we should log this in. We should do a cancel scan over there and all. I tell you what, one day I'm going to post the VOD to YouTube, and it's going to, because I don't bother making thumbnails for the VOD channel, because, well, yeah, it's too much like hard work. It's going to default to a thumbnail of Mr. Man eating sushi. People are going to get remarkably confused. That was some good food. I needed that. I needed that a lot. Let's get this listed. Let me take my plate away, and then we can get back to. I might actually go do the campaign. You know, I might sacrifice an hour of sales, and I might actually go and play the campaign for a bit. The likelihood is, to be honest, at the prices that I'm posting stuff for, and with the quantity of people that appear to be buying rank 7s today, I probably don't even need to be doing much cancel scanning. I could probably leave it for an hour and still sell a boatload of stuff. So maybe we bang out the campaign, unlock double legendaries ourselves. Maybe pay a visit to the rune carver ourselves. Although, oh god, I've just had a horrible, horrible thought. There's a strong likelihood that I don't have the soul ash or soul cinders. Oh god. Oh well, maybe we'll reevaluate our decision. Let's see. Right, let me get rid of my plate and I'll be back in 2. Sorry, I know we've had lots of breaks recently, but if we're going to stream for this long, I need to take some breaks occasionally. Back in 2. Alrighty. Ooh, Bone Shatter Helm Sale. Yoink. Where's that one? Cool. If you have a low level one, you can destroy it with a rune carver to recover the ash and cinders. Very true. I probably do. I was doing some playing around in Torghast. I still, believe it or not, annoyingly so actually, haven't completed the Torghast leveling tree, the mystery box thing. which was weirdly making some of the higher level, even though I'm, you know, reasonably well geared now, it was making some of the later levels in Torghast quite challenging. They've obviously been balanced around people having completed the mystery box leveling tree. Which will be interesting to see if Blizzard decide to do anything about, or whether they're just going to write off Torghast completely. Right, we're still doing 1million in the last hour. I tell you what, until I drop below 1million gold in an hour, I'm going to find it very hard to step foot outside the auction house and do anything else. What I can do is do a cancel scan over here, though. Pog essences have jumped from 16k to 24. That'll start happening on some realms. You'll see big chunks of them just get deleted, and that's usually a sign that a big goblin is doing a restock, that they've burnt through a bunch of their stuff. Now, I've been doing sort of mini restocks throughout the day, but there'll be some people that will craft just like 20 of a bunch of things and then go out and sell them, and then once they're sold, they'll loot their gold and they'll do it again. What reason would they have to send us back to Torghast again after Shadowlands? Hopefully they'll learn some lessons from it, and that's the best we can hope for. Torghast frustrates me because Torghast had the potential to be so good. They were once again on the right path with Torghast. It could have been so good if they'd have just left it the fuck alone, like it was on the Shadowlands beta. If they just left it alone, the soonest they linked legendaries to Torghast, it was done. Like, it was game over from that point. You could kind of forgive them for the fact that most runs end up being pretty similar. You could forgive them for the fact that they dropped the amount of floors that you had to do, so you never really felt like you ramp up properly. You could forgive them for a few of those things. But what is really hard to forgive them for is they deliberately went out of their way to make Torghast mandatory content for every progression-focused player, regardless to whether they wanted to engage with Torghast or not. And that fucked it. Like, literally, that just took a baseball bat to its knees. There was little recovering from that. I have lessons learned on my 10.0 bingo card. Yeah. See, this is it. We're hoping that it doesn't become a completely PR thing, but bring back Visions. Visions were quite good. Visions were another one of those things. I don't understand why Blizzard goes into these things and then never really builds on them. They get so far with something and then they're like, right, now it's time to do something new. Well, you didn't finish the last thing you did, Blizzard. Like, you know, do something really well. I don't know. Then they tied Torghast progression to not just completing the level, but completing 4+ crystals. Yeah, then you had to try and min-max it to achieve their goal. And that sucked the fun out of it, because it then turned it very quickly into something you were... Although they tried their best to claim that it was not a speed... It was not a... You didn't have to speedrun Torghast. No, you don't have to speedrun Torghast. But guess what? It's better if you do. Which is just like... Yeah. It's another swing and a miss. Is there any cosmetic content in 9.2 like Visions in BFA or the Mage Tower in Legion? Well, arguably, most of Zereth Mortis. I mean, there's the Jailer's Gauntlet in Torghast, which is the new mode, which is, you know, basically boss kill, which is so different to regular Torghast. It's not really Torghast anymore. Boosting in them was really fun. 70k for 40 minutes of work. Oh, back in Visions, yeah. I imagine it probably was. Alright, let's see how many of these ranks 4s, 5s and 6s we can get through on Taran Mill as well. There's some BOE cosmetic items. I think I got one from the 700 cipher box. Yeah, there's not too many. There's a couple. A couple of the treasures, for example, reward you with cosmetic items. There's obviously the domination chest, which I think you get, I want to say, a two-handed sword cosmetic item from. You've obviously got to grind the key to open the box in the first place. We did a few days ago. Spent 2 hours doing it on stream, and then 10 minutes after I turn the stream off, the key drops for me. You know, it's just how it works. Ooh, a convenient Bruto. No, we've done 1.1 million gold on Taran Mill without selling a single rank 7. Oh, did I maybe not loot my mailbox? Is that still the 700k? Is that still the 700k of Heavy Callous Hide I sold? Maybe. So no FOMO end of expansion cosmetics, just the curve mount it is, and an M+ mount. Yeah, whatever floats your boat. There'll be a few things like that. Some... Hang the fuck about. 500 silken protofiber for 88,000 gold. How much each is that? That's a lot of money. That's a big fat lot of money. How much? What's that work out per item? That's crazy money. Is silken protofiber really that expensive? Where is it? Oh my lord, it actually is, isn't it? Oh yeah, sure, okay, fine. Oh, we just sold some more. We just sold some more. Another 50 of it. The world has gone mad, boys and girls. The world has gone mad. People are restocking. People are buying materials. The auction house is not letting go of its grip on me. For as long as we have more than 1 million gold in sales in an hour, I'm not leaving. I'm not stepping foot outside. It's too costly to leave the auction house right now. First time I heard about Torghast, it sounded insane. Procedurally generated dungeon that never repeats, but that was a bit of a lie. Yeah, there's about 4 different levels. This is the problem. Yeah, it's not quite the... It's not quite what was sold in that regard. Shadowcast ring cancelling to post higher. Hello. There's only 5. It's very tempting to let these rings run out now. I just don't want my... I don't... oh, he's... yeah, I don't want my annoying jewel crafting friend to think he's won. I'm too stubborn to make him think he's won. If they reset back to 150 gold, he's going to be laughing. And I guarantee the second it happens, he'll whisper me and be like, ha ha ha. And then I'll dump 10 rings on the auction house and make him cry again. Torment 1,000 gold apiece on Taran Mill. Oh, we have sold a few rank 6s today. Go on, check me out. In the money from all angles. More silk and proto fiber. Man, I should have invested in that stuff. Looks like there's a few tailors out there that don't have any better option. These, for reference, are mostly ranks 4s, 5s and 6s. Utilising a busy day to try and burn through some. I'm not selling rank 7s on Taran Mill today. And I managed to liquidate my rank 7s. I was in and I was out on Taran Mill with rank 7s. I would rather wait now until everything stabilises a little bit. Mainly because, I will be honest, I did not expect today to be quite so big of a day for sales. I expected the competition to be gross today. Now, it may be, if you're playing on the big servers, the competition is probably still gross. But I've created a situation where I've limited a lot of my competition from even being able to play today. Oh my god, I sold another 575 of this stuff. Wow, okay. When you are too lazy to relog and buy a thermal anvil for 3k, it's pennies. Pennies. I tell you what, Pog Essence is still wildly cheap on this realm compared to some of the other servers out there. Pog Essence on the big servers doesn't see... I mean, it's slightly dipped below 20, but not really in any much of a quantity. On both the big realms, it's basically 20k a piece. On my little piddly realm, we're sat at comfortable... Although, that said, there isn't actually really any here, is there? There isn't really any here. I've only got 48 left, though. I'm happy that I've got, like, less than 50 of them now. Stocked up 300 pogs at 15k each for today. Burnt through half of it, just restocking from overnight sales. They're now at 24k each. Yeah, I genuinely wasn't expecting today to be quite as busy as it has been, but it's fun. I'll take it. I'm in a way, I'm kind of glad, because it's given me a really good opportunity to actually liquidate some stock. Not just actual crafted stuff, but some of the materials as well. I didn't want to have just bags and bags and mailboxes and mailboxes of materials all over the place. I wanted to use this last, or what feels like one of the last big hurrahs for legendaries. Now, who knows? If a rank 8 turns up in Season 4, then, well, maybe something might come about it. But with everything that we currently know, this feels like it could be one of the last really big days for legendaries. So I took the opportunity to sell a bunch of stuff. To not necessarily recraft much, but to sell through a lot of what we've already got. That will absolutely, definitely, for certain, push me past my goal for Shadowlands of 100 mil. Because I think from what I can gather, we're probably there already. I've got, well, 50k in liquid gold on this realm right now. 50k in liquid here. What's this? 43 here. So that's what? No, 44. So that's 94. 94. I need 6 million gold to have surpassed my 100 million. There's 1 million gold, give or take a few pennies here. So that's 5 million I need. And if I look at my mailbox, boom, there's the other 5 million with another 52 sales backing it up. So, for all intensive purposes, I've finally, after starting Shadowlands with 1.4 million gold, surpassed 100 million in liquid. I'm pretty happy with that. I think the numbers are safe enough to say that it's actually GG on my 100 million liquid. There we go, Derp, if you're still awake. I caught you up. I mean, you're probably on 150 by now, but I think if my maths is correct, if I was to tally everything up, we're there. We're still 10 million gold in the bag of crafted legendaries here, which I will liquidate before the end of Shadowlands. Plenty of inventory dotted about as well, so I think we're good. I think we're good. Question is now, how do we spend 100 mil? How do you spend 100 million gold? How do you take 100 mil and turn it into 200? Or how quick do you think I could make 100 mil on NA? At this point in the expansion, probably not very fast, but give 10 to me. That would be a very quick way. That would be a remarkably quick way to spend 100 mil. Give it all away, start poor on NA. I have a character on NA. I still think that character's pretty poor. I think there's a few 100,000 gold maybe on that character. Your first 100 mil's always the hardest, after it gets easier. Well, thanks for that, Wiro. I appreciate the words of the fine words. 10 mils for your long boy. Yep, that's true. 10 mil will get dumped on a long boy at the first opportunity I get without even blinking. Pet arbitrage will sink a lot of that gold. 10 million per realm for getting all 5k plus pets. Yeah, this is one thing. If I want to go into pets in some way, shape or form, at least I now have the liquid to be able to do it. Even if I don't have, you know, the pets per se. Come downs are on the way. The 10k mailboxes will return. They will. They will. And they will be plentiful. They will be plentiful. The irony is more than half of that 100 mil has come in like the last 2 weeks, which is just wild. Because you look at my TSM graph over on Taran Mill, we went from, yeah, I've done 30 million profit on Taran Mill in the last month. 30 million profit over there, and I've done about the same on this realm in the last month. 27 mil, and this, I haven't looted the mailbox. There's another, probably another 7 mil on top of that. So yeah, I've gone from 35 million to about 100 in the last month, all off the back of these stupid rank 7s. Madness, actual madness. And what blows my, actually blows my mind is I feel as if I've done this in quite an optimal way. But there are people out there, most of them, which are probably sat watching this stream right now, to be fair. Many of them, I should say. Many of them that have not just done 70 million gold in the last month, but have done 350 million gold. Because if you were to amplify, and I did this on a tiddly little realm and one big realm. If I'd been spread apart, if I'd been spread further afield and could have done the same thing on 4 or 5 realms, madness. These ranks, like, this is why I hope Blizzard doesn't do anything like this again. Because this is not good for the game. I can't deny, as much fun as it is, it's not good for the game. Hoovering up this much gold from the general from the general player base, you know, the foundational level of players, hoovering up that much gold into the hands of just a few people is not good for an economy. Look at what happened with Warlords of Draenor when they just printed gold through the scenario's not exactly the same, the distribution of wealth was very different, but in Warlords of Draenor with the garrisons and people just printed gold. This is slightly different in terms of it's a redistribution of gold. It's taken all of the gold from, you know, it's small amounts of gold from everybody and given it to just a handful of single people. But that overall makes the average, you know, the average gold that the average player has considerably less. Which was a problem going into expansions after Warlords of Draenor. It took Blizzard a long time to fix it. Thing is, you can never be poor even after you start on a new account or even on a new realm because of the knowledge you have. Yeah, this is it. You can't unlearn what you've already learned. This is what I found out very quickly with Draenor. Playing on Draenor, it was really not that difficult for me to... I mean, I'm at 1 million gold and I haven't put any effort in, really. This is 1 million gold I made by doing a tiddly little bit of crafting here and there. I technically have a jewel crafter that's maxed. Has access to the rank 7s on Draenor. I just haven't utilised it at all. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the Draenor realm long term. Yeah, not too sure. It's nice to have a presence here. It's nice to have a couple of crafters here, but I primarily did it for that little mini YouTube series. The thing is now, is if I was going to go to another new realm, if I was to spread further, I'd just pack my bags full of stuff and gold and skip the difficult bit at the beginning, which almost feels a bit like cheating. And I know it's something that I won't really enjoy so much because I like the grind of getting there. Do you think this will be exceptionally profitable as people adjust legendaries based on their new tier that they loot, etc.? Well, the sales for rank 7s from this point onwards will be slow and steady and spread out. The reason why today is a big day is because everybody has access to a second legendary slot today. The reason rank 7 day when they first came out was because everybody had access to their first legendary. There's situations where everything happens in once. From now on, from this stage forward, unless something new appears or something changes, people will still continue to buy rank 7s every single day. If you're crafting and selling rank 7s, there will be sales to be made. But you'll have to spend a lot more time keeping your auctions at the front of the queue for far less sales. So the profitability in it from this point onwards will not be anywhere near as good as it is today. But, you know, there's still gold to be made if you want to put the effort in. 240 million sales in the past month, but I'm not doing things very optimally anymore. I just YOLO it when I feel like it. Well, that's the thing, right? It gets to that point where you can just YOLO it, because if you YOLO and you win, then you win big, and if you YOLO and you lose, then, well, it wasn't actually really that much of a YOLO anyway. Farmers are going to need a couple of days to restock these depleted raw materials, I think. Probably. The amount of raw mats that has been burnt through today, I imagine the amount of lightless silk, the amount of lithium, the amount of heavy callus hide that's been burnt through today is going to be pretty monstrous. It might mean the next few days are very good for farming. You can go out and farm pretty much anything you like and you'll be fine. I mean, I don't know what I've done in terms of actual sales. My sales is probably somewhere in the region of about 150 mil in the last month. 70 mil over here, 50 over here. So what's that, 120? So about half as much as you've done, PKB, in terms of actual sales. But I've focused pretty hyper aggressively on, you know, the 2 big days. I've sold, you know, I've just kind of pissed about a little bit in the middle here. Is it weird that I'm kind of excited about legendaries disappearing completely though? This is why I know I've said it and I've publicly said it that I don't think Blizzard will do anything like the legendary system again. But there's definitely a part of me that actually really hopes they don't. It's more than just it's more than just analytical thinking. I genuinely hope that Blizzard don't do anything like legendaries again. Because Shadowlands has been, without doubt, the most ridiculously bonkers, crazy expansion for gold making. But in one very narrow lane, right? If you happen to have done this one very specific thing and you happen to have done it since the start of the expansion, you could have done what I did. You could go from 1 million gold to 100 million gold in 18 months. If you happen to do this one very narrow thing. Everything else, you could add everything else up together and it wouldn't even come remotely close. If you add alchemy, if you add dark moon cards, if you add missives, if you add enchants, if you add every other single crafting opportunity together, you probably still won't have made as much gold as you would have if you did legendaries. I'm talking about current content stuff. There's other markets that, you know, there's definitely other markets that have been profitable for sure, but the closest is probably the big days of Crafters Marks. 168 gear was very good, but I didn't really hear of many people making more than a couple of gold caps off 168 gear. Because people really weren't conditioned to spend that much on leveling gear at that point. You know, it's really weird, right? You look back to patch 9.0 when people first got 168 gear, and people were out of their mind level crazy at the fact that they could sell a piece of gear for 15,000 gold. You look at 262s now. 262s now, if you sell them at 15,000 gold, you're probably taking a loss on it. That's 15,000 gold is no longer day one absolutely printing money level prices. 15,000 gold is, if I sell it at that price, I take a loss. Crafter's Mark, the Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle, the 230 gear, if you were one of the very, very, very first people to do it, there was silly money to be had there. Where's Kachak when you need him? He's probably he might be lurking. Kachak took full advantage of that and basically printed like 100 mil or something. There we go. There we go. Crafter's Mark, the 230 gear was a big one if you went hard. But that wasn't a big one for everyone. That was a big one for like a few people that did the grind properly. Reputation was very different in 9.1. Got days of it. Yeah, that was it. It wasn't just a 24-hour flash sale sort of thing. My soul dust is selling now. There's definitely people out there frantically recrafting. The frantic recrafting is happening. If I'm selling my soul dust, yep, the frantic recrafting is happening. People have been able to make 50 mil to 100 mil in the first 2 weeks on Dark Moon cards alone. Your view's a little off. Really? Were people making that much gold on Dark Moon cards that early? I mean, I know a few people were making a gold cap or two. I'm not sure there was that many people that were making silly, silly money. Mainly because after 2 days, it was so ultra competitive on the big realm. I don't know, you might be right. I witnessed it from a slightly different perspective. I witnessed it from a smaller realm at that point, so you might be right. The problem with the Dark Moon cards was, though, is it was super time consuming. There was almost a glass ceiling to the Dark Moon cards purely because of how long it took you to mill the herbs and make the pissing inks. If that process was faster, I reckon people could have probably done silly money on it. Yeah. Dark Moon cards was oversaturated in the beginning. I regret not doing Dark Moon cards at the beginning of the expansion. I regret not doing it, but only because in 2 days I could have made myself 10 million gold off it, and I could have used that 10 million gold to hyper level up the legendaries. Whereas it took me the best part of 6 weeks, I think, to basically level up all of the legendaries. Because I just didn't have enough liquid. There was a period of time, right at the very beginning of the expansion, which I've spoke about a few times, but right at the very beginning of the expansion, if we go back to, when was it? November. Let's just do this bit. Let's go into January. This period of time between the patch launching, what's this, like 1.4 million gold, the patch launching, I was investing and selling and investing and selling. This first month, December, after Shadowlands was launched, I never had any gold. I was literally waiting on sales and cancel scanning to make sales to be able to craft something new. That was literally, you know, it took me till I started this, when rank 3s and rank 4s came out, I started to be able to have some things maxed and it started to work upwards. But it definitely took me a little while to get much past a few million gold. And this was only because I was doing this increase, if some of you guys remember, at the beginning of Shadowlands, this was just because the only reason my gold went up was because 10% of everything I sold, I took 10% of the sales and I put it in a guild bank. I didn't touch it. I didn't reinvest. 10% of everything I made, I didn't reinvest. And that was the only way I started to make gold. Every other penny I reinvested into recrafting and leveling up more. But it was wild. If I'd have started Shadowlands, and if I'd have gone to 10 million in the first week of Dark Moon cards, I would have probably nearly instantly made 30 or 40 million just from the legendaries. Instead, it took me a few months to do it. This dip, though, oh my god, this dip was painful. This was Korthite crystals. This massive dip here was courtesy of Korthite crystals. Fucking Korthite crystals, man. Oh my lord. We got up to here before patch 9.1 launches. Patch 9.1 launches. Buy a bunch of stuff. Then Korthite crystals, my lord. And then It took 9.1 took us a long time to break even. It took us a long time to break even in 9.1. Yeah, 9.1 was coming in about here. We were planning for 9.1, buying for 9.1. 9.1 happened. It took us a long time to steadily work our way back up. And then 9.1.5 happened though. 9.1.5 and boom! Because everybody decided to recraft a legendary in 9.1.5. But because it was a mid-patch, half the goblins weren't paying any attention on my realm and I cleaned house. I cleaned up. I took my 20 million and I turned it into 40 very quickly. Easily. Now I know I've made a lot of profit in the last in this patch so far, 9.2, but 9.1.5 is still actually my most profitable patch so far because I went from 20 to 40 million like really quite quickly. You got to remember, I did actually at one point have 40 million gold. There was a point in time where I had a ludicrous amount of gold. I had to then reinvest most of that gold all the way down. I invested about 20 million gold in preparation for 9.2. Now obviously I've sold stupid amounts and I've made it all back. But actually it means that this jump from 9.15 to to before I started investing for 9.2, this was actually the most profitable patch so far. I've not looted mailbox and I've not finished with 9.2. But 9.1.5 for me is still reigning champion. But there we go. There's a little history lesson of how we made 100 million, or how we made 60 odd million gold on this realm. Medium-ish population realm, not super competitive in any area. Few times on that graph I've had very little competition, which has been nice, but at least you went up after the Korthite dip. I've only just recovered. Yeah, I understand it's taken a while to claw it back for some people, yeah. You needed to be very careful with the Dark Moon cards. It was like 24 hours max, and then you're selling for less than the day before's crafting cost. Yeah, I seem to remember it required like disgusting amounts of turnover. I regret not doing it, but at the same time, I also liked the fact that I was able to level about 3 characters in the time that most people were pissing about with that. Sylvanas not competitive, at least 20 goblins, 2 to 3 of those which are quite big. I'd say the competition's on point. Yeah, but it's not, that's true, but it's absolutely nothing compared to the big realms. You compare it to Draenor, or you compare it to Taran Mill, and that's not even the definition of competitive. On Draenor, on Taran Mill, if you post your legendaries, there'll be 20 people undercutting you within a minute on a regular reset day. In the grand scale of things, Sylvanas is not overly competitive. The way that I've looked at it, and the reason why I've still focused on Sylvanas very aggressively for my gold making, is because it doesn't always perform outrageously well on days like today. Today's been a good day. Yesterday was a good day. It performs alright. It's acceptable. But where its strengths are is in the mid tiers, in the downtime. I can post auctions on Sylvanas. I can go to bed and I can log on the next day and I'll have sold stuff. You can't necessarily say the same for the bigger realms. The bigger realms now, it's basically if you're not cancel scanning, you don't sell stuff. Like the TLDR, if you don't cancel scan, you don't sell stuff on the bigger realms. Whereas Sylvanas, you can still post things. If you posted at a good price, there's a strong chance you'll come back the next day and some of it will have sold. And this is why I did what I did on Taran Mill. This is why I've not been as active in the rank 7 game on Taran Mill. I dipped in, I bought a bunch of materials. You know, I had a reasonable amount of gold. I bought a bunch of materials and I sold a fuckload. And I did it in 3 days, and then I dipped. And since then, I've just been selling little bits and pieces here and there. It's all about these massive days on the big realms. And if you can capitalize on those, then your gold kind of goes up like a staircase on the big servers. You make little bits and pieces, you know, consistently. You invest a bunch, and then boom, you have these monstrously profitable days. But then you cash out and you switch off, and you just wait for that next big day for stuff to happen. Whereas on the smaller servers, it's a more of a steady path upwards, I suppose. Which is actually quite good from a streaming and a content perspective, that there's always something happening on the smaller servers. There's something interesting to talk about. The big servers, it's like, okay, it's reset day. Bang, sell a load of stuff. Then switch off for 6 days. Then, oh, it's reset day. Bang, turn the shop on. Yo, we dropped below 1 million gold in sales. It happened. That's because I've been talking too much. I've not been doing any post scans or cancel scans. That was my fault. Went for lunch, so was lurking. Is cooking still good for gold making? If there's a big raiding scene, absolutely. Absolutely. Focus on getting your materials nice and cheap during the week. Craft your stuff. Sell it to all of the... Sell it on reset day. Sell it to all the people that need it just before they go off doing their activities, whether it be their raid or their RBGs for the night or their arenas or whatever. Did 100k on the old feast, another 100k on the new soups yesterday, today so far. Yeah, there's definitely pennies to be had there. For sure. And to do that on Shadow Song, where there's Ginny, there's Samadan, and there's General Joe. There's 3 people on Shadow Song as far as I'm aware. So Samadan makes Ginny's consumables, and Ginny makes Samadan's consumables, and they're both happy. It's fine. What was your best hour today? I think we did a little over 2.5 million in an hour today. Which, considering the size of the realm, is probably half what some of the big boys were doing on the big realms. There was a few people reporting 5 million gold an hour worth of sales. There we go. Actually post stuff. Stuff sells. Hey, a rank 4. Happy to churn through some of those. Happy to churn through some of those. I want to know what Samadan's up to, buying 200k of feasts off me. He's got another holiday planned. That's what it is. He's got another holiday planned. He's off to some other realm. Add up to 7 million in sales at 9 AM this morning on Taran Mill. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. The big realm's more than possible. He got a bit hungry. Samadan's going to do his next stream, and he's going to have 2 cameras on him because he's, you know, put on a few. Because he's been eating all the feasts. They say the camera adds £10. How many cameras are on you? I do hope Samadan has the ability to find some time to, you know, spend on playing WoW. It's obviously been a pastime for him for a long time, and he's obviously a busy man right now. IRL stuff. He keeps up very nicely. We have to thank him a lot for the weekly Wowhead economy report. I'm not too sure how much time he actually has recently to play the game. We need to do a cancel scan, I think. Did I just sell some enchants? Are you mad? Some enchant chest, eternal bounds. Well, of all the things I did not expect to sell today. Fair enough. Sold a couple of pairs of rank 3 male wrists. 8k a piece. Yeah, I wonder just how many of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people there'll be today. I'm sure they're still about. I don't see it all too frequently because I'm no longer selling all ranks of all legendaries. I'm only selling the top tier stuff, so I don't necessarily see. I mean, those people are probably there, but they might only be buying like one legendary off me. As long as they're buying the higher tier stuff off me, I'm happy. How long did it take you to get max rank Lego for all of them? It was a steady grind for about 6 weeks, I think. But that's because, well, the thing is, my circumstances of doing that were so different to how you'd have to do it now. I did it at a time where you could actually sell ranks 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, and you could sell them all profitably. But I also did it with no liquid gold going into it. So, you know, there was pros and cons there. Pros that the stuff I crafted I could actually sell. Cons was the fact that I was waiting for sales to be able to continue leveling. You're assuming they're stupid and don't understand the system. Have you people considered that maybe they're taking pity on you and buying up your old stuff just to get it out of the game? Well, maybe. You know, there is two sides to most coins. Maybe that is the case. Probably not, but maybe. I like your thinking though. Stop cluttering the. That's it. They're just doing a spring clean. Spring clean, job done. Messed up, didn't buy the belt in advance of yesterday's campaign update. Prices on my server were 10 to 30k-ish. Yesterday I go to buy a belt so I could upgrade onto a 291 and it was a whopping 90k. Rip my gold. You know you don't have to put it on the belt though, right? You know, if you've bought the memory of Unity, you can recraft the Unity on any slot. It doesn't have to be the belt. You could recraft it on a ring. You could recraft it on a cape. You could recraft it wherever you want. There's no restriction to where you can recraft it if you've got the memory. belt is best until full tier anyway. Well, yeah, then rip your gold. Here's to hoping you can make some more nice and quickly, or alternatively, yeah, I mean, yeah, could wait a couple of days. They'll be back down at that price again soon. I mean, I don't think they'll be 10 to 30k anytime soon, but they'll be cheaper. They're expensive today in most places because everybody wants one. $10 Legos sold in 5 minutes, then nothing for 30 minutes. Well, how does that happen? I never understood. I never understand how that happens. You would expect, especially on the big servers where you'd expect there to be loads of people. If a guild finishes their raid, and then they all pile out, and they all go to buy their legendary, you can imagine that there'd be like a hit of sales. But on a really big server, there's so many people, you would expect that drip feed constantly. But it does happen. In the last I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the last 6 minutes. Oh, sorry, there's a couple of enchants in here. 8. 8 in the last 6 minutes. But nothing for 20 minutes before that. It's like, what? How many Legos do you post at a time? Well, when I'm cancel scanning them, just one. Just one when I'm cancel scanning them, because then there's less to cancel. But I will also, before I go to bed, probably post 3. Just so if by some miracle it gets to mine, then there's more than one available. Because if you only post 1, the best outcome is you sell 1. If you go into bed, you might as well post 3. I mean, arguably, you should probably post everything before you go to bed, because if you don't post it, you don't sell it. There's always a chance it will sell. One of your competitions trying to sell Legos in the shrine on my shard? Are they really? You know how tempting it is just to hoover these up again and just go again? It's so wildly tempting just to go, you know what? You know what? You're trying to walk away? I'm desperately trying to. Want to sell Shadowgast Sabatons 45k, cheaper than the auction house. I bought the wrong thing. That's the best. That's literally the best message I've seen in /2 for a long time. Want to sell legendary cheaper than the auction house because I bought the wrong thing. Well, at least he's honest. Oh, that's genius. That woke me up. Oh my lord. I love the honesty there. It's a 291 though. Oh, that's funny. How come Manthe always has an empty shrine when he's there? And there are like 90 goblins in our shard? I don't know. I always have this place to myself. I don't understand. I'm always chilling here. Never. I'm solo over here. I got the shard to myself. I don't know how it happens. Maybe I smell or something. Don't know. No, nobody wants in my coffee club. Apparently not. This is the cost of coffee. You lot are in Starbucks. Okay, the necks are starting to sell now. This is good news. We've got a few of those to get through. Honestly, I think you're in some kind of phase because of some sort of weird quest. I'm level 49, which is an odd level to be at for this. No, sorry, 48. I'm level 48, and I don't think I've ever made it to Shadowlands. I've not logged into Shadowlands. I don't know if I'm in Chromie time something, maybe. Maybe I'm Chromie timed, I don't know. Maybe that could be why. It probably makes it very difficult for people to come and find me to request I sell them something. Maybe it's a good thing I don't do face-to-face trades. I was posting to sell 233s and 262s when they came out for leather mail cloth. Somebody tried to sell me a plate piece for above auction house. People will try and get away with anything. Shenanigans will happen. Can I ask the purpose of the other accounts? Well, at the moment, yeah. Today, it's all very much about just selling on this one realm. Normally, I'm playing the game on this account. This dude's just chilling here right now. And in many cases, I'm also selling things on these other realms at the same time. But it's, yeah, I'm not being anywhere near as... I'm laser focusing, although I'm selling lots of rank 6s and 4s though. I'm kind of laser focused my efforts on one realm today. Not the smartest move when I have the possibility to be spreading my time across 3, but... Yeah, these are 3 different realms. This is Draenor, this is Taran Mill, and Sylvanas. And then my main character, which can be on any of them at any given time. Do you have more than one account on the same realm? My auction house accounts I keep separate on separate accounts. So they're 3 separate accounts. They don't have any leveling characters or anything on them. All my actual, like my level 60s, the guys I play on, are all on my main account. So I'll often be bouncing between the 3 different realms on my actual crafters. But outside, where's it gone now? Who's stolen? Is it crashed again? It's crashed again. Hang on, please hold. Let me fix this real quick. Not so much starting soon. More will continue soon. Please hold. My game has decided to do a boo-boo. This is what happens when you stream for too long. The game decides it's had enough. Okay. Let's try this again. Password time. Third stream today with Spoil. You are. You should consider yourself very lucky. Password in. Authenticator code. Please holdings. Where's my phone? Who's stolen my authenticator? There it is. I think it's worth having 2 accounts on the same realm. One account having junk crafting and blacksmithing, the other account with leatherworking and tailoring. It depends how you use them. It honestly depends just how you use them. I like to make sure that on the realms where I'm selling things and want to be selling things that I don't have to be logging in and out of different accounts to be able to do that. which is hence why I like to keep my auction house account separate. I've also optimized it a little bit in terms of that my auction house characters. I'm not necessarily running around with level 10 characters for my auctioning. My auctioning characters are usually level 48 plus, and they also usually have Shadowlands enchanting maxed. And the reason I do that is so that they can make all of my enchanted materials whilst I'm doing some auctioning stuff, and my main character's off then doing something else. So there's a bit of optimization there, but I by no means is optimized as some people are with their accounts. In theory, to really min-max the use of having these accounts, I should always be crafting and doing something on all of them. But yeah, I just don't. Warlock whispers me, can you make me some boots? We agree. I log on to my crafter, I make him his boots. I trade him and he goes, dude, I said leather. No, you didn't read what you said. Oh no. I guess you made him some cloth boots, right? Yeah, why would a warlock ask for... Yeah, it doesn't... Yeah. Yeah, of course he's a warlock. Do you ever transfer to stock up gold on one account? If so, that must add up. No, I don't really do much of the whole realm transfery business. There are some people that really do take heavy advantage of that. You know, dipping to whichever realm is the cheapest with 1 million gold in their bags and buying as much as they can. I don't really bother too much. In fact, I don't at all. And the price he said made sense for cloth, but not for leather. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I don't engage in face-to-face deals. Nope. 10% of the people who ask for face-to-face trades end up taking the piss, in which turn makes me not want to do any face-to-face trades. Too much hassle, even for a 10 to 20k tip. Yeah. Yeah, it's a topic of conversation that I feel is absolutely blasted into the ground at this point. But let me put it into perspective, look, based upon what we have sold in the last hour. You know, in the last 60 minutes, I've sold 1.2 million gold worth of stuff. If I take 10 minutes out of my day to go and craft one thing for somebody, they're going to have to tip me a lot to make it worth me moving out of this auction house or doing anything different. 1.2 million in 60 minutes, what's that? 200,000 gold every 10 minutes? And nobody paid me 200k for a tip to take 10 minutes out of my auction house time to craft them one thing. It's simple maths. It is not worth my time to do face-to-face trades. Even for a 20k tip, it's not worth it. I basically have a very simple rule. A very simple rule is I will not craft anything for anybody. It sounds harsh, I know, but I won't craft anything for anybody if it's something that I'm crafting and selling on the auction house. You can buy the one off me. You can buy the one off me, sure, but you gotta come get it. You gotta come get it. And I'll do you 5% off whatever it's listed on the auction house, because that's the auction house cut. I'm not giving you any discount. If you want to come get it, you can get it. If you want to save 5%, that's on you. Which, of course, when it's if it's 100,000 gold, some people might want to save 5k. It makes no difference to me, but you got to come get it, and it's a direct gold 4 item trade. None of this, I'll give you mats bullshit. No, none of that. Not happening. There's a few times people have whispered me and is like, I want to buy like 2 or 3 things. And if they want a few things, then maybe, you know, I'll talk about it because it's a deal that works both ways, right? But if it's a one-way deal, if you want a discount because you want a discount, then, well, you can have a 5% discount because that's what the auction house would take anyway. But that's it. Don't do tips either. I don't do any effort looking for face-to-face, but I'm willing to do face-to-face if there's good margin. People give mats. Yeah, I don't have time to explain that you've miscounted it though. Yeah, this is also the thing. Sometimes what I do is they give me the mats first and we do a separate trade with the item I crafted for the gold. TSM will track it that way. I mean, it's all far too much like hard work. It's like yesterday, I was watching Hickons for a little while, and he was taking screenshots and sharing it with people and stuff to like, I was like, no, I applaud you. I think he was doing it for his guild members, which is a little bit different. But even still, it was like, you're taking screenshots of the materials that you need to craft something for somebody else. It's like, what are you doing? Hickons, he's a different breed of character though. He's a machine. Can you craft with my mats? Link mats, please. How do I get enchanted silk? Where do I buy thread? Arboreal shards? Question mark. Yeah, it's yeah, it's just a not happening. And I've said no to enough people on this realm now that I think I have a bit of a reputation. People tend not to whisper me. People tend to leave me alone. But I also go quite far out of my way to make sure that I don't take the piss with the prices that I sell things for as well. Which probably helps, right? If somebody wanted a Shadowgas necklace and they could quite comfortably work out that it costs, if they can work out it costs them 50,000 gold to make it, and it's 150,000 gold on the auction house, you bet your ass they're gonna go out and at least try and find somebody to make it for them. But when there's, you know, 10-20% difference, and actually, by the time that they've bought their arboreal shards and they've done all the hard work, most people, I think, quickly realise that now I'll just buy it off the auction house. Hickons and Vardis are so nice. Perhaps it's just the US, EU goal makers. It's us, EU goal makers, who are vicious. It's more... I swear, it's more competitive in the EU. We're just a more competitive bunch, and that's sometimes you got to do what's competitive. I had to write an angry message to my guild. I don't mind crafting their Legos for a small fee, but come prepared. Don't waste my time, and don't expect to sell shit for crafting cost. Well, I've been... Yeah. Not gonna lie, made me mad. Got mad again just typing it. It gets to you. It grinds your gears. It grinds your gears because you know the amount of time and effort you've put into leveling up the professions, buying the materials, crafting the items, listing it on the auction house, setting up your trade skill master profile. Somebody wants to just stroll up and get all of that effort for free. Get out of my face. It's just, nope. See you later. See you later. There's actually some big cultural differences that could contribute to it. We're used to going to a restaurant, we pay the price, and we expect the service to be good. In the US, people should be friendly and give good service in order to get tips. Yeah, there's an element of that. Yeah, you're probably spot on, actually. It's a tipping culture over there, and it's a customer service based culture. I worked in customer service for a long time, and let me tell you now, that rule, the customer is always right, that's a bag of bullshit. The customer's never right. They can... Because they're just not. I'm not going to blow smoke up their ass and be all smiles. Nope. If you're returning a TV to a store and that TV is blatantly been taken out of its box and I know that I then cannot resell that TV for more, you ain't having a refund. Get out of here. Why don't you just stroll into my stock room and open every single box? Sure, you carry on. Fuck off. No, get out of here. You can have store credit or you can do one. Needless to say, I did get into quite a few heated discussions with customers in my days. Customer is always right. It's just the marketing tool to make the customer come back again and not to go to the competition. There's probably a lot of truth in that as well. Just wait till me and Manthias get over there properly. Oh no, the English are coming. Can you imagine it? That's why I buggered off to Finland. Yeah, yeah. It's hard enough dealing with stupid people online. The redcoats are coming. Oh my god, history's repeating itself. They're invading. I need to stop talking about it. It's making me angry again. I love how it boils people's blood. More rings, more rings, more rings, more rings, more rings, more rings. We're down to 4 Shadowgast rings left. 4 Shadowgast rings, 9 Shadowgast necklaces. Donated a mil to the guild, also known as paying for their consumables. Crafted their Legos for the ones who wanted my service. You can at least put the smallest amount of effort in. You can at least turn up with the right materials on hand, yeah. It's only funny because it's true. It's the #1 reason why it's funny. The thing is, there's 2 sides to it, right? There's 2 sides to it. I worked in retail for long enough, and I also worked in customer service roles at certain periods of time during that as well. My main, for the most part, I worked in sales though, but my approach and my strategy towards the customer actually meant that because I was just straight up and honest with them. And if I treat them like a human being, I hope they treat me like a human being. It actually meant that, generally speaking, probably 20% of all the sales I ever made in retail were repeat customers. People that had come back specifically to deal with me because I wasn't just, you know, one of these bullshit, dumb salespeople. If you legitimately did something wrong, and you're willing to admit that you legitimately did something wrong, and you're looking for maybe somebody to help you out of your sticky situation, absolutely, no problem. But if you come in after knowing full well you've done something wrong and try and pull the wool over my eyes, you can get fucked. It was simple. Right, what's going on here? The majority of the stuff I buy from companies is either not what was advertised or arrives broken. It's such a big problem, it's driving me nuts. The yeah, this was always a problem with anything that's dealt with online. The care between the making of the product and the product getting to you is usually tragically bad. My brother's British living in Finland, and he says some of the social rules over there are very different. Yeah. Yes, they are. For example, if a Finnish person says they're going to do something, they actually do it. which to a British person is like, you what now? You mean they actually do the thing they say they're going to do? And they actually do. And it's something that they're very, overly proud of. Which means the sales process in Finland is a lot more simple, a lot more straightforward. There's a lot less BS. Because if you so quickly will just be delisted if you try and sell that way. Or if you just act that way in general. If you agree to do a verbal contract is a contract in Finland. It's as good as writing it down. In the UK, if you haven't got a paper trail, it basically doesn't exist. If you have a phone call with somebody, how many phone calls have you had in the UK where the last sentence of that phone call is right, okay, cool, bang that to me in an email, cheers, bye. That the phone call might as well have not happened. All you're trying to do is instigate the email, the paper trail. Without the paper trail, it's not a thing. It's very different over here, though. In a good way. In a good way. I actually banned a customer from the store I was working in because she was being rude. I'll make my purchases elsewhere. Good. Go there. You're not welcome back. Yeah, I've had a few of those as well. Yeah. A few of those customers that seem to think that, that you should literally bend them over and rim them just to get the sale. Nope. No. I'll sell it to somebody else. It's fine. You can go away. Why am I selling enchants all of a sudden? Why have I even got enchants? Why am I even listing enchants? The world's gone mad. I've sold 3 enchants in the last hour. I never sell it. I can't remember the last time I crafted enchants. Where did they even come from? I'm now selling things I didn't even know I had. It's been a long day, obviously. I've heard of that program. Probably a lot of fake stuff, but it's still pretty funny. Yeah, I imagine it is. The funny thing is like for a long time as well. I worked in sales at a period of time where, without divulging exactly how old I am, the transition between checks and cash and like debit and credit cards was still a thing. You would still have people turn around to you and say, how much for cash? And I'm like, well, it says it on the fucking ticket, mate. No, but how much for cash? Dude, I'm not going to put 50% of it in my pocket. The number's on the ticket, right? Usually of the older generation were still of that mindset because cash money meant a lot more for a long time, which I always found a very interesting approach to the sales perspective. I don't think that's a thing anymore, though. Although I guess in some industries it probably still is. How much for cash? Yeah, plus 50%. Yeah. What? Yeah. Ironically, if you take it on credit, then you get it cheaper. if you sign up to a credit agreement, hey, it's cheaper. Oh, that's definitely still a thing in Belgium. Oh, is it really? Tax people too much and they stop paying taxes. Well, that's also true. I mean, that was mainly the reason it was a thing in the first place. You know, the transaction of cash is far easier to hide. Hey, I don't make the rules. Cashier's 50% extra. Yeah. Can you imagine people's faces? Yes, I'd like to buy this this £1,000 product, please. Okay. How much for cash? 1,500. Huh? What? Isn't it cheaper for cash? Normally, but for you, sir, I'm going to make an exception for you. I do miss being in sales, you know. I do miss playing with customers. That sounds wrong. You know what I mean. Maybe that's the reason I'm not in sales. Right, a couple more cancel scans, and then I think I might need to take a break for a while. My inventory is getting pretty diminished now. We're down to only 60 rank 7s left. 66 rank 7s left. A few of which are probably in slots that are just sticky slots. It's also not clip that out of context. But by that I mean the demand for certain items is not as great as it could be. Which, even being competitive on price, doesn't matter all that much if nobody wants it. In sales in seafood, the best way to earn a customer's trust is honesty. I mean, that's generally the rule in most sales situations. This is why those scam artist salespeople, they make a quick buck, but they don't make a quick buck for very long. Can you clip that as well? You're going to make a good vid by now. All Manthus's verbal slip-ups in one long compilation. Hey, I could put a fair few mid-rolls on that video. Did I just do a cancel? Oh, there we go. I did. Like I said, I always had, when I worked in sales, I had a good 20% of the you know, a good 20% of my monthly results were due to customers coming back to seek me out specifically and to buy directly from me, which was which made the job really easy, right? Made the job really easy. All the scam artists were running around trying to, you know, trying to scam every penny they possibly could out of people, desperately trying to hit their targets, whereas my target was pretty much covered just by people coming in and trying to find me directly. I'm old enough to have done mandatory army service in Germany. The only lesson I learned was that honesty has real value. Oh, it absolutely does. Like, more so than anything else. Made going to work pretty easy. When I worked in audio sales on commission, that happened to me. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Especially if there's a position where it's commission based. Yeah. I worked in various sales roles for a while. Some heavily commission based, some not so heavily, but arguably the ones that had the least commission were the ones where I tended to perform best at, because the financial gain of selling a big ticket item wasn't always there, which meant it was far easier to promote the product that was actually the one the customer wanted, not the one that made you the most money. See, it seems crazy, but kind of true. I do that in game. How much for an item X? 80k. But that's the same price as the auction house. How much discount for me? Oh, sorry, 85k. Yeah. Yeah. That's sorry. How dare I offer you the same price the auction house offers you? You're right. You know, with my name tag on it, 85k. Special price for you only. I do your friends mates rates. Do you a deal. Custom, bespoke, one of a kind for you. 2 times the price. Some guildies have started asking me for some leather stuff for slots that I've not leveled up. If you pay me 5 million, sure. It's not leveled up. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Tailor-made, so it has to cost more. Yeah, it's bespoke. Slap a big fancy word in front of it, like bespoke, custom. You know, charge more. It's one of a kind. Folks on my realm have paid more just to have my crafter's name tag on it. Crafted by Hesticles. Oh, God. That's a cool character name. I do approve. Just make the character name Don't Whisper. Could do. How have you managed to have the name Hesticles? Surely that's going to be one that a Blizzard GM's going to go, hang on here. Hang on here. Right, well, there's 176 sales in our mailbox. Should we do some simple maths on this? 176 sales in the mailbox, of which, apart from a few tiddly little things here and there, has mostly been rank 7s today. If 100 of them is 5.1 million, 170 is probably another 4 million on top, right? Simple maths, probably another 4 million on top. So we've probably done nearly gold cap in terms of actual revenue today. Which is more than I did on this realm on rank 7 day. But on rank 7 day, my focus was on Taran Mill because I was doing 20 million. The revenue was much bigger. But nearly gold cap, I think, so far in a day. I mean, absolutely by the end of the day it will be. I mean, what's in the auction house? Oh, it's 1.2 mil in the auction house. Yeah, we've done gold cap in terms of revenue in a day, which is the most gold I've ever done revenue-wise on this server in a single day. And I still have, maybe not necessarily the legendaries that everybody wants, but I still have a reasonable amount of stuff to sell before I consider it done. which I think is, well, I don't even think. It's definitely not quite what I expected from today. I knew sales were going to be good. I knew revenue was going to be good. It's been very top heavy though. We've sold like way more rank 7s than I expected to today. But we've also sold way less 4s, 5s and 6s than I expected to. I expected 4s, 5s and 6s to be pretty good. But what we might find happens is if the rank 7s dry up, if rank 7s start to, if natural resets start to happen on some of these prices, especially after I sell out, and especially after, I mean, look, the Bone Shatter Waistguard is apparently 94,000 gold in profit now. It appears that the likelihood is some things are getting naturally reset. It might be easier to do this here. 291 Bone Shatter Arm Guards, Gauntlets, anything that's... Okay, most things for now still seem to be... Oh, yeah, here we go. Bone Shatter Waistguards appear to have naturally reset itself. And there's a few people here that are crafting them and selling them in the 145,000 gold range, which I wish them good luck selling them at these prices. They're gonna, you know, they'll probably sell a few. I've been selling them for 60k all day. So this will happen a little bit, and what will probably happen now is your rank 6 Bone Shatter Waistguard all of a sudden looks very tempting. Your rank 6 Bone Shatter Waistguard at 48k? A third of the price? You know what? I'll buy this for now. This is kind of the approach that some people might take. If they see too many things at bigger prices. So it may be, for while I was keeping the price of rank 7s very reasonable. Bone Shatter Waistguards. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we sell 4, 5s and 6s off the back of selling out and having big resetting prices on some of these slots. I could, in theory. There's nothing to stop me just crafting a bunch of these and competing on these high prices now. But I need to remember my overall goal today was to burn through as much inventory as I can. I started the day with nearly 400 crafted legendaries. I'm down to 251. So I think my efforts to reduce this number and to keep my inventory numbers a bit lower, I think so far has been a success. Got to make the decision, buy pogs and keep crafting, or call it quits. See, this is it. The sensible thing to do is to just keep going. The sensible thing is to just keep going. But the problem is I kind of don't want to. I kind of want to take my bag and run. I could just keep going. There's nothing to stop me. I mean, look. There's 200 pogs. There's nothing to prevent me just hoovering them all up and going again. But I don't know if I want to. Yesterday before reset, I had 100,000 gold total on my battle net. But a big stock of rank 7s. Now I've almost everything is sold. Yeah. This is the thing. I'm very tempted to just... I could almost like go as far as just dumpstering the price on these to get somebody to take them off my hands. Makes buying the Legos at higher prices more appealing to people if there shows to be little to no pogs. I mean, that's true. But if I buy pogs and I start recrafting, I also have to start buying all of the other materials that go into it, which puts me straight back in the same position I was previously with having just lots of stuff. I'm trying to minimize the amount of inventory because from this point on, inventory is not what you want. Everything's going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. I don't know. What do we do? Burning through most of my stock as well, including mats. Little conservative with buying more and liquefying most of my mats, and then make the decision whether I still want to be involved in the Lego game or call it quits for this expansion. See, this is the thing, right? You hit a big target. You and me both. You hit a big target. My goal for Shadowlands is done. I could just rinse and repeat and ride the wave, or I could chill. We absolutely need to keep on top of what we do still have, though. There's still the evening rush. See, this is it. This is it. If I crafted a whole... The thing is, I don't think there will be any problems if I did another massive restock. I genuinely don't think that there's any issue of not selling it. Because for me, it's 6 o'clock in the evening. In about 4 hours' time, there's going to be another rush of sales. There'll be steady sales throughout the evening anyway. I've barely dropped below... I barely think I've dropped below 1 million gold an hour so far today. At all. I'm at 1.2 now, and I haven't put any effort in. Keep milking it for the day. Doubt this is going to be the same in a few days' time. Well, I know it won't. This is it. But I don't want to try and milk it too hard and then get left with a bunch of overpriced stock. I went 2,200% profit so far in Shadowlands. I mean, I went in with 1.4. I'm now sat at about 100. You do the maths on that. Rank 7 necks are down to 60k. That doesn't surprise me. They've not sold as well as I expected them to today. No thanks, I did the maths on my own. We've not sold a Lego in 10 minutes. We've gone 10 minutes without selling something. Should we look at what it would be from a curiosity perspective? If we load up this realm, if we load up this character. Forgot my own Legos for the raid. Oops. See, if I did a full restock on everything rank 7, I wonder what it would be. Curiosity. I don't have all the middle mats though. That's the problem. The auction house has eaten my homework. Yeah. Hey, there we go. Woo! The drought is over. The drought is over. I'm starting to get itchy. It's like, not made a sale in 10 minutes. What's going on? I want to cry. Maybe if I actually press the post button more than once every 10 minutes, it might help. By the way, fellas, short stream again tomorrow. Mantis is going to be burnt out again. I've been desperate. I tell you what, I've been desperately trying to not burn out. Next week, there's been next week there'll be probably not fewer, but definitely shorter streams. See, you know what's mental? You know what's actually mental? I look at this and I see 2 million gold in cost with 1 million gold in profit. And I'm like, I mean, I could. I'd need a bunch of enchanted heavy callous hide to the tune of about 400. I'm just wondering how many of the materials I already have, because I still have materials to churn through. How much heavy callous hide do I own? I still have 1,600 heavy callous hide at 170 gold smart average price. Although I don't actually think I do. It says I've got 1,200 on the auction house. I think my TSM's having a real problem keeping track of what and where everything is. Heavy callous hides. Oh, I do have... Oh, maybe I actually do. Heavy callous hide. Oh, I actually do. Well, let's just chip that off real quickly then. Maybe what we do now is we just laser focus the shit that we know sells like absolute candy instead. Only the stuff I know I can burn through mad level fast. Good afternoon, how are sales looking? Pretty juicy. Pretty juicy. We're gonna need both TSM and Alcoholic keep telling me I've got stuff on the auction house until I actually go and open my auctions tab in the auction house. Yeah, sometimes that is, especially if you're doing lots of cancel scanning, reposting, all that sort of stuff. The sync between the two gets a little confused. A wee bit confused. You know, the irony of ironies is I can complete this full restock and it's not actually going to cost me much of anything. I've mostly got the materials I need. I'm going to have to go for one last hurrah. Phooey. Right, what do I need? I need 400 summon. Where's... I convinced myself, boys and girls. 415 enchanted heavy callous hide. All cancelled. We're short on soul dust. Soul dust. There's 1,000. We're gonna borrow that then. All cancelled. Craft. How many did I say I need? 450. We'll go 450. Go. 450. 450-ish. Yeah, that'll do. Callous hides. Maybe. Why is it asking me to buy so much callous hide? There's no reason for it to ask me to buy so much callous hide. It's probably trying to make me craft. Yeah, it's trying to make me craft heavy callous hide. That can fuck off. We've got that. It's fine. Heavy desolate leather. We've got mountains of this fucking stuff. Pallid bones were good. How many pogs we sat on? I got 20 pogs on the auction house. Huh. What do you know? Hey, I got Petunia more on the auction house. I've been buying this flipping stuff all day. Been buying that all day. There's me with a stack load of it on the auction house. It's not selling. Craft heavy. Yeah, that's not in a month of Sundays. So how many pogs do we have? 48. We're going to need a few more. Reset the pog market, 20k, let's go. Nah, it pushes my average price more than I need it to. It actually, in a weird way, it kind of works in my best interest if it's not super duper high. Transferring Essentia left and right. I'm not, yeah, I mean, I've not been keeping too much of a track of what's going on these realms, but I tell you what, there's been a relatively steady supply of Pog Essence on Taran Mill. Making mills without effort. I mean, that's it's a pretty simple way of doing it, I suppose. $600 flasks for 50% crafting cost. Damn. Somebody's had enough. Somebody's had enough. Somebody's out of here. Woo. Zan's oversupplying them at 4 an hour for the past few days. Maybe. It's crazy how it feels like it's not going that great. 1.2 mil in the last hour. It's wild. It's actually wild. Doesn't sound so special now, but I'd be happy with that if I was selling glyphs and enchants. Literally 2 weeks ago, if I mean that I would, you know, 1.2 million was like a good few days of sales. Now I do that in an hour and I'm tired. How much of this are we doing? 170. That's going to take another 10 minutes or so, I reckon, to make all of that. In the meantime, we can probably put together some of the rest of the materials we need. We're not buying the callous hide because that's actual crazy talk. We need anything that we need to make the. Okay, so we need 57 Essence of Valor. Are you shitting me? Why do I need Essence of Valor so desperately all of a sudden? Why have I got no Essence of Valor? Who the, stolen all of my Essence of Valor? Well, There's an easy solution to that. Where's all my solanum ore? You chill out for a minute. In fact, I think it's mostly on the auction house. Solanum ore. Cancel you. Cancel you. Get that prospected. I cannot believe I am prospecting for Essence of Valor. What has my day become? It's a new one. You're usually swimming in it. Not quite sure why I've got all the other essences. Not quite sure at all. The ludicrous amounts of necks that I've crafted in the last few days probably has something to do with it, though. Solanum, go. Right, you get going on that. This dude needs to continue whacking away on 250 of these. Whilst at the same time, getting a cancel scan on the go. I'll trade you some for some Torment and Rebirth. No. 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 No, no, no. No, no, no. Can't go with that. Hey! Proto-Pelt! Selling Proto-Pelt for 200 gold. Suckers! Proto-Pelt for 200 gold. That shit's meant to be free. I'm pleasantly surprised just how valuable some of the materials have stayed. Did you just call me a sucker? Was that you? You bought my Proto-Pelt? What in the world do you need Proto-Pelt for? I've got more of that if you need some. I've got a few more of that if you need some. I'll do you a deal. Do you a deal. How many do you need? I got 1,900. I've got nearly 2,000 of the stuff left. Oh, and if you want it all for 130, you can have it. 130 a piece, that is. However much of it you want. Ugh. I'll sell it you at cost. I'm feeling generous. Are we good on... Okay, we're good on that now, actually. Let's send the rest of that solanum all back. We don't need that pissing about in our bags, do we? Send... Get that back on the auction house. We need... What do we need? What do we need? Did I send Pogs over here? I don't think I did. Send monthly 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, what, like 60? How many did it say I needed? 58. 60 is a good number. We're going to need the Pagenium ore, which is 300. Have a couple of stacks of that. This callus hide, which it's telling me to craft, that's not happening. I need 100 plus of that. So, well, how about that one? That'll do. Off you go. We need the enchanted heavy callus. That's on its way. Heavy desolate leather. We need a bunch of that, apparently. That's odd. Why do we need it? Okay, sure. Let's make those vestiges then first. Probably need to do a cancel scan. See, I've had a new burst of energy now that I've had some food on the go. Although I should really take a break soon. I'm noticing my voice is starting to crack. It's probably because I've been streaming for too long today. And all this legendary selling excitement. Oh, snap. We had a bunch of cancelled that I hadn't put back on the auction house. Oops. Little surprised the 925 PTR's up so quick. Only a month after 9.2. Yeah, today was also... Yeah, today's the least convenient day for that to happen for me. I should be on there. I should be poking my nose around. I should be having a look to see what's going on, but... I'm too busy with what's going on today. That can wait. I don't think there's much from a goal-making perspective going on anyway. Did you reset a few of the Legos, or is that somebody else's doing? It depends which one, although... I'm not... Well, I'm doing the opposite of resetting, for the most part. I'm trying to keep the prices as competitive as possible. There's a strong chance, though, that on some of the slots which I have completely sold out of, some resets have happened. Bone Shatter Waist Guard, for example, I think was one that has been reset to just like ludicrous prices. Which, if you can snag a sale or two, then GG. Hang on, how many of these things do we need? We needed like 400 and some in heavy, enchanted heavy, didn't we? 415. Oh, we're done. Good. Chill. Relax. Send that, and probably that as well. Okay, we should now be, in theory, good to go. We need some heavy desolate leather. Yoink. We need some desolate leather. We need some pallid bones, and we need some arboreal shards. Let's grab the shards real quick. Yoink. Here's some bones. How many bones do we need? 3 stacks. 3 stacks of bony bones, and then as much leather as we can fit in our bags. We probably need to leave some room to craft some stuff. That'll do. Why is it telling me to craft heavy desolate leather? Of all the things, game? Really? 5 hours later, the man is still... I can't stop! I can't stop! I have a shopping addiction! I can't help it. I can't help it. This is the way that gold making gets eventually. You try and spend your gold as fast as you can, because the faster you can spend it, and the faster you can turn it into something, and the faster you can sell it again, the faster you can do it all again. And the cycle continues. It's not selling. Not selling is basically losing money. Yeah, that's it. All these legendaries, to which I do not have at the moment, are sales that I am not getting. And as much as I want out the game, it's fucking addictive. Milk the cow while it's juicy. So we're milking hard. We're milking like our udders depend on it. I walked away for 10 minutes and he's crafting again. I don't know what to tell you. Until I literally have no materials, it's, you know, it's not a bad idea. Although, severe lack of bag space. I've not even done the campaign today. I've been streaming for over 8 hours now, and I've still not even done the campaign. I've not taken 30 minutes out of my day to actually play the game even yet today. I need to. I'm not even revered yet. I'm such a slacker. What a tragic slacker. Over 8 hours more than a full work day. Shush. But you're right. More desolate leather, of course. All of the desolate leather, please. Honey, you know that thing you said we were going to do today? Yeah, it's not happening. Yeah. Well, my wife has gone to Pilates class or something. She does some stretchy yoga something on a Wednesday. Which usually means she leaves me to sort the dogs and to do my own thing, so it's not the worst case scenario. I'll do some auction housey business for a little while, sell a few things for a little while, then I'll relax and decompress by taking the dogs out for a walk. But not until we've finished selling all the legendaries. Now I think this will be the last restock. I said that the last time, but this will be the last restock now. Sounded real addict like. Oh, just one more, just a small one. Just a rank 4. That's all I need. Just a rank 4. Give me a rank 4. I'll take a rank 4. Last one on this realm. Before we go too far, I should probably check if I need shards on the other characters. Gathering, let's go the mage. The mage needs arboreal shards, 120 of them. The mage is going to need shards, the paladin does not. Let's send some shards over. Let's buy a stack of shards. That's the smallest quantity of arboreal shards I think I've ever bought. 200 arboreal shards. I mean, is that it? What is this? Rookie numbers. I guess it doesn't matter which order we do it in. 4.2 million in hourly sales across 6 realms. Got to do a restock. It's not bad. It's not bad. Not bad at all. I have no idea how you can manage 6 realms at once. I can barely keep my head wrapped around 1 or 2. These people that do 6 or 7 realms in a go. Let's just do a cancel across the board while we wait for our other account to log on. It's not so much to cancel because we've basically ran out of stuff. I wonder how many people actually. I thought about this the other day, and I wonder how many people are going to recraft 4 new units. Do you reckon there's people that are going to recraft 4 Unity legendaries? 1 for each Covenant. Do you think people are still going to do that? I know the entire purpose of the Unity is so that you don't have to do that. But do we think there's somebody that's going to do it? I'm sure somebody has. I'm sure somebody will. There'll be people doing that, yes. Four Unity crafts, all going through ranks 1 through till 7. They're buying 28 base legendary items today. I mean, people are still buying every rank of a Lego. It's very true. It's very true. Do you have some sort of add-on or script to log on to different accounts? I have a second account and typing passwords isn't that comfortable. No, I just type passwords. 1.4 million sales in half an hour. Let's go. Yeah, Sylvanas has been fun today. I peaked at 2.5 million earlier today on Sylvanas, which was a little bit ridiculous. We're currently sat at, oh my god, a disgusting 700,000 gold. What a slacker. I need to pull my finger out. Right, what does this dude need? He needs flux, he needs pog essences, he needs pog ore, he needs shadow ghast ingots. Damn, I knew there was something I forgot to get off my other character. It was the stupid shadow ghast ingots. Alright, fine. Send. How many pog ores? 430. Have those then. I need the pog essences, which is 20 plus a bit. Are we nearly out of pogs? Are we nearly out of pogs? Am I now one of those scumbags that's buying pogs as I need them? Maybe I am. Either that or I've lost track of where all of them are. Apparently I've got 22 in my bags already. There we go, 22. Send. What did we also need? Shadow ghast ingots, flux. Ingots are on my other character. I can grab those real quick. Launching through Battle.net software does not ask for passwords. Not for one account, not, but I always have to log into the second one. I mean, that not necessarily true. I mean, if you're I launch WoW clients from time to time with different configuration files, which means I don't always use. I'm not always using the Battle.net launcher to launch my accounts. Plus, there is that little box that says "Remember my account" that you might want to make sure that you've pressed. I mean, not to you know sound silly, but do you want to sell me a K worth of pelt for 130 gold each? Sure, absolutely. Are you standing right next to me still? This is you right here, right? I think so. Pleasure doing business with you. That's how you do face-to-face trades, boys and girls. You take all about 4 seconds out of your day to do it. Job done. Doesn't get any easier than that. No, it doesn't. I'm glad you did the maths. Luckily, 1,000 is quite an easy number to multiply, right? Shadowgast ingots, where have they gone? They're all the way over here. Somebody just posted 10 pogs at 5 gold each. Ooh, that's a rip. Ripperoni pepperoni on that one, my god. The annoying thing is if you have an authenticator active and you use 2 battle nets, it will always ask you for the code if you log in on the same client. Yeah, I mean, I live in the world of authenticator numbers. I mean, it's there for good reason, right? It's hella annoying, though. And you know, it's 7 times more important for me to do it, considering. There will come a day... There'll come a day where I'll accidentally leak a password or something on stream and it will, you know, haunt me forever. Which is why I have to take... I'm super vigilant about passwords and them not being the same, and, you know, I'm strict about that sort of stuff. Right, this dude apparently has got Shadowgast ingots in his thing. Yes, there we go. Loads of the damn things. Right, 600 of them that way. The rest I probably keep. Because after this, now I know this sounds like a broken record, but after this restock, the only thing I probably will continue to restock is jewel crafting. Because it's mad level easy, and I've still got dirty amounts of materials. So I need to churn through jewel crafting stuff. So I think I will keep those mats there. Hang on. I've just hang on. Waistguard is tier 2. Leather tier 2. Where's my leather tier 2? Leather tier 2. Let's put that to 3. I did, when I did it, I did a support on site for some companies. Instead of asking the password, I always did a few tries first. I was able to get in without asking more often than I had to ask. Yeah. I also found it very funny that you so frequently you could people's router password is like literally always admin, like, because no motherfucker ever changes that. And if you get access onto a network, you can have, you know, root access within second. Like, Wi-Fi is one of the most outrageously undersecure things on the planet. I use so many different passwords for everything that if my browser didn't save it, I'd have to do password recovery every time. PKB, use a password manager, my man. Get yourself a password manager. I use not that I highly recommend it, because they're a bit of a, they've recently changed their policy in some way that has annoyed me, but I use LastPass and have used LastPass for a long time. LastPass annoyed me because they now charge you if you want to use it on multiple accounts, but he has one though, the one on the browser. I barely trust Google with my password in the first place. Fancy seeing you still streaming. Hey, it's a big day. It's a big day. We were doing plate, weren't we? Oh, I've just had a very weird thought. What does TSM now? Have I got any shadow? Have I got any Pog Essence? Or have I burnt through them all? What does? I just had this weird realization of I have no idea what happens once smart average buy price disappears. I said lots of words there and none of them probably made any sense. I'm sorry, I've been streaming for a while. How the mailbox has been treating you so far? Good hauls or rather meh? Pretty solid. I think I've done about 10 million gold in sales so far today, give or take roughly. On my little realm, that's pretty solid. Cannot complain. A lot more rank 7s than I expected. Not quite as many of the lower ranks as I expected. So, you know, +1, -1. Good to sell lots of rank 7s. Was hoping to clear through a lot more of my 4s, 5s and 6s though. Not a fan of the passwords being stored in the cloud for some other company, regardless if it's encrypted. Quantum calculations is near and near. I fear encryption is going to be easily cracked soon enough. I mean, fair point. I think that they're probably more secure there than they are on your local device, though. All the same. But no, I get your point. Send these over. Right, send. Is that it now? That's everything there. $300 enchanted lightless. 300 odd enchanted lightless. How am I going to go about doing that? Let me think real quick. I need 307 of those. Wow. Can I genuinely not be bothered to buy those? I need 13 torments. Why the hell do I need 13 torments? Okay, let's assess that situation. Right, lightless silk. Apparently I've got lots of lightless silk. Where have I got lots of lightless silk? Can I just make the... Oh, there we go. Go. That solved that problem really quick. Just catching your stream for the first time today. What's the over-under on hitting 100 mil today? We've done it. I've done it. I've hit 100 mil. I did it today. Or I will, sorry, I should state that I will do it when I loot my mailbox. But there's enough in the mailbox. So it's GG. So thank you on the grats. If quantum computers get to the point of trivializing encryption, we've got bigger problems. Yeah, we probably have got much bigger problems on our hands, yeah. It's, yes, being dubious of the unknown is entirely normal. Entirely normal. Could this day compete with the first day of rank 7s in terms of sales? I think there'll be people that in terms of revenue, I think people will do a similar amount of revenue today. It won't be anywhere near as profitable though. The profits today are far less juicy, but you're selling stuff as quick as you can make it in some cases, on some realms at least. Competing on the sales margin is a different story, at least for me though. That's partly a bit of my fault. I've deliberately squished the price. I've squished the margins quite tight, but I'm out of here after today, so the market's all yours after today. Damn, that's a gold graph. Oh boy, that's a gold graph. From 9 million up to just over 13. GG. There we go. How about that for a spike? Margins are okay, really, but they were like 300% crafting to begin with. Oh yeah, they yeah, of course. Yeah, this was it, right? It's nowhere near those level margins anymore. More volume, lower margins. Yeah, that's exactly the way it will be. But see, in a weird sort of way, for me, a lot of this, even though the margin is skinny, I, for the most part, consider my investment of the items in the first place basically covered already. Because I don't plan on a lot of this stuff to recraft it. Now, I'll dabble, you know, I'll casually do a little bit here and there, but I'll be a lot stricter going forward with exactly what I craft. I won't be acting like the Amazon or the Walmart. I won't be crafting it high and selling it cheap going forward. I'll be taking everything a lot more casually. But it means a lot of what I'm selling today. Whilst, yes, it's technically not pure profit, but because my revenue numbers aren't going to take a dip because I won't be reinvesting in a lot of the stuff, this is kind of tends to be what happens when you try to sell out of a market, that you get huge spike in volume at the end. And that's why I'm deliberately choosing to do it today, because I know the demand for these items today is at its peak, so it's given me a really good opportunity to burn through just a crazy amount of materials today. Of everything that I've had to recraft, there's not been that much that I've needed to buy materials for. I've maybe spent like 10-20% of the overall cost of all of these recrafts today actually buying stuff. I've had most of it already, and it's because I've been stockpiling materials for too long. I didn't sell as many lower rank legendaries as I expected in 9.2. We did alright on rank 6s the first couple of weeks when everybody was grinding reputation. I did alright there. I churned through a bunch of stuff, but there was definitely some sticky stuff. Especially since those first 2 weeks of patch 9.2 was all of the crazy leather prices. It was nice to sell a lot of stuff at the start of 9.2, but that was counteracted by the fact that I was buying a lot of stuff just because it was super cheap at the time. I'm, you know, taking full advantage of that now because I'm finally working my way through it all. But it's taken a couple of weeks to sort of, you know, chunk through it. I'm doing my best to turn my inventory into liquid right now. Hopefully, so that it doesn't lose much of its value over the next weeks and months. 307 enchanted lightless silk. That shouldn't be that hard because that's almost done. I need... Wow. I need. Where's... to borrow those off the auction house real quick. Just real quick, you know. Just sneaky real quick, yo. Send... what do we need? A few torments, 13 torments. Have I got Sinvir ore kicking about? I'd much rather prospect some Sinvir ore for that if I can. Have I got Sinvir ore? I have. How much? Maybe I've just got 13 torments actually on my hunter. In fact, I almost guarantee I have. The joy of having 2 jewel crafters. Oh shit, we got all our legendaries in our bags. What's going on? We do not need a bag full of legendaries today. Get them gone. Get them listed. Hang on. Male tier 2. Oh, okay, that's fine. Plate tier 2. Oh, alright, I'll play the game. Operations. Plate T2. I'm not going crazy, but I'll play the game. There we go. Plate tier 1. Hang on. Fuck. I'll be a little bit more generous since it's the evening. 9-1, heartbreak-inducingly got to 9.39 million. Finally, at long last today, brought it home. First goal on cap. GG, my man. Well done. Oh, 9.39. So close. So close. Hey, well done on getting past the gold cap. If I had a gold cap, I would tip it. But, well done. Oh, what's this? Grimveld pants below minimum price? Below my minimum price? Wild times we live in, when people have the ability to sell things cheaper than I do. Enchanted Lightless 307 to 350. We're more than done. Is that everything? What else do we need? What? Oh, hang on. Why are we on this character? Shit. What are we on this character for? Torments. Send. In fact, we need how many? How many? 13. Does that say 13? I hope that says 13. That says. I think that says 13. What did happen when your smart average buy disappeared for Pogs? I cheated and I bought one more. I needed 10 and I bought 11 just so it definitely wouldn't, and so I wouldn't have to deal with it right now. I don't know is the honest answer. In fact, I do know what will happen because my material price for it is based on an average. What it will basically mean is it will just revert to the DB market price. For me, at least, it will revert to DB market price because that's how I've got the material price set up for it. If there is no smart average, it's just the average of the DB market, which is the DB market. So it probably won't do the same thing for you guys, though, because it depends on how I've customized my material price for it to be closer to how I like to deal with them. But I still cheesed it a bit just to be safe. 700 shrouded cloth. 700 shrouded cloth. 700 shrouded cloth. Am I buying my own shrouded cloth? 700 shrouded cloth. Right, now this time, why is it this time? I swear this will be the last restock. I swear. Time to take a break for today and go practice. Have a good one. May the sales treat you well. Thank you very well. Thank you very well. I can't even talk. Thank you very much, Derp. Enjoy the rest of your day. We will catch up soon. I wish TSM made it so it just uses the last buy price instead of using a nil value. I mean, that would be the most sensible thing to do. For it to just nil it out feels a bit odd. Oh, I've got 3 of these things. I got 3 Pog Essence still. Outrageous behavior. Well, what do you know? Well, what do you know? Can't believe I only made 3 capes. I should have probably been bagging out these capes for like crazy money. But right, I am now committed to that being the very last rank 7 I'm going to craft outside of jewel crafting. There's always a caveat, right? Outside of jewel crafting, I've got a lot of jewel crafting materials, so there may come a period later on in the evening where I just hardcore grind out jewel crafting sales to burn through the last remaining stock. But that is as close to done on that character. Where do you inform yourselves about profitable farming routes? The Worth It add-on is probably one of the best things you can look at. The Worth It add-on is going to do a reasonably good job of that for you. I don't know how frequently the routes get updated in Worth It, but considering it's in-game, it's pretty solid. Alternatively, check the YouTubes. Unfortunately, not so much mine. I don't really have many farming related stuff, to be honest, but right, if I take a little browse in the time it's taken me to restock on certain things, have I actually sold out? Wow, have I sold out of Shadowgast rings now? Wow. Okay, well, it didn't take too long before my need to restock came back again. Let's do a full cancel scan. My restock needs a restock. It's just a vicious loop, right? By the time we finish the restock, it's time to do it again. Damn, competition's wild. I guess this is what happens when you actually have things to sell. Yo, we heard you like restocks. Plenty old enough. Did somebody just buy out the rest of the pogs? Did somebody reset the pog market like seconds after I bought mine? Well, that was lucky, wasn't it? That was lucky. Alright, well, let's play game then. We're now back to square one. We're back to another 100 legendaries to sell. Fuck my life. I like your pog prices. Mine are back to close to 30k. Oh, it's not going to take long. I would imagine this evening somebody will just go yoink and take all of them. It's happened a few times already today. But it goes to show that there's still plenty of them being, you know, turning up out, you know, lots of them are popping out the woodwork. $122, $145 bone shatter waist guards. If we can actually get them to sell at that price. I've been selling bone shatter waist guards all day. If the sales start drying up because they're 100k plus again, I'll bring them back down. I will facilitate a bit of a reset for the minute. Sold them easy at those prices. Okay. Let's go gadget then. Right, brain, let's think about this. We can now go... Do we go... Where's Shadowgast Ring? We go... How many do we go? Blizzard has decided I've done enough crafting for today, getting character not found on both my crafting accounts. Oh dear. Oh dear. $16.5k for Pog Essences. I run the risk now that buying more of these, I run the risk that I lose my smart average price. Just for the purpose of jewel crafting. Maybe I don't make more rings. Maybe I'm happy to chill on the rings. Has anybody ever the speed set's been nerfed to still zoom? We can zoom on foot and on mount, ground mount. They nerfed the flying speed of it. You can stack them and you still go super speedy, but they've nerfed it for flying. I'm sure Bellula would have done a Fun Police video if they nerfed it. Well, they half have. If they nerf it so that it doesn't stack, then yeah, that's real Fun Police. Do I even want in on the Shadowgast Ring market anymore? I could just purge my materials. I could just sell the materials instead. I wish there was a genius average buy where it calculated materials from the current stock that you have and the stock of materials used in your current stock. That would actually be, yes, yeah, absolutely. The smart average buy is, I mean, it's a step up from average buy, because the longer your average buy is a thing, the less accurate I tend to find it gets. Because, you know, oh, guess what? Markets change. Smart average buy is okay, but it feels kind of weird that it goes by goes by the price you've paid only for the materials that you still have. Now, the reason you buy materials is to craft something with them. Once you've crafted something with them, they haven't disappeared, they've just changed form slightly. So yes, I do kind of agree. I wish smart average buy was a little bit smarter. If you have used them for the purpose, I think it shouldn't take them away from smart average buy until it can track a sale of that item. The problem with that is TSM can't track the item level of the things that sell. TSM can't easily, this is why the ledger only shows Shadowgast Ring. I'm quite sure it's something they've thought of. Or maybe because it tracks the inventory, it knows when you... In fact, no, that's a lie. Because it tracks inventory, it will know when you've sold one. Which also begs the question, why don't they use your inventory values to determine what items sold for the purpose of the ledger? Surely that can be... Surely you could... Yeah. Why isn't that a thing? I'm sure it requires some smart coding, but I'm sure it's a thing. Inventory is able to track the quantity of items that you have by the item level. just because the mail, when you loot a mail and it creates the entry in the ledger for the sale happening. I'm just thinking at it on another level of why they can't update, why it wouldn't be possible to update the ledger to actually track based on the item level as well. Even though the mail doesn't have the information, going by, it can calculate what is sold going by what your current, if your inventory goes down by 1, you've either used the item or you've sold it. I guess. Yeah, I guess if you then use the, I guess there's some outlier. I don't know. There's a thought in my brain on that one though. A thought in my brain that doesn't need to be there right now. We'll think about things tomorrow. Okay, that brings me back to my initial question. Do I want to buy more Pog Essences to make more Shadowgast rings today? Or do I not care? Or do I wait a day or two until the Pogs are back down to 10k a piece and then sell some more? Not sure. Just logged in, 1.7 mil. Not 1 hour's passed yet. Keep going. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. It's just software. Anything's possible. Just a question of the developer saving the time to do the work. Yeah. You'd get inconsistencies if you ever removed items from your inventory in a way that is not tracked. Yeah, for example, if you just delete an item, or if it's a BOE and you equip it and it becomes soulbound. There are some scenarios. I mean, TSM's already tragically bad at tracking whether you've actually used an item. If you equip a 262 BOE, for example, it still thinks that you have one, and what there's some issues there for sure. Or just liquidate and play Factorio. Yeah, about that. About that. There were 3 games that are super high on my list. I seem to talk about this every day. Can you tell I'm absolutely desperate to go and play other games? Is it that obvious yet? I'm very, very keen to play City Skylines. I want to play Factorio again because I have the itch. But I also now have bought the Satisfactory. So there's 3 games that are super high on my list of games I want to just go out and play. The normal smart average buy is calculated based on inventory anyway, so it makes sense that the new average buy would calculate based on how many items that crap. That's also true. That's also true. Don't play Satisfactory, that way lies to madness. Hey, I'm going a little bit stir crazy doing legendaries. A bit of Satisfactory is a chill day in the office. Latest stream I've ever seen from you, and you say you want to play other games? Sure. Maybe, we'll see. We'll see. Trying to get rid of everything now. I'm also sick of legendaries. Hit 100 mil a couple of days ago. Feels like I'm done. Yeah, you, me both. I went mad with that game. Haven't even scratched the surface. Direwolf did a let's play on Satisfactory. Looked like a really good game. I've dabbled. I've seen enough of Satisfactory to know that it will grip me very tightly, and I know I will want to play the game to death. I've got literally thousands of hours in Factorio, so I know for a fact that Satisfactory will do the same. Now, What I like about Factorio is more the min-maxing, optimizing of builds, which is less a Satisfactory thing. Satisfactory appears, at least, but through my perception of the game, without actually having played it yet, to be more about the aesthetics of how your factory looks. So it's a bit more transmoggy. As far Satisfactory appears to be a little bit more transmoggy, but you know, it's still building a whacking great big factory and farming things and automating things. It's gonna scratch the same itch, I think. Watch Let's Game It Out. Oh, I have. I've seen his transport belt chaos. Yes. There is 0 chances that I'll be able to play the game like that, though. He has this innate ability to make chaos look beautiful. No, to me, chaos is just chaos. you should see some of the... this is why I can't... In Factorio, I cannot make a spaghetti base even if I try. Things have to be straight lines, neat, organized. My OCD kicks in, and things have to be equal distances apart from each other. We have to have 4 belts, then a 2 belt gap, then 4. It gets disgusting. But yeah, I cannot make chaos look beautiful. I just can't do it. Unless it's a game where chaos is at the core, you know, like a Destruction Derby kind of game, then we can make chaos, that's fine. Dyson Sphere will mess you up, can't do grids on a sphere. Dyson Sphere did mess me up for that exact reason. As soon as I went too much to the north, my brain just fried. Because the grid stopped aligning, and I was like, right, I have to move my build down so it fits in a nice... yeah, oh yeah. Oh, we've been there. We've been there. Ripped up half my base when I realised my rail network didn't match my power network. Oh, that's so painful. Yeah, I feel that. That's why a lot of Factorio I like to play modded. I like to play Factorio quite aggressively modded. The vanilla stuff is cool, but I've done a vanilla playthrough in Factorio like 10 times. I could do the vanilla game in my sleep. I like modded because then you get the bigger power poles. You can space things out a little bit better. You know, you can really dial into that OCD-ness. A lot more so. Okay, we're still busting through stuff. We're still pumping 1 million plus in the last hour, which is good. I think it might not be the worst idea for me to take a break for a while. I've been streaming for nearly 10 hours now. It might not be the worst idea to get up and take the dogs out for a walk. I think it's safe to say that tomorrow, when we loot this mailbox tomorrow, it's going to be pretty juicy because there's 2 full mailboxes. Now our average sale price is probably not much different. The second 100 is probably the same as the first 100, give or take. So there's a strong chance. There's a strong chance that there's already 10 million gold in this mailbox. And if we take a little bit of a look at LST in regards to rank 7s, we have another 5 million gold of rank 7s ready to rock and roll. We also have over 1 mil sat on the auction house today. We could be looking at a 15... We could be looking at a 15 to 20 mil mailbox tomorrow. That's wild. On a realm of this size, that is bananas. I did 21 million gold on Taran Mill. on rank 7 day. If I get even remotely close to that on this little realm, selling legendaries at a third of the price I was selling them then, this could be what they call going out with a bang. Especially with Pogs being hoovered up and being reset in places. What realistically, it's less than 3 million for somebody to come in and just hoover up the Pogs. That puts a pretty solid halt on most players recrafting, I would imagine. The fact that even I'm down to the point where I would need to buy Pogs to recraft is madness. Because I'm quite sure I had more Pog essences than nearly every other person on this realm going into today. But in fairness, I have also been selling for nearly 10 hours straight. If I'm not going to recraft, on jewel crafting stuff, it might not be the worst idea to sell off some of this Elysium again. I know we only bought most of it earlier, but it might not be the worst idea to sell it out. We bought it, to be fair, we bought it at quite a high price. I bought it to stranglehold this morning's jewel crafters. Or, let's be real, or I just prospect it all and make rings and gems in a couple of days when the Pog essences get cheap again. That's pretty solid. Give us at least something to sell over the next few days. How much Desolate Leather have I gone through? See, after all of this, recrafting like an absolute crazy person, I still have 150,000 Desolate Leather. I've barely scratched the surface of my Desolate Leather supplies. My average buy price on it is like 2 gold 12 though. Which means, worst case scenario, I can vendor shuffle it to get the gold back. But it will take me hours and hours and hours. And at 2 gold, at 150,000, I've got a token's worth of Desolate Leather. In the scale of things, I don't care. I'd vendor it. I'd sooner vendor it than I would. I'd sooner vendor this than I would actually vendor shuffle it, I think, for the amount of gold that would be worth. I'd sooner vendor it. I mean, by vendor it, I mean I'd put it on the auction house for a gold a piece and somebody else could buy it off me. But, you know. I've still got a reasonable amount of Leystrite ore. Which, it's always good to have Leystrite ore. It's not expensive. I got a few Shadowgast ingots kicking about still. I think I've done a reasonably good job of cleaning through a lot of my inventory. I'm down to only 24,000 Phaedrum ore. That is a minor fucking miracle, let me tell you. I had over 100,000 Phaedrum ore up until very recently. Actually, in the last few days, I've burnt through a good chunk of this Phaedrum ore through both prospecting, which is probably not been the best use of it, but I've sold a bunch of this as well. I've flipped a lot of Phaedrum ore. I wish I'd kept my last couple of weeks of Pog Essence, just drip fed them into the markets today. I was selling some Pog Essence earlier on. People who are buying it, though, are still cautiously buying it at the right price. There has, though, been a couple of times where I've seen some just big resets. People swoop in and just buy, like, a mountain of it. You know, when this sort of thing happens, when there's, you know, a huge wall of it here, this is probably because somebody just bought it all up to that point and then relisted it all again. Which, if you can get some of yours caught up in that, in that reset, then you can do alright. Reselling Pog Essence at scale probably wouldn't have been too easy today. But you're right, you could have drip fed it back in without too much problems. This is it, right? You don't even need to be crafting legendaries to take advantage of this legendary craze. You know, if you know what what restrictions are going to be on some of the materials, you can plan ahead. Which is exactly what I did on, you know, the 2 weeks before rank 7s were even available. Buying literally thousands of Pog Essence. I think I went into rank 7 day with about 2,000 Pog Essence across my couple of accounts. A smart average buy price that was just like ludicrously cheap. And I've done the same for today. I've been slowly building up a supply of Pog Essence the last week at about 10 to 11,000 gold each because of flying. And of course today it doubled up to, you know, it's floated between, on my realm at least, it's floated between sort of 16 to 20k in some cases earlier today. But I equally expect it to be 10k again tomorrow. Oh my lordy lord, I've just realised I've been recording the stream all day as well. My poor hard drive is going to have a 10-hour video file on it. Oh lordy lord. Let's hope there's plenty of space on that hard drive. I do worry one day that my computer's just going to like cough and fall over, and that'll be it, it'll be done. "10-hour stream, you said content is king," right? Well, hey, it is. It is. Turnover is the real king, though. Turnover is really the king. I'm amazed we've averaged like between 80 to 100 viewers all day as well. I didn't expect the viewers to be like this today. Oh, I got more Pog Pelt in my bags. I cancelled all that off. I should probably put that back on. Let's put that back on. Eh? What's going on here? Somebody baiting at 150 apiece for the Pog Pelt? Do I take their bait? Do I take the bait? Do I take the bait, considering it's profit and I have no use for Pog Pelt? I think I take the bait, you know. Opportunity for a cheeky flip. Go on then. Go on then. Have some cheeky go for it. Take the bait. Buy it all, please. Make my day. Oh my lord. Here come the sales. Here come the sales. Where have they all gone? Do me a cancel real quick. Ah, I meant to press cancel 7, not cancel all. Oh, it'll be fine. You done the campaign? No. No. I ain't had time for that business. I said when I drop below 1 million gold in the hour, I'll go do the campaign, and it hasn't happened yet, so... Well, it kind of happened while I was eating, but that doesn't count. Oh, I am hitting the throttle, though. Hey, up, that's not something I was expecting. We have hit the throttle. Hey, well, time to throttle. I guess we put those back up and I go grab a drink real quick. In fact, it's nearly 8 o'clock. I've been streaming for 10 hours. I need to be a sensible human being. I need to go walk my dogs. I need to be a sensible human being. Let's get these relisted. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, people of all ages, I think it is about time for me to leave the auction house for an hour. What the T2 and T3 mark is for, it's to indicate how much it costs to make it. There's 3 tiers. Arm guards are tier 1, they're the cheapest. Your gauntlets, your waist guard, your boots, usually tier 2. They all share the same crafting costs, and then tier 3 is your expensive stuff. Your breastplates, your chests, your legs, your helms, that sort of stuff. Similar to how the cheat sheet looks. You've got the three different ranks here, or the 3 different tiers as I call them. You can't use the word rank because you've got ranks somewhere else, so tiers is the closest equivalent. But boys and girls, yes, that is me done for the day. I'm going to go be a sensible human being for the rest of the evening. Maybe even log out. Who knows? We'll see. I need to sell through what I've still got, but at this rate, I don't think there's going to be much problem doing that passively in front of Netflix for a few hours this evening. But thank you all very much for joining today. I hope you the best for your evenings of sales, and I hope you've had a good day of sales all the same if you've been engaging in this auction house craziness that we're doing at the moment. We will be back tomorrow in a little over 12 hours from now, I guess. We'll be back. We'll take a little bit of a look at the mailbox tomorrow, see what's been going on price-wise, and we'll see where we go from there. Maybe we'll test the PTR even a little bit tomorrow. The new PTR did come out. There's actually a bunch of news-related sort of stuff that I didn't really have. I didn't really put much focus on today because there was bigger and better things to be doing, such as crafting and selling all of the stuff. But we'll get back into the normal swing of things a little bit more tomorrow. And then maybe Friday, we might even play something a bit different and have a relaxed day on Friday. We'll see, we'll see. But thank you all once again. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. Maybe drop a sub if you want to ignore the... if you want to, firstly, help support the channel, obviously. But secondly, keep the ads at bay and that sort of stuff as well. So I'll love you and leave you, boys and girls. Have a good day. Peace. Oh, we'll throw you over to Zan, by the way. We'll raid Zan. I just noticed Zanzaful's online, so let's throw you over Zan's way. Press that button. Press this numbers. Zanzaful. Why does Zanzaful not appear on my little listy? There he does. There he does. We'll throw you guys over to Zan. Go say hi. Tell him to stop farming like a crazy person and get in the auction house. See you later, boys and girls. Peace.